Chapter 1830. 1. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Feng Yuan was practicing a chi path killer move. Several immortal goo flew in the air, followed by a large number of mortal goo that revolved around them like a tornado. Large amounts of astral chi were involved. Rank 8 immortal essence was injected, immediately connecting the auras of these goo worms together. But the killer move could not be used for a long time. Cold sweat appeared on Feng Yuan's forehead. Finally, after more than 10 breaths of time, Feng Yuan managed to salvage the situation. The killer move was finally prepared and activated. Chi Path Immortal Killer Move, Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe. A set of gray-white linen clothes appeared on the Dragon Man clone's body. The clothes looked ordinary, but if one looked closely, they would find that every single thread of the grayish-white clothes was made up of stellar energy. This was only a rank 7 killer move, but with the amplification of 1,000,000 Chi Path Dao marks from Feng Yuan, its power increased by 1,000 times. Feng Yuan then tested it. This shirt looked thin, but its strong defense made him have a whole new level of respect. This is rank 8 level power, much stronger than Winter Coat Killer Move. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. Of course, it could not compare to Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Over 1,000,000 Chi Path Dao marks, it was not a joke. With a simple amplification, a rank 7 killer move could be used as a rank 8. And most importantly, the immortal essence consumed was rank 7. After a myriad tribulation, a goo immortal can obtain over 80,000 Dao marks on average. The stronger the tribulation, the greater the number of Dao marks obtained. In theory, after a goo immortal passes 3 myriad tribulations, they can become venerable. The average number of Dao marks is about 300,000. Over 1,000,000 Chi Path Dao marks, only rank 9 can have it. The core immortal goo of Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe is rank 7, but with the amplification of Chi Path Dao marks, it is at the peak of rank 8. If the core immortal goo is rank 8, with the amplification of Chi Path Dao marks, would it have rank 9 level power? Feng Yuan's heart moved, bright light flickered in his eyes. He thought about the battle in the previous life, the methods that the Venerables used. At the same time, his main body was helping with the calculations. Soon, Feng Yuan's Dragon Man clone shook his head. The possibility of this was not high. A rank 9 killer move probably needs a rank 9 immortal goo. It's not something that can be achieved with just the amplification of Dao marks. More accurately speaking, I can't just rely on my 1,000,000 Chi Path Dao marks to break through. Maybe, with tens of times more Dao marks, the energy will undergo a qualitative change and reach the 9th rank? Feng Yuan wasn't too sure either. Even though he was a rank 8 goo immortal, when he looked at the rank 9 scenery above him, it was still shrouded in a mysterious fog. According to a simple theoretical calculation, the starting point of a Venerable's Dao marks was 300,000. However, Feng Yuan also learned from the land spirit of Langya and his own experience that every Venerable in history was a monster that could not be measured with common sense. Ignoring everything else, just Limitless Demon Venerable alone had goo immortal level Dao marks when he was still a goo master. If this continued, how many Dao marks would he have when he became a Venerable? Feng Yuan couldn't imagine it. Then what about the other Venerables? When they first became Venerables, did they only have about 300,000 Dao marks? Feng Yuan smiled. The possibility of this was close to zero. There were no invincible goo worms in this world, only invincible goo immortals. If these people only had 300,000 Dao marks when they became Venerables, how could they have the battle results of dominating the world? How could they have the reputation of being invincible? The current Feng Yuan was already one of the top experts in the world. He stood at the peak and looked down on the world. There were only a handful of people who could fight him alone. However, every time he raised his head, he could still see the 10 towering mountains in the clouds above him. These were the 10 strongest people in history. Each of them was a legend among legends. In the long history of humanity, they were the 10 most dazzling suns. Other than them, no matter who it was, anyone, no matter how talented they were, they would be shrouded in their shadows. They would lose their luster under their radiance. Even Feng Yuan was no exception. He was able to reach this stage because of the legacy of many predecessors, especially these Venerables. Forget about others, just the sovereign immortal aperture. This was something that belonged to spectral soul demon Venerable. Ever since Fang Yuan started cultivating, he had often sighed at the heaven-defying advantages of the sovereign immortal aperture. Take annexing Qi Si Grotto Heaven, for example. Under normal circumstances, who could directly annex it? Almost no one, unless primordial origin immortal Venerable was alive. Because immortal apertures could only annex small ones with large ones. The large and small here referred to the foundation. Perhaps only primordial origin immortal Venerable had such a Qi Path foundation to annex Qi Si Grotto Heaven, which had over 1 million Qi Path Dao marks. If they cut the Grotto Heaven and annexed it bit by bit, the loss of Dao marks would be too great. Every time the Grotto Heaven was cut, it would cause damage to the Grotto Heaven. The net-like Qi Path Dao marks would be continuously cut. The losses would be huge. And because of the conflicting Dao marks, Gu immortals could only obtain a few. When Qi Si Grotto Heaven was cut to a certain extent, because it was too damaged, the winds of assimilation would be triggered. Thus, the remaining parts of the Grotto Heaven could only be destroyed. But the sovereign immortal aperture could annex large ones with small ones. Fang Yuan's previous Qi Path foundation was simply nothing, but he could annex Qi Si Grotto Heaven. This was no longer a snake swallowing an elephant. It was an ant swallowing an elephant. What was even more terrifying was that the Dao marks did not conflict. Fang Yuan could perfectly digest the results and absorb all the Dao marks without any waste. It was too heaven-defying. No wonder even the heavenly Dao could not tolerate it. In order to stop spectral soul, it did not hesitate to nurture this otherworldly demon, Fang Yuan, using all sorts of methods to send Fang Yuan back to 500 years ago, ruining the Shadow Sect's plan. The more heaven-defying the sovereign immortal aperture was, the more it proved how terrifying spectral soul demon Venerable was. Every time Fang Yuan used spring-autumn cicada to revive, he would understand the greatness of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Using the glory of these venerables, Fang Yuan became the greatest demon of the current generation. But with every step he took, he could feel the immeasurable gap between him and the venerables. He did not feel dejected. Every time Fang Yuan looked up, he would feel deep admiration. He was never arrogant. He was not arrogant. He respected each and every one of them. The accomplished were the teachers. Other than admiration, there was also a trace of indescribable excitement. Even the 10 venerables did not have eternal life. They passed away one by one. Then, can I succeed? The possibility was minuscule, almost non-existent. Ignoring everything else, as long as Fate Gu existed, it would not allow any life form to obtain eternal life. This was a truth that had been proven in the legends of Ran Zhu. That's why this kind of chase is interesting. Fang Yuan smiled. After collecting his thoughts, his main body continued to practice Qi Path killer moves. As for the Dragon Man clone, he had already tested heavenly astral cloth robe. He flew away and communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies. He wanted to purchase a lot of immortal material Qi currents from Jewel Yellow Skies. Many Qi Path killer moves needed to use these immortal material Qi currents. For example, Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe earlier used a large amount of astral Qi. It was not strange to use Dao marks and immortal materials to activate killer moves. Grandmaster Formation Path Gu immortals could use immortal materials to set up formations. Early on, Water Path killer moves also used different types of immortal material water currents. But later, because the cost was too high, Gu immortals gradually chose to use Gu worms. They abandoned this method. This characteristic was most evident in Qi Path. No matter how low their Qi Path attainment level was, Gu masters, Gu immortals, could use Gu materials to replace Gu worms and use killer moves. The reason was that Qi Path Gu materials had the best mobility. They were the most suitable. Water Path Gu materials were slightly inferior, and those Earth and Rock Path Dao marks were even more difficult to use. Fang Yuan did not care about this. He had abundant resources now. He had ample funds. He continued to collect Qi Path immortal materials in Jewel Yellow Skies. He did not extort immortal material Qi currents from the southern border Gu immortals. He needed to keep his Qi Path battle strength a secret for now. Profound Yin Qi, Minor Yang Qi, Astral Qi, Tyranny Qi. I will buy them all. Blood Chi? The Dragon Man clone saw this and thought about it. Even though Blood Path was hated by everyone, which Righteous Path Force was not secretly researching it. Thus, in Jewel Yellow Skies, Blood Path goo materials were quite popular. These Blood Chi were only mortal materials, but there was a lot of them. If it were other Chi currents, Fang Yuan would not want them. His sovereign immortal aperture could produce them himself. But Blood Chi was different. This Chi current not only contained Chi Path Dao marks, it also contained Blood Path Dao marks. Thus, it was considered a Blood Path mortal material. And Blood Path had a terrifying advantage. When mortal materials were stacked together, they could barely be used as immortal materials. Such a huge amount, it can be treated as an immortal material. The Dragon Man clone thought of this and bought it without hesitation. Central Continent. What? There is no Blood Chi. Gu Fangjing communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies. He had an incredulous expression. You clearly had so much in stock last time. The Gu Immortals that was selling Blood Chi in Jewel Yellow Skies shook his head. A few hours ago, a Gu Immortal with incredible wealth swept through the entire Jewel Yellow Skies market. He bought all the Chi Path immortal materials. You should know that these Blood Chi can be stacked together. That is why it is like this now. Gu Fangjing was dumbfounded. Sweeping through the entire Jewel Yellow Skies market and buying all the Chi Path immortal materials in the market. How deep and terrifying was this person's wealth? Gu Fangjing had already become an immortal for some time. He understood deeply that sometimes, wealth represented strength. If a Gu immortal had deep wealth, it meant that they had a huge amount of resources. With such resources, they would definitely be able to cultivate smoothly. Maybe it is not one person, but an entire super force. Gu Fangjing muttered to himself. His divine sense visited many more stalls. He did not find anything good. There was no longer any Blood Chi in the market. But Gu Fangjing cultivated Blood Path. He needed Blood Chi. After his divine sense left Jewel Yellow Skies, Gu Fangjing thought, do I need to ask the sect for Blood Chi resources? He soon dispelled this thought. Chapter 1831. One Blood Chi was very easy to obtain. By killing a group of mortal beasts and using Blood Path methods to extract them, one could obtain a huge amount. By raising desolate beasts in the immortal aperture, one could obtain an endless supply of immortal materials and Blood Chi. Precisely because Blood Path was so easy to obtain, Blood Path was so terrifying that it was eventually banned by the Righteous Path of the 5 regions. If it were any other immortal material, Fangjing might ask the sect for help. But this was just Blood Chi. Fangjing did not need much of it. To Fangjing, obtaining the Blood Chi he needed was just a slightly troublesome process and a waste of time. Thinking of this, Fangjing told Fan Shilu his plan. His identity was special. He could not leave Feihe Mountain casually. After Fan Shilu learned of this, he gave Fangjing a mission. Perfect. There is a golden mountain bull causing trouble in the northwest. Go and resolve this matter. Kill it or capture it. If you can capture it alive, the sect contribution points will be doubled. Fangjing's heart shook. The golden mountain bull was a desolate beast. He had never fought against a desolate beast before. After coming back to his senses, he was a little excited and immediately agreed. Fangjing was no longer a young lad. He had gone through many hardships in Langya Blessed Land. After thinking about it, he had an idea. He was not in a hurry to find trouble with the Golden Mountain Bull. He first went to Crane Gate's letter building. White Crane Letter Building was an immortal goo house with 9 floors. It was located at a remote part of Feihe Mountain. There were thick clouds and fog. There was lush greenery. Fangjing rode a crane and left. Even though he cultivated Blood Path, he had learned in Crane Gate in the past, becoming a disciple of Master Tinchuru. He was very familiar with flying cranes. When he was in Langya Blessed Land, he participated in the 3 Continents War and did not have the chance to subdue flying cranes, but he still had some feelings for them. Fate changed. He was saved by Feng Jioga and returned to Crane Gate. He was favored by the Celestial Court and even became an immortal. With Gu immortal cultivation level and the position of Crane Gate's Supreme Elder, Fangjing could easily send a flying crane as a means of transportation. There were no guards in front of the White Crane Information Tower, but there were 2 desolate beasts, flying cranes, living nearby. If anything unexpected happened, these two wild beast flying cranes would appear in time to act as qualified guardians. Fang Zheng rode the flying crane. Just as he neared the white crane information tower, the crane beneath his feet started to tremble, and its soft cries turned into wails. Fang Zheng could not help but sigh internally. This flying crane of mine is a rank 5 mutated beast. Back at the crane gate, I felt that it was very powerful, but now it is only as... The difference between immortals and mortals is indeed like the difference between clouds and mud. Fang Zheng landed on the ground in front of the white crane information tower. The flying crane under his feet almost fell. Fang Zheng sighed, keeping it in his immortal aperture. He had the status of a supreme elder. White crane information tower's door opened by itself, and Fang Zheng entered. Every floor of the information tower had large numbers of information path mortal goo. If Fang Zheng wanted to obtain information from them, he would need to use his sect contribution points to exchange for it. The information tower itself could store information, but Crane Gate could not do that. Because if the information tower was destroyed, the information would also be destroyed. The information tower was a one-sided immortal goo house. Like the immortal goo houses in Celestial Court, it only had the power of information path. If it were a complete immortal goo house with defense, it would not need the protection of two desolate beast white cranes. Fang Zheng's information path foundation was lacking. He could not see the profundity of the information tower, but he could guess that the information tower had arrangements to preserve, transport, or even destroy these goo worms. White Crane Information Tower had the ability to gather information and correct information. Most information could be obtained. Of course, the true secrets were only exposed to the higher-ups. Even though Fang Zheng was a supreme elder, it was impossible for him to become a true higher-up of Crane Gate. His identity was special. He was ostracized. In the past, Fang Zheng was inexperienced and ignorant, but now that he had experienced a lot, he could see things clearly. This thoroughness did not make him feel complacent. Instead, it made him smile even more bitterly. He thus understood Fang Yuan's situation back on Qingmao Mountain. With Fang Yuan's situation back then, he was not favored by the higher-ups. If he wanted to improve, he could only swindle and rob. The truth is, isn't Crane Gate's current actions like this? They occupy resources forcefully. Many of the resource points were once controlled by lone immortals and demonic path goo immortals. And Celestial Court is known as righteous, but it is nothing more than this. Looking back in history, their territory was taken from the mutants. Celestial Court is only the righteousness of humans. Fang Zheng thought, if it were any other central continent righteous path goo immortals, they would not think this way. It would be disgraceful. But Fang Zheng had lived among hairy men before. Even though he was ostracized, he had experienced the customs of hairy men. He understood them better. If it were other goo immortals, how could they survive and grow in an environment surrounded by variant humans? This unique experience gave Fang Zheng a unique perspective, and the hardships he faced in the past had now turned into his wealth. Even though his vision was not broad, it was unique. But my position determines my brain. I like the righteousness of Celestial Court. Fang Zheng smiled bitterly. He started to search for information. Desolate Beast Golden Mountain Bull. This is it. After climbing a few levels, he found the corresponding information path mortal goo. His divine sense entered. Immediately, waves of information flowed into his mind. The Golden Mountain Bull was as large as a mountain. Only females like to eat gold essence. After eating hundreds of kilograms of gold essence, they would enter a cave and fall asleep. Eat and sleep, sleep and eat? This is a good life. Fang Zheng smiled. He continued to see. Among the entire body of the Golden Mountain Bull, its horns were the most valuable. The horns grew by 10 feet every 100 years. They were tough and curved. They continued to extend until they coiled around the head and neck, all the way to the abdomen. When the Golden Mountain Bull's horns reached the abdomen, the sharp horns would touch the belly of the bull. The Golden Mountain Bull only needed to raise its head slightly, and it would be able to move its horns from the back to the front, cutting open its entire belly. And the Golden Mountain Bull's descendants, golden calves, would jump out of this huge wound. Fang Zheng's eyes moved, he muttered. This reproduction method is similar to the rock men. Fangzheng continued to browse. After the golden mountain bull gave birth, because of the huge wound, it would cry out in pain while bleeding non-stop. If the newborn golden calves chose to lick the wounds of the female calves, the unique Dao marks on their tongues would allow the golden mountain bull's wounds to heal rapidly until they were completely healed. If the golden calves did not use their tongues to lick the wounds, the female calves would die. If the calves ate the blood of the female calves, they could rapidly strengthen themselves, skipping the period of weakness. Interesting. Fangzheng sighed. The golden mountain bull's lifestyle was to eat and sleep, sleep and eat. This meant that when the female calves gave birth and the golden calves saved the female calves would not take care of them. They would eat a lot and fall asleep. For the calves, it was better to not save the female calves. It was more beneficial to their survival. Thus, most of the calves would watch the female calves die. Only a few would lick their wounds and save the female calves. When a cow gives birth, it usually means a tragedy. Although it is for survival, I prefer the calves who save the lives of the female calves. After reading the information, Fangzheng had a countermeasure. He immediately left the letter tower. His grasp of this sect mission was completely different from before he entered the tower. He decided to act on the golden mountain bulls according to their habits. Didn't golden mountain bulls like to eat gold essence? Then he would make a portion of gold essence. Others used fishing bait, but this portion of gold essence would be the bull bait. Fangzheng was strong. After staying in his immortal aperture for a while, he had familiarized himself with many blood path killer moves. He could already fight against the golden mountain bull. But if he could use 50% of his strength, why would he use all of it? The safest choice was to use intelligence to fight, using all of his advantages, and leaving some strength to deal with any unexpected situations. This was a habit that Fangzheng had developed in the years of war. A few days later, Fangzheng arrived at his destination. He quietly entered the valley and placed a huge portion of gold essence at the edge of the golden mountain bull's range of activity. When the golden mountain bull came here, its nose twitched, golden light flashed in its eyes. It quickly found the gold essence buried deep underground. The golden mountain ox used its hooves and its huge horns to dig. Rocks and dust flew as it dug. The gold essence was soon exposed. It was devoured by the joyful golden mountain bull in a few bites. I fell for it. Fangzheng saw this and was secretly happy. He waited patiently as the golden mountain bull went back into the cave it came from and fell asleep again. After 3 days and 3 nights, the cries of the golden mountain bull could be heard from deep inside the cave. Fangzheng, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the cries. After reacting, he was overjoyed. The poison has finally spread to the whole body. It is working, but he did not enter the cave. He waited patiently at the entrance. The intense pain from the poison made the golden mountain bull go crazy. It charged around in the cave. The entire mountain was shaking. The surrounding forest was in chaos. A large number of living beings escaped in all directions. After a long while, the frightening noises in the cave gradually died down. Only then did Fangzheng enter the cave and engage in an intense battle with the crippled golden mountain ox. After fighting for a while, Fangzheng saw that the golden mountain bull was completely enraged. He left the cave. It was too dangerous to fight the golden mountain bull in this cave. Once it collapses, even though Fangzheng was a rank 6 Gu immortal, he would be in trouble. Moreover, Fangzheng came here to capture the golden mountain bull. He was not here to destroy the forest and kill the living beings. Fangzheng left the cave. The golden mountain bull followed closely behind. The two fought in the valley again. Eventually, Fangzheng used blood turning cold to freeze the golden mountain bull, capturing it alive. However, when he was about to keep this golden mountain bull in his immortal aperture, a strong aura burst out of the golden mountain bull's body. At the same time, a bronze cauldron flew out of the golden mountain bull's body. Fangzheng was shocked. At the next moment, a rank 8 Gu immortal jumped out of the bronze cauldron. A bit of spirituality hidden within gold. 300,000 years of divine light. Today, I have seen heaven once again. Righteous martyrdom in blood. This rank 8 female immortal sang as she landed in front of Fangzheng. Smiling at Fangzheng, little friend, it seems that you helped me awaken. Chapter 1832. Immortal Killer Move, Golden Thread Sword. Fang Yuan roared, activating his killer move. In an instant, countless golden threads shot out from his body. Like a hedgehog, they covered the surroundings and shot out indiscriminately. Chi 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 chi. The three Gu immortals beside him turned pale with fright. They could not dodge in time. Their bodies and souls were pierced by countless golden threads. Plop plop plop. The three Gu immortals fell to the ground. They had no signs of life. Fang Yuan was panting heavily. After this bitter battle, he had finally killed a powerful enemy and was extremely exhausted. The world he was in slowly dissipated, until it was completely gone. Only Fang Yuan's desolate soul was left in the sovereign immortal aperture's mini-green heaven with injuries. I finally passed the final scene. How difficult. If I had not used Unravel Dream at the most crucial moment and found the tiniest flaw, I would not have been able to kill him. I will still fail. After Fang Yuan's soul returned to his body, he sighed in his heart. This was a dream of the Sword Dao. In this dream realm, Fang Yuan's strength was low, especially in the final scene. Every Gu immortal enemy was stronger than him. Only by constantly trying and making use of the mutual interference between his enemies to create and seize their flaws could he gain a foothold. Eventually, he killed three Gu immortal enemies. He had tried over 100 times, and there was still a lot of luck involved. Fortunately, I passed. Not bad. Your sword principle has also reached the Grandmaster level. Fang Yuan examined it and was very pleased. He had many sword path immortal Gu, but his sword path attainment level was not high enough. This time, it could be said that he had made up for his shortcomings. He believed that in the future, his strength in the way of the sword would also improve in all aspects. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan recovered and continued to explore the dream. This might very well be a human Dao dreamland. Fang Yuan's famine arrived in front of the next dreamland, its eyes filled with anticipation. Extorting and blackmailing the southern border righteous faction was the correct choice. This allowed Fang Yuan to obtain and explore a large number of dreams. The value of these dreams was especially important to him. Because Fang Yuan did not lack resources, he did not lack immortal Gu, killer moves, or immortal Gu recipes. What he lacked was attainment level and practical experience. Famine entered a dreamland. The world in his eyes changed again. This was a battlefield. Smoke filled the air and battle cries shook the heavens. Patriarch, be careful. Fang Yuan had just taken a glance when he heard someone shouting in his ear. Fang Yuan immediately realized that something was wrong and immediately dodged. However, his body could not keep up with his mind, and a sharp pain suddenly struck him. Fang Yuan fell to the ground and saw a basin-sized hole in his chest. Only half of his heart was left. Fang Yuan was speechless. He shouted with all his might, "Where is the healing Gu master?" No one answered. Heaven and earth changed drastically, and the sky quickly darkened. In the next moment, Fang Yuan's soul suffered heavy damage, and he was expelled from the dreamland. Using Guts Gu, Fang Yuan's desolate soul quickly recovered. After resting for a while, he entered the dream realm again. I'll dodge. Using Guts Gu, Fang Yuan's desolate soul quickly recovered. After resting for a while, he entered the dream realm again. Clan leader, be careful. The Gu master beside him shouted. Fang Yuan's movements slowed down as he suffered a fatal blow again. The moment he fell to the ground, he realized. The Gu master who warned me earlier was clearly a traitor. He used an information path method to warn me on the surface, but the truth was that he used a mortal killer move to restrain my movement. There is no healing Gu master with me, and there is a traitor. It seems that I can only rely on my own strength to pass this round. In the dream realm, Fang Yuan's strength was greatly restricted. He could only use the methods of the characters in the dream realm. Originally, Fang Yuan did not want to do this. Because he had too little time to react, he could not inspect his Gu worms. Before he could inspect them, he would definitely be killed. Fang Yuan could only accept failure and try a third time. Plop. He died again. Returning to reality, Fang Yuan was vexed. How can this be? I cannot inspect my aperture. I don't even know what Gu worms I have. How can I fight? The dream realm restricted him, making him unable to check what goo worms he had. Guess? That was not realistic. Fang Yuan tried a fourth time. Different from the previous two explorations, this time, Fang Yuan used Unravel Dream. Clan leader, be careful. The goo master beside him shouted. Plop. Fang Yuan suffered a fatal blow. He fell to the ground. Clan leader. Impossible. Lord Clan leader clearly has justice goo. How can he be defeated so easily? The traitor beside him shouted. The exploration failed. Fang Yuan's desolate soul was expelled from the dream realm again. Immortal killer move Unravel Dream. It only gave me one hint. The traitor beside me added one more sentence. It pointed out that I have justice goo. Then I will use it. Fang Yuan explored for the fifth time. At the crucial moment, he activated justice goo. Clan leader, be careful. The traitor shouted. Fang Yuan's dodging movement froze. Justice goo. Piercing white light shot out of Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan's speed recovered to normal. He successfully dodged the fatal blow. Huff. Success. Fang Yuan rolled on the battlefield. He raised his head and looked around. This was a village, but there were broken walls and corpses everywhere. The war between two clans? They are already at the point of clan extermination? But Fang Yuan found that he was not the victim. He was the invader. His force had the absolute advantage. This is a mortal level battle, and I am the clan leader. I can win just by commanding the goo masters around me. Fang Yuan had a calm mind. But is winning this battle the condition for me to pass this dream? Let's give it a try. Next, Fang Yuan was surprised to find that his aperture could be inspected. The Dream Realm character had rank 5 cultivation level. He had mini mortal goo. There were 5 to 6 rank 4 goo, and only 1 rank 5 goo, justice goo. Fang Yuan understood immediately. He smiled. With these goo worms, I can settle everything myself, be it commanding or acting rashly. Obtaining victory was a piece of cake for Fang Yuan. Lord Clan Leader. At this time, the traitor ran over with a concerned expression. Fang Yuan sneered. Good traitor, I will kill you first. He immediately attacked, using a killer move to kill the traitor. Clan leader, what are you doing? The vice clan leader is dead. He was killed by the clan leader. I knew it. Qing clan wants to attack our Shan clan. Rebellion. Rebellion. Take revenge for Lord Shan. Fang Yuan was shocked. After he killed the traitor, almost half of the goo masters rebelled and started a rebellion. The scene turned into chaos. A three-way battle ensued. Fang Yuan sensed something amiss. I have rank 5 justice goo. I can amplify myself greatly. With my own strength, I can still win and kill anyone who refuses to submit. But this traitor should not be dealt with so easily. As expected, when Fang Yuan obtained a Pyrrhic victory, there were only a few goo masters left standing on the battlefield. Broken corpses and limbs were everywhere. Blood flowed like a river. Heaven and earth dissipated. Fang Yuan's desolate soul was expelled again. But this time, he did not suffer any injuries. This result made Fang Yuan have another guess. It seems that winning is the standard for passing the first stage of the Dream Realm. However, there is a more detailed standard for winning. It seems that if the losses are too great, I will not be able to pass the first stage. Fang Yuan had this thought as he entered the Dream Realm again. This time, he tolerated the existence of the traitor. He took the lead. Using Justice Goo and other killer moves, he slaughtered the enemies and obtained a beautiful victory. Lord Clan Leader is brave. We won, we won. Nye Clan was finally eradicated by us. Ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter, the Dream Realm reached the second stage. The hall was brightly lit. Fragrant wine and delicacies filled the table. Dozens of goo masters were gathered in the hall, drinking and drinking. It was a lively scene. Fang Yuan found that he was sitting at the secondary seat. Chun Clan's leader was sitting at the main seat to his left. What is going on? Fang Yuan was shocked. In the previous stage, I was acting as Chun Clan's leader. This time, I am the vice clan leader, the traitor. This was the first time Fang Yuan had seen this. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Next, he realized. No wonder this traitor could not be killed in the first stage. So I have to act as him in the next stage. But how can I pass this stage? Fang Yuan observed coldly from the side. Chun clan leader drank a mouthful of wine, putting down the empty cup as he sighed. We finally won. Dear younger brother, let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Only now have I calmed down. Ever since I heard that Nye clan had a scheme to destroy the mountain route, I could not sleep. They could not win against the alliance of our two clans. They had to carry out such a crazy plan. They did not care about the lives of others. Thankfully, heaven has eyes. Those who commit evil deeds are doomed to destruction. These people ended up like this. They asked for it. Fang Yuan was speechless. This Chun clan leader had a straightforward appearance. He actually did not notice the vice clan leader's disloyalty. But it made sense. Fang Yuan recalled, in the first stage, even though the vice clan leader used an information path killer move, it was disguised as a concerned warning. There were no traces left behind. It was hard to detect. Because Fang Yuan was a Gu immortal, he had sharp insight. He was able to notice the vice clan leader's sinister scheme. Earlier, when he tried to kill the traitor in the first stage, it caused a rebellion. Wait, even if the vice clan leader's subordinates saw the vice clan leader being killed, they would not be so united, right? There have to be some hesitant and chaotic people. But these people rebelled in unison. Seeing that the vice clan leader was killed, they all attacked Qin clan's Gu masters in a frenzy. They showed no mercy. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He understood. This means the vice clan leader's disloyalty. He wants to harm Qin clan's people. It is not a single case. It is the collective intention of the entire Shan clan. Chapter 1833. The wine is poisoned. Chun tribe leader's body shook as he looked at Fang Yuan angrily. Vice tribe leader Shan, you are the one who offered the wine. What are you doing? This change was too sudden. Fang Yuan was stunned. Before he said anything, the Gu master sitting next to him stood up and snickered. What am I doing? I am going to kill you and get rid of Qin tribe. Since ancient times, this mountain has belonged to Shan tribe, be it Qin tribe or Nye tribe. You were all servants of Shan tribe from the start. Bullshit. This is clearly Qin tribe's mountain. Back then, our ancestors were kind and took in two tribes whose homes were destroyed and forced to wander. Chun tribe's Gu master rebuked loudly. That Shan tribe Gu master continued to snicker. Shameless servants, there is no point in talking to you. It is too late now. Your tribe leader has drunk the poison wine. This wine was made from woman's heart Gu. It counters your tribe leader's justice Gu. Without your clan leader, how can you Qin clan Gu masters fight our Shan clan? Chen tribe's Gu masters turned pale. Their weakness was exposed. Fang Yuan was dazed again. He said to the Shan tribe Gu master beside him, who told you that the wine made by woman's heart Gu can counter justice Gu? That Shan tribe Gu master was the vice tribe leader's trusted aide. He was dazed as he asked in a daze. Lord, didn't you say so? Oh. Fang Yuan was dumbfounded. Boom. Chun tribe leader's body burst out with a dazzling white light. His pale expression and anger faded. It turned into a solemn expression. He stared at Fang Yuan angrily as he shouted with a righteous tone, Shan Xing, you shameless and despicable scoundrel. You actually dared to use such a sinister scheme. I really misjudged you. You had eyes but failed to see. I thought you were really willing to sacrifice yourself and hand over the position of patriarch to me for the sake of the big picture. So you were wary of my justice Gu and my strength. That's why you did not use it. Fang Yuan felt a headache as he thought rapidly. Chun tribe leader has rank 5 cultivation while I am only rank 4, and my Gu worms are also weaker by a grade. If we really fight, I am not Qin tribe leader's match. The confidant next to him cried out in fear. What's going on? He had clearly drunk the poison wine. But Justice Gu was still effective. Lord Shanxing, didn't you say? Fang Yuan's eyes lit up as he thought of a solution. Indeed, as long as Justice Gu failed, Chun tribe leader would be poisoned. The poison would take effect and his strength would fall. He would be able to defeat him. So that's how it is. Fang Yuan died to the Chen clan patriarch's attack, but he still had a slight smile on his face. The second scene was another dream. The hall was brightly lit. Fragrant wine and delicacies filled the table. Dozens of Gu masters gathered in the hall, toasting and exchanging cups. It was a lively scene. Chen tribe leader drank a mouthful of wine. putting down the empty cup as he sighed. We finally won. Dear younger brother, let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Only now have I calmed down. Ever since I heard that Nye tribe had a plot to destroy the mountain route, I could not sleep. They could not win against our two tribes, so they carried out such a crazy plan. They did not care about the lives of others. Thankfully, heaven has eyes. Those who commit evil deeds are doomed to destruction. These people ended up like this. They asked for it. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, saying softly, there is a hidden story behind this. Nye tribe did not have such a sinister plot. I was the one who arranged it. I purposely deceived you. The people you killed were all innocent. What? Chen tribe leader was shocked. He looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. Brother Shan, did you drink too much? What nonsense are you spouting? Fang Yuan looked at Chen tribe leader eerily. You are too naive. I kept you in the dark. You are an executioner. How many innocent people have you slaughtered? Your hands are stained with blood. Your righteousness is fake. You are just a brute, an idiot. Also, you are the one who drank too much. What? You poisoned the wine? Chen tribe leader was poisoned. He clutched his stomach in shock as he fell to the ground. Chen tribe's Gu masters were shocked, while Shan tribe's Gu masters were prepared. They attacked. Chen tribe leader wanted to resist, but his body was too weak. He could only watch. Fang Yuan's aide shouted excitedly. The poison wine worked after all. Shan tribe leader's Justice Gu was countered. Fang Yuan could not help but roll his eyes. To activate Justice Gu, other than primeval essence, the Gu master also needed to believe that they were on the side of justice. Fang Yuan's words earlier made Chen tribe leader's mind go into chaos. He doubted himself and felt ashamed. Justice Gu could not be activated. The battle erupted and ended quickly. Shan tribe came prepared. Chen tribe's tribe leader and Gu masters were all ambushed. By the time the hall calmed down, Chen tribe's Gu masters were either dead or injured. Those who were still alive were captured. The second scene passed. The third scene arrived. Fang Yuan was in a cage. The only prisoner in front of him was Chen tribe's leader. He was covered in injuries. His aura was extremely weak. His face was pale as paper. His eyes were purple-black. He was heavily poisoned. Fang Yuan looked at his injuries. He was clearly tortured. He was on the brink of death. Even so, Chen tribe's leader's limbs and neck were chained. He was lying on the ground, breathing in but not out. What is going on? Fang Yuan looked at himself and was speechless. He was also chained up. His body was old and weak. He was skinny like Chen tribe's leader. Even though he had a rank for aperture, it was destroyed and he did not have any Gu worms. What am I supposed to do? I am no longer the traitor vice tribe leader. I have another identity now. Right now, other than me, he is the only one in the prison. I need to talk to him and ask about the situation. Fang Yuan laughed dryly. He was about to speak when Chen tribe's leader spoke. Don't mock me, father. Father? Fang Yuan was surprised. He was acting as Chen tribe's leader's father? Then why was he locked up here? And looking at the situation, he had been locked up for a long time. He was not a new prisoner like Chen tribe's leader. Chen tribe's leader continued, Father, I defeated you and locked you up, but I have never regretted it. Because you are corrupt, the evidence is clear, you have no justice, you are not fit to be Chen tribe's leader. According to the tribe rules, this is the punishment you deserve. So it was you who cheated me. Fang Yuan grinned. Chen tribe's leader continued, Similarly, I have never regretted this outcome. I deserve to be punished for my crimes. I killed so many innocent people. My hands are stained with the blood of Nye tribe. I deserve death. Hee hee. Chen tribe's leader laughed bitterly. Dan tribe tried all ways to force me to hand over Justice Gu. But so what? Their roars, the sound of their whips, and the sound of the branding iron on my skin, in my ears, were the wails and complaints of the entire Nye clan. I would rather they beat me a little more, and let me suffer a little more. But none of this can make up for my sins. It cannot make up for my mistakes. I deserve death. Just let me die. This is what I deserve. Ugh. Chen tribe's leader grunted. His head tilted as he died. His death alerted the guards. Soon, Dan Xing, who had succeeded in taking over the position, arrived. He is really dead. Damn it, I can't get Justice Gu anymore. Dan Xing was furious. He gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at Fang Yuan, his eyes spewing fire. Old fool, didn't we agree to persuade your son? What did you do? You're of no use at all. Go down with your son. Crack. Dan Xing acted immediately. He cut off Fang Yuan's head. The exploration failed. Fang Yuan's desolate soul was chased out of the dream realm again. This time, Fang Yuan rested for a long time. The third scene of the dream realm was clearly the final scene. Fang Yuan's exploration failed. His desolate soul was heavily damaged. While recovering, Fang Yuan thought in his mind, in the third scene, I am the father of Chun tribe's leader, but I am a cripple. I cannot escape on my own. The true key is Chun tribe's leader himself. Then, what are the conditions to pass the third scene? Fang Yuan had a lot of experience in exploring dream realms now. He was the #1 person in the world. This question did not trouble him for long. He soon understood. I had 2 different identities in the previous 2 scenes, but the conditions to pass the dream realm are the same. That is to satisfy the needs of the person in question. In the first scene, I am Chun tribe's leader. I need to lead my tribe to victory. This victory has to be beautiful. My own force cannot suffer too much losses. In the second scene, I am vice tribe leader Dan Xing. I need to succeed in usurping the throne. I need to suppress the other party's Justice Gu. In the third scene, I am the father of Chun tribe's leader. He was defeated by his son and imprisoned for many years. Of course, he wants to regain his freedom. Thus, he agreed to cooperate with Dan Xing and persuaded his son to hand over Justice Gu in exchange for freedom. Fang Yuan entered the dream again. Fang Yuan snickered coldly. Chun tribe's leader spoke first. Don't mock me, father. You are my son. If I mock you, wouldn't I be mocking myself for not teaching my son well? I only regret that I sacrificed myself to help you. I wanted you to use justice to lead Qin tribe to glory and prosperity, but you became a prisoner. You did not even believe in yourself. I misjudged you. If I knew this, I would not have faked evidence of my corruption. Fang Yuan said. Chun tribe's leader was dazed. His curiosity was piqued. Father, what do you mean? Fang Yuan snickered coldly but did not speak. Chun tribe's leader shook his head. No, father, you are corrupt. The evidence is clear. How can it be fake? Fang Yuan snickered again. Just because you think it is true, it is true? Then let me ask you, what is going on with Nye tribe? Chun tribe's leader was speechless. Fang Yuan continued. On the surface, I am not close to you, but I have been nurturing you in secret. To activate Justice Gu, the Gu Master has to believe in their own justice. Back then, you were too young, your understanding of justice was too shallow. So I had to do this. I sacrificed myself to let you carry out your justice. Father, tell me, what was the truth back then? Fang Yuan chuckled. Is the truth important? Chun tribe's leader did not hesitate, he replied. Of course it is important. Without the truth, how can justice be carried out? That is why your understanding of justice is too shallow. Is justice really related to the truth? Fang Yuan said slowly, let me ask you, when you exterminated Nye tribe, was there justice? Even if they really had a plot to destroy the mountain root in their eyes. You are a butcher, an executioner who slaughtered their entire tribe, resisting you, defending their homeland, taking back their wives and children. Was that not righteous? This, Chun tribe's leader pondered. To them, the so-called destroying the mountain root was just a form of threat. They were afraid of our Chan and Dan tribes working together. In the end, you exterminated their entire tribe, but they did not destroy the mountain root. Isn't that so? Am I not? Fang Yuan said. Chun tribe's leader was silent. Fang Yuan smiled. It seems that you also recognized that they were righteous. You started a war and slaughtered others. Even your own tribe suffered casualties. You felt that you were righteous. Was that wrong? You were afraid that they would destroy the mountain root. That way the mountain would collapse, the spirit spring would dissipate, and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering, losing their homes. For the sake of the tribe, you eliminated the threat in advance. It was not wrong. Naturally, it was also righteous. Look, both sides have their own righteousness, don't they? Chun tribe's leader fell into deep thought. He had never considered such a question in depth. Fang Yuan observed his expression and changed the topic. Let me ask you, is it righteous for a sheep to eat grass? How is it righteous? Chun tribe's leader was confused. In the sheep's eyes, without grass, there will be no food, and it will starve to death. It must eat grass. In the eyes of the grass, it finally gained life, burrowed out of the soil, and grew with all its might, all for a bit of rain and sunlight. It worked so hard, but was eaten by the sheep. Not only were the leaves and leaves eaten, even the roots were not spared. They were swallowed into the sheep's stomach and digested, with no hope of survival. Is the grass the victim? Isn't it too pitiful? Chun tribe's leader shook his head. Isn't it natural for a sheep to eat grass? I have never felt that grass is pitiful, because this is the way of nature. Exactly. Fang Yuan nodded. The truth of heaven and earth is that big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimps. It is born this way. It is natural. How is it sinful? There is no pretense of righteousness. Sheep eat grass. Humans eat sheep. It has nothing to do with righteousness. It is only for survival. There has never been justice in heaven and earth, only in the human world. Since ancient times, humans have to be united to have more power, to be more conducive to survival, to fight for their lives in the cruel environment. Then, how can we make people more united? Organizations, laws, and morals. We form families or sects, and according to our individual abilities, we carry out different tasks. We mainly use laws to restrict people, telling them what they cannot do. Then, we use morals to provide direction, to encourage people to do what they can. Mothers are kind, children are filial, neighbors are harmonious, and following justice. These are all morals. Whether it is intentional or not, since ancient times, all organizations have been promoting this, because organizations also follow the instinct of survival. In other words, organizations with sound laws, practical morals, and superior systems are more likely to survive. These kinds of things have been passed down and become very popular. Chun clan's leader was tongue-tied. Fang Yuan's words had truly shocked him. He had never thought of this. He knew that justice was right, but he did not know why it was right. He knew that virtue was good, but he did not know why it was good. Now, Fang Yuan told him the answer. Justice, virtue, are all created by humans. This creation can be conscious, it can also be unconscious. People followed these standards in order to have a better living environment for themselves as individuals, as well as for the long-term survival of the collective. Fang Yuan concluded, when you understand the essence of justice, you should be clear. The so-called justice is like armor, a tool of humans. You wear it on your body, to use it as a tool. But look at you now. The armor on your body has become your shackles, imprisoning you. Chun clan leader looked at Fang Yuan in a daze, not saying a word. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Truth and justice, are they important? What is the truth of Nye clan? What is the truth of my corruption? What has this got to do with upholding justice? You need to understand, my son, your justice is only a tool. You need to use it, not be restrained by it. Chun clan leader was silent for a long time. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, Father, I understand. After saying this, a white light slowly blossomed from his body, filling the sky and earth. The dream realm also vanished in this white light. Fang Yuan's desolate soul returned to reality. The dream realm exploration was a success. It seems that I was not wrong. Chun clan's father and son are both clan leaders. They hate Dan clan's usurpation. If I help Dan Xing and persuade Chun clan leader, even if I regain my freedom, I will not be able to pass the final scene. At most, my soul will be unharmed. I will be expelled. Only by teaching Chun clan leader and helping him resolve this knot in his heart, allowing him to regain justice gu and escape. This is the condition to pass the final scene. This dream realm is quite interesting. Chapter 1834. Celestial Court. Qin Ding Ling stood on heaven overseeing tower, looking at the distant celestial court with a reminiscing expression. After a long while, she sighed. Even though the changes are huge, it still has the outline of my memories. It has been over 300,000 years. Beside her was Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle had a respectful expression. This female immortal senior in front of her, even though her seniority was lower than Duke Long, she was still shockingly old. She was originally a certain generation's first supreme elder of Heaven's Envy Manor, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. She was supposed to become a member of Celestial Court on the second day, but because of Giant Sun Immortal's words, she was forced to become his concubine. Giant Sun Immortal had a harem. He created palaces in Northern Plains, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Central Continent. Qin Dingling was the immortal empress of the Central Continent Palace at that time. After Giant Sun Immortal died, Qin Dingling mysteriously disappeared, but to think that she would suddenly appear a few days ago. Senior Qin Dingling's identity should be correct, but according to historical records, she should have cultivated Metal Path. How did she become a Luck Path Gu Immortal? Fairy Myrtle had some doubts in her mind. At this time, Qin Dingling slowly turned around. Her long and thin eyes shined with a light that could see through the world. She was not a beauty in the traditional sense. Even though her nose bridge was high, the tip of her nose was slightly sharp, her lips were thin, and her eyes were long and thin. However, all these things mixed together to form a unique sense of beauty that would leave a deep impression on anyone who saw her. Her body was taller than normal people. Her shoulders were broad. She stood straight and had a heroic aura. A large cloak draped from his shoulders to the ground. The cape was made of a special material. It seemed to be made of pieces of golden armor that were embedded together. From time to time, traces of golden light would flow on the surface of the cape. The wide cloak accentuated her figure, making her look even taller and more fit. Especially her long legs. They were also tightly wrapped in black and gold-colored armor. She had an outstanding aura, as if she was born to be a noble that ruled over all living beings. When she looked at others, because of her height, she often had to look down on them. She naturally exuded an awe-inspiring aura that made people unconsciously lower their heads, not daring to look at her. It was as if they could only stare at their feet in order to not offend her. Qin Dingling said softly, "Fairy Myrtle, I know what you're thinking. In fact, my disappearance was intentional. Back then, the Giant Sun Immortal was unrivaled under the heavens, controlling the entire era. No one could resist him. Fortunately, he was not the Demon Lord. Although I was forced to become one of his immortal queens, I also had my own intentions. I wanted to learn the mysteries of Luck Dao from him. After Giant Sun Immortal died, I gained many insights and decided to abandon Metal Path and cultivate Luck Path. However, I had rank 8 cultivation level at that time, and I wanted to cultivate Luck Path. It was very risky. With the help of the Celestial Court, I was given the opportunity to sleep and prolong my life. I abandoned all my Metal Path Dao marks and turned them into a golden coffin. I buried myself deep in the earth vein and went into closed cultivation to comprehend Luck Path. To think that I slept for over 300,000 years. When I woke up and roamed the world, everything had changed. Qin Dingling sighed deeply. Over 300,000 years, the world had changed. The huge shadow that shrouded her in the past, Giant Sun Immortal, had already passed away. Furthermore, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable appeared after him. Right now, the entire world was facing the waves of the Great Era. According to all sorts of signs and prophecies, an unprecedented Supreme Venerable was about to appear. So that's it. Fairy Myrtle let out a breath of air as she showed a joyful smile. Senior, you appeared at the right time. I am ashamed of my lack of talent. I caused the Celestial Court to suffer many defeats. One of the main reasons was my lack of Luck Path. I was restricted, and that demon kept showing off his might. Qin Dingling nodded slightly. I have read the information. To think that a demon like Feng Yuan would appear. In the history of humanity, he is an extremely rare individual. However, Fairy Myrtle, there is no need to belittle yourself. Your decision was correct. But the other party is crafty and sinister. He also obtained a venerable inheritance. Especially the latter, Feng Yuan is very hard to deal with. I woke up this time and returned to the human world. It is likely to deal with Feng Yuan. Fairy Myrtle was curious. Senior, What do you mean? Qin Ding Ling smiled with deep meaning. Fairy Myrtle, there is a reason behind my awakening. Let me ask you, who awakened me? It was Guyue Fangzheng. That's right. Qin Ding Ling said slowly. Otherworldly demons are not part of fate. They are natural variables. Providence used such a pawn to deal with spectral souls' heaven-defying actions. It naturally had methods to suppress otherworldly demons. Just like where venomous snakes reside, herbs that can neutralize snake venom grow. Guyue Fangzheng is the heaven path guarantee to suppress Guyue Fangyuan. Saying so, Qin Ding Ling looked at Fairy Myrtle with an admiring gaze. You know very little about luck path, but you were able to deduce this and nurture Fangzheng to become an immortal. It is not easy. Senior is too kind. I only know how to do my best to protect the celestial court and protect the justice of the human world. Ha ha ha, well said. This is the spirit of our celestial court. Even after 300,000 years, it has never changed. Qin Ding Ling laughed with a joyful expression. She paused for a moment before continuing. The otherworldly demon Fang Yuan is a variable. Guyue Fangzheng is the existence that suppresses him. It will change according to Fang Yuan's changes. Spectral Soul failed to defy heaven, but Fang Yuan escaped from Providence's control. He is getting stronger and stronger. He has no flaws. His growth is shocking. Even the celestial court is helpless against him. Thus, to prevent this change, Fangzheng woke me up and made me come out. Fate is fixed. Luck is a variable. The higher the cultivation level, the stronger the Gu immortal, the greater their luck. This is because with one thought or one action, they can cause huge changes in their surroundings. Fang Yuan is very strong in terms of luck path, but you nurtured Fangzheng and made him become an immortal. Thus, the variable was large enough to allow me to awaken and restrain him. Next, I estimate that similar situations will occur. This demon Fang Yuan will not be able to survive for long. Saying so, Qin Ding Ling instructed Fairy Myrtle. You need to focus on nurturing Fangzheng and ensure his safety. As long as we focus on this and follow Providence's arrangements, we will be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. I understand. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. All along, she had not been able to deal with Fang Yuan. The main reason was that Fang Yuan was crafty. His defenses were impenetrable. Fairy Myrtle could not deduce his location. Even though Fairy Myrtle understood Guyue Fangzheng's significance, she did not place much importance on it. She believed in her and the celestial court's strength. Her arrangements on Fangzheng were only supplementary. But now, after Qin Ding Ling's reminder, Fairy Myrtle understood. Guyue Fangzheng was the best way to restrain Fang Yuan. Her nurturing of Fangzheng's immortal ascension had already produced a good result. It led to Qin Ding Ling's appearance. As long as she continued to nurture him, more people like Qin Ding Ling would appear. The stronger Fangzheng is, the greater his luck will be. Only then will he be able to trigger more changes. And these changes are part of Providence's arrangements to restrain Fang Yuan. In that case, we will use Fangzheng as the main force, and the Celestial Court as the support. Fairy Myrtle assessed the situation. She was wise, immediately making the most appropriate adjustments to her strategy. Oh, there is one more thing. I have many Immortal Goo remnant recipes here. I secretly obtained them when I was with Giant Sun Immortal back then. These Goo recipes are related to Giant Sun Immortal's luck path Immortal Goo. I need you to deduce them and refine them. Qin Ding Ling took out an information path Mortal Goo. Fairy Myrtle quickly received it with both hands. I will do my best to deduce them, Senior. Don't worry. Immemorial White Heaven, 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan had been cultivating here recently. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall. Rumble. With a loud sound, a grand waterfall descended from inside by Xiang Killer Move. The silver-white waterfall had a grand aura. It crashed into the rigid will at the bottom of Heaven Form Killer Move. Every drop of water in the waterfall was a will. They had the appearance of a sword. The waterfall crashed and created a huge pit, destroying a vast number of wills. After a few breaths of time, the waterfall vanished. A huge lake appeared on the rigid will continent. The water in the lake was flowing with small sword thoughts. Immortal Killer Move, Swordsman. Fang Yuan willed as he used another move. After this move was used, the lake water rippled like it was boiling. Next, warriors jumped out of the lake one after another. They all looked like Fang Yuan. They held swords and slashed at the rigid will. Each attack created a huge ravine. These two moves had a huge origin. They were compound killer moves created by Fang Yuan. Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall used Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo as the core. It contained the profundity of Sword Path. It was far better than using Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo to deal with the rigid will. Meanwhile, the killer move Swordsman contained the profundity of Sword Path and Human Path. This was created by Fang Yuan after he became a Human Path Grandmaster. 2 hours later, suddenly, a crane cry resounded in the whole of Five Xiang's grotto heaven. The sleeping white crane seemed to have woken up from its dream. It stretched its body and spread its wings. It was elegant and calm. I finally grasped heaven form again. Haha, I saved more than half the time compared to the previous life. It seems that it is time to go and find Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan smiled, bright light flashing in his eyes. Good things come in pairs. At this time, he heard Land Spirit of Langya's report. Another luck path rank 6 Immortal Goo was refined. Fang Yuan had not obtained Regret Goo yet. He did not want to advance his Immortal Goo on a large scale. But he had extorted Southern Border's Righteous Path and obtained many Luck Path Immortal materials. He had been refining Luck Path Immortal Goo recently. Immortal Goo were unique. If he succeeded, others would not have a chance. Chapter 1835. According to my memories, it should be here. Fang Yuan stopped at a certain location in immemorial White Heaven. There was nothing here, but according to Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, he knew that Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was here. The Grotto Heaven's entrance was closed. It was hidden in the void. No matter how he looked, he could not find any clues. In the previous life, Fang Yuan relied on Heaven form to discover the existence of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. In this life, he did not need to go through so much trouble. He could directly go to Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's entrance. Go, Heaven form, Fang Yuan willed. Heaven form was a one-legged white crane. Its feathers were pure white like snow. It was untainted by dust. Its long beak was red in color. After it flew out, it immediately flew around the empty space in front of it. Information was transmitted from Heaven form to Fang Yuan's mind. This information was related to Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan soon learned a lot about it. Even though I successfully annexed this Grotto Heaven in the previous life. But in this life, I came rather late. There might be no accidents. If the Celestial Court is making arrangements inside, I will be in deep trouble if I go in. Fang Yuan was very vigilant. After investigating for a long time, he confirmed that Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was still a paradise outside. It did not have any relations with the outside world. Only then did he relax. He started to prepare a killer move that he had prepared. After spending some time, the killer move was ready. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and spat. A gray soul ball shot into the Grotto Heaven with lightning speed. It was so fast that it disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it was just an illusion. The gray soul ball entered Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and charged downwards. Anything that entered Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven would be affected by the Grotto Heaven's myriad beings assimilation transformation killer move. It would turn into a Beast Calamity. The last time Fang Yuan personally attacked this place, he'd suffered such treatment. He transformed into an ox-headed devil god and slaughtered innumerable people, causing corpses to cover the surroundings and blood to flow into rivers. Even though he was invincible at that time, forcefully seizing the Beast Calamity inheritance, he was not acknowledged by the Qilin Heavenly Spirit. He barely obtained Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation and other killer moves. But he did not obtain the Immortal Goo. He only obtained half of the inheritance. Later, when Fang Yuan saw that the battle for the Dragon Palace had broken out in the East Sea, he stopped attacking here and rushed to the East Sea, but he gained nothing. In the end, he still came here and changed his strategy, taking down the Beast Calamity Paradise and devouring it. This was not only inefficient, it wasted a lot of Fang Yuan's time and energy. Fang Yuan even destroyed a lot of the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven that he obtained. Almost all of the Goo Immortals inside were killed by him. This won't do. In this life, Fang Yuan used another method to attack the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. He wanted to obtain the complete Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and recruit the Gu Immortals here, filling up his sovereign immortal aperture and expanding the scale of his subordinates. The gray soul ball descended rapidly from the sky. The influence of myriad beings' assimilation transformation was exerted on it, but on the surface of the soul ball, all sorts of transformation path Dao marks appeared. The transformation path Dao marks continued to decrease, resisting the power of myriad beings' assimilation transformation, maintaining the soul ball's original state. Fang Yuan was outside, using heaven form to observe this scene. The gray soul ball had a limited time. Because it was separated from Fang Yuan, it was like water without a source. Even though it had a lot of transformation path Dao marks, resisting myriad beings' assimilation transformation expended a lot of energy. Not long later, it would be completely destroyed. Without the protection of transformation path Dao marks, the exposed gray soul ball would be turned into a beast calamity by myriad beings' assimilation transformation. It would likely become an ancient soul beast. By then, not only would he expose himself, he would even be hunted down by the Gu Immortals who came after hearing the news. In that case, Fang Yuan's plan would fail. But thankfully, all of this went through Fang Yuan's meticulous planning. Soon, the soul ball landed on the ground and quietly entered a bustling city. It moved through the alleys, sometimes hiding in dark corners. It was fast like a fish in water. Beat him up, bam bam bam. Deep in a small alley, several rich youngsters were beating up a poor person of the same age. The poor youngster had a thin body. His clothes were tattered and he was covered in injuries. His face was swollen from the beating. He could not resist. He could only hug his head and curl up into a ball. Finally, he fainted from the beating. Seeing this, the rich youngsters stopped. "Don't tell me someone died?" No, I was scared to death. This lad is too weak. Such a lad dares to get close to Miss Lin. He did not take our young Master Lin's warning to heart. Humph. Even if he dies, he deserves it. The youngsters were indignant, but they left happily. Good chance. My luck is not bad. The gray soul ball arrived at this place. Its surface rippled. This luck was not an accident. It was Fang Yuan's own luck that affected this place. Seeing that there was no one around, the gray soul ball did not hesitate. It directly shot into the poor youngster's chest, wrapping around his soul. The young man's soul was very weak. He relied on his instincts to resist. But Fang Yuan's gray soul ball was a clone of his desolate soul. It was very powerful. How could a mere mortal soul resist it? Almost instantly, the young man's soul was completely destroyed by the gray soul ball. The gray soul ball quickly expanded, turning into the young man's appearance. It occupied the young man's body, controlled his mind, and had the identity of a native. From today onwards, I am young Jean Budu. That's right. This gray soul ball was none other than the soul path killer move, soul penetration. In the past, Shadow Sect used this move to successfully plant several spies in Langya Blessed Land. Until now, the spy's sixth hair was still alive. The gray soul ball originated from Fang Yuan's desolate soul. It could not be sensed by the land spirit or heavenly spirit. This was the profundity of soul transmission. If not for this, back then, land spirit of Langya would have discovered the secret of Shadow Sect spies long ago. And Fang Yuan modified the foundation of soul penetration, adding many transformation path immortal Gu to it. Thus, the gray soul ball had all sorts of transformation path Dao marks. It could resist the influence of myriad beings' assimilation transformation. However, from now onwards, I have already succeeded in soul penetration. My every action will be sensed by the heavenly spirit. I will have to be careful in the future. Thankfully, after the soul transmigration, I destroyed the young man's soul and seized his memories, allowing me to understand his personal history. Even though the heavenly spirit was unlikely to pay attention to this tiny corner of the mortal world, what if it did? At the next moment, Fang Yuan's clone started his performance. The young man groaned as he slowly opened his eyes. His face showed hatred and helplessness. Damn it! He crawled up with difficulty. He seemed to be gasping from the intense pain from his injuries. Eventually, he held onto the wall of the alleyway as he slowly walked out. Fang Yuan's main body observed for a while. Seeing that this clone was adapting quickly and was in good condition, he stored Heaven form and left. He quickly went to Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. This information path Grotto Heaven was quite troublesome to attack. Fang Yuan's information path attainment was insufficient. There was also a rank 8 information path Gu Immortal guarding the Grotto Heaven. In the previous life, Fang Yuan's attack failed because this rank 8 Gu Immortal blocked his path. He was stuck outside and could not even enter the Grotto Heaven. Like before, Fang Yuan first investigated the situation. There was nothing strange about Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. It was not affected by the ink effect. There were no changes that were disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan instilled his immortal essence and activated Heaven form, forming a path of white light. Such guts! Which evildoer dares to invade my homeland? A righteous voice was heard. Next, an old man with the appearance of a white-robed scholar appeared on the other side of the white light path with rank 8 aura. They came after all. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He opened the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance slightly and let out large numbers of desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts. Heaven form could not transport killer moves by itself. Once Fang Yuan used a killer move, it would destroy the white light path. But the white light path could transport living beings, just like how Fang Yuan used it to invade Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Don't even think about it. The white-robed old man shouted angrily, activating information path offensive methods. All sorts of characters rained down like a storm, killing countless beasts. A few breaths of time later, the white light path collapsed. An immemorial desolate beast was in a miserable state. It had just poked its head in when the path was destroyed. Thus, its head was left in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, while its body was sent to the outside world. No matter who you are, if you want to invade this place, you will have to pay an unimaginable price. The white-robed old man shouted. Fang Yuan smiled, not minding it. He moved to another location and continued to use the same method. But like in the previous life, the white-robed old man arrived quickly and killed all the invading beasts. Fang Yuan changed several locations, but his efforts were all in vain. No matter who you are, with me here, don't even think about it. The white-robed old man's morale was high. Is that so? Fang Yuan sneered, retracting his hand. Chapter 1836. Immemorial White Heaven. Fang Yuan rode random auspicious cloud, flying in the sky. Heaven form white crane followed him, flying in the sky. Random auspicious cloud was Fang Yuan's loot from Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. After some modifications, it was used for movement. But the auspicious cloud's direction did not follow Fang Yuan's will. It followed the profundities of luck path. The auspicious cloud's path was definitely a path with good luck. Random auspicious cloud and heaven form complemented each other. Fang Yuan had benefited from it in his previous life. He found Profound Literature Grotto Heaven and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had already transmigrated to 2 heavens. He had placed his pieces in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. After that, Fang Yuan waited for his pieces to develop while continuing to cultivate and accumulate strength. His Chi Path killer moves were still being familiarized with. He already had the ability to fight against rank 8 Gu Immortals. However, the trump card Unlimited Chi Si killer move was still unfamiliar to Fang Yuan. Other than practicing killer moves, Fang Yuan's main body was still roaming around immemorial White Heaven. He used random auspicious cloud and heaven form to search for more grotto heavens. Up until now, Fang Yuan had no gains. Even though heaven form has a wide range, compared to immemorial White Heaven, heaven form's range is still tiny. But along the way, I have made great gains. I have obtained many rank 8 immortal materials. This is indeed the best path. I have been lucky all along the way. There are many surprises. The time path clone has made some progress in his deductions. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. His main body cultivated bitterly but had no results, while the time path clone had made some progress after this period of accumulation. Another immortal Gu house has been deduced. Great! Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He immediately diverted most of his attention into his immortal aperture, starting to assemble it. Immemorial White Heaven was very dangerous. Immemorial desolate beasts roamed freely. One would often encounter immemorial desolate beast groups. Ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals were very careful when exploring this place. Some rare rank 7 experts would come to immemorial White Heaven to explore and plunder resources. They were all fearful. However, Fang Yuan had the random auspicious cloud, so he had good luck along the way. More importantly, with the protection of the heavens, any danger could be discovered in advance, allowing Fang Yuan to deal with it calmly and easily avoid it. Iron Wall Gu. This was a rank 6 metal path Gu worm. It was the size of an adult's fist and was very heavy. It looked like a rhinoceros beetle, but whether it was its head or back, they were all Fangjing square with almost no curves. Evidently, Iron Wall Gu was a defensive Gu. It came from Lang Yasek's treasury and was being used by Fang Yuan to construct his second Immortal Gu house. Iron Wall Gu was the first to be activated, followed by large numbers of Mortal Gu. There were many types of Mortal Gu, over 3,000 of them. Metal Path and Fire Path Mortal Gu were the most common. Almost all of them were rank 5 Gu. Iron Wall Gu guarded the center point, while the other Mortal Gu revolved around it and flew around it. A black light that resembled ink rippled out of the Mortal Gu, spreading rapidly and enveloping all of the Gu worms, forming a huge black ball of light. The black ball of light floated in the air. Its surface was uneven. The Gu worms inside were flying faster and faster. After reaching a certain speed, the black ball of light's surface became extremely smooth. There were no more bumps. It became very round. At this time, Fang Yuan activated Fire Path Immortal Gu. He activated 3 Fire Path Immortal Gu and a large number of Mortal Gu, forming a fire. The fire was like red weeds. It coiled around the surface of the black ball of light, burning it continuously. An alluring fragrance spread out. Any mortal who smelled it would be immersed in it. They would have endless desires and fantasies, unable to extricate themselves. After burning for several hours, the black ball of light was burned to a dazzling golden color. The previous black color was like the ashes at the bottom of a pot, and it was wiped clean. Fang Yuan maintained the golden ball of light as he stopped activating the fire. He used Water Path Immortal Gu and Wisdom Path Immortal Gu to condense a clear spring. The clear spring water poured on the golden ball of light, giving off a sizzling sound. It was like a layer of cold water was poured on the burning metal ball. But there was no steam. The clear spring water completely fused into the golden ball of light. The golden ball of light's rotation slowed down. The Gu worms inside were like golden meteors, flying around. Their trajectories were profound and complex. It was dazzling to look at, but none of them collided with each other. At this time, Fang Yuan took out a second supplementary Immortal Gu. Food Path Immortal Gu, Cook. It looked like a field turtle. It was quite large, about the size of a basin. It had a triangular head and short antennae. Below the antennae were 2 protruding compound eyes that flickered with golden light. Its body was flat and wide. It was oval in shape. It was dark red in color. It felt like sand when touched. It was very warm. It had 3 pairs of legs. The pair at the front was the strongest. When opened, it was like a pair of thick pincers. Immortal Gu Cook was obtained by Fang Yuan from extorting Southern Border's righteous path. By now, Fang Yuan had basically returned the bodies and souls of the Southern Border immortals. He was exchanging Immortal Gu with the Southern Border clans. Fang Yuan spent an hour before he placed Immortal Gu Cook into the golden ball of light. The golden ball of light expanded to more than double its original size. Fang Yuan's main body was covered in sweat. This was the first difficulty. He had finally passed it. Constructing an Immortal Gu house was not easy. It was many times more difficult than activating killer moves. If the construction failed, not only would the Gu Immortal suffer backlash, the Gu worms involved would also be damaged or even destroyed. Thus, Fang Yuan was very careful and vigilant. Like this, Fang Yuan fused Dog Shit Luck, Chi Luck, Luck Inspection, Connect Luck, Time Luck, and many other Luck Path Immortal Gu into it. His Luck Path Attainment level was Master, and his Formation Path Attainment level was Grandmaster. He had already developed an intuition. Thus, during the construction process, if he felt anything amiss, Fang Yuan would immediately be vigilant and defend against it. Most importantly, His method of constructing the immortal goo house was deduced by the time path clone using the light of wisdom. It was excellent. More than half a month passed in the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan succeeded. The golden ball of light exploded. A brand new immortal goo house appeared. Different from myriad-year flying warship, this immortal goo house was small, about the size of an ordinary basin. It was golden in color, covered in a pure white light. It was indescribably noble. It was a pot. The sides of the pot were as thick as a thumb. The pot's mouth was wide open, but there was nothing inside. Outside the pot, there were 8 dragons. 6 of them were vivid and lifelike, while the remaining 2 were blurry and rough. These 8 dragons had their tails gathered at the bottom of the pot. They coiled around each other and extended downwards, forming 8 claws. The 8 dragon tails were facing east, south, west, north, northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest. Each dragon's claws were attached to the outside of the pot. Their bodies were moving upwards. Their heads were at the edge of the pot, looking into the pot. The dragon eyes were shut, as if they were sleeping. Rank 6 Immortal Goo House, Cooking Luck Pot. Even though it used Rank 7 Immortal Goo, like Food Path Immortal Goo Cook. But the Core Luck Path Immortal Goo were all Rank 6, so this Immortal Goo House's rank was quite low. This Immortal Goo House was recorded in Giant Sun's Self-Luck True Inheritance, and had been modified by Fang Yuan's Time Path clone. Evidently, this was a Luck Path Immortal Goo House. It could not carry Goo Immortals in battle. It was small, but had other uses. In comparison, it was similar to Star Constellation Chessboard. Fang Yuan immediately injected Immortal Essence. Cooking Luck Pot buzzed and turned into a golden light, flying above Fang Yuan's head before vanishing. Even Fang Yuan could not see this Immortal Goo House with his naked eyes. He could only sense its existence in the dark. Of course, it was easy to see it. Fang Yuan willed as he continued to inject Immortal Essence, activating one of Cooking Luck Pot's killer moves. Luck Inspection. There was a change in Fang Yuan's vision. He saw his own luck flowing into Cooking Luck Pot. In a short while, Cooking Luck Pot's luck was filled to the brim. Luck Inspection Immortal Goo is only rank 6, and I have rank 8 cultivation level. This Immortal Goo alone cannot check my luck. Cooking Luck Pot is also only rank 6, so I can only see the luck inside the pot. I cannot see the entirety of my luck. Even so, there was still some luck outside the pot. Fang Yuan could see it. A river-like luck shined brightly on the water surface. It was like a miniature river of time. It was closely connected to Fang Yuan. One end of the river was connected to the luck inside the pot, while the other end extended outwards into the void. This was the luck of Fang Yuan's Time Path clone. The Time Path clone's luck was quite stable, but there was a trace of black chi that was being produced continuously. This was the weakness of Spring-Autumn Cicada. It easily caused bad luck. Every once in a while, Fang Yuan would have to use luck path methods to deal with this. There was also a lump of luck that was like a layer of pink mist. It floated around the pot and revolved around it. This was the luck of Fang Yuan's Dream Path clone. The pink mist was faint and weak. It constantly changed. It was like a layer of faint light. Only after the Dream Path clone advanced to rank 6 could it compare to the Time Path clone's luck. Other than that, there was also the Dragon Man clone's luck. It was like a purple dragon that swam around the pot. Fang Yuan's clone in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was like a bird. It was gray and dull. There was also Fang Yuan's clone in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. His luck was like a flower bud. It was dispirited. The luck of these 2 little clones is a little weak. It seems that the gray soul ball used up a lot of luck. My main body and my clone are separated by a world. There are obstacles. In that case, Fang Yuan willed as he activated Cooking Luck Pot. The temperature inside Cooking Luck Pot rose rapidly. The luck started to boil. The 2 dragons around the pot slowly opened their eyes. They opened their mouths at the same time and breathed into the pot. Immediately, the 2 luck were sucked into the dragons' stomachs. The dragons moved. They turned their heads and breathed out towards the gray sparrow luck and flower bud luck outside the pot. The 2 luck shot out and entered the gray sparrow and flower bud luck. Chapter 1837. Giant Sun Immortal's Self-Luck True Inheritance had already described the profundities of luck in a comprehensive manner. Generally speaking, luck was divided into 7 colors: black, gray, white, red, yellow, green, and purple. There were other colors as well, but they were basically a mixture of these 7 colors. Luck had all sorts of shapes and forms. They were related to the specific person, the specific environment they were in, and their condition. For example, Feng Yuan and his clones' luck shapes and colors were completely different. Feng Yuan had the complete Giant Sun self-luck true inheritance and a portion of Giant Sun all-life luck true inheritance. As long as he looked at the color and shape of these luck, he could know the target's condition and deduce a lot of information. Cooking Luck Pot had Luck Inspection Immortal Goo, Time Luck Immortal Goo, Dog Shit Luck Immortal Goo, Chi Luck Immortal Goo, Connect Luck Immortal Goo, and so on. These Luck Path Goo worms were only the basic abilities of Cooking Luck Pot. This Immortal Goo house's main ability was Cooking Luck. The shape, color, and scale of one's luck represented the current trend of change. For example, if Feng Yuan had a thick black coffin luck now, it would indicate that he was about to die. Feng Yuan could use Cooking Luck Pot to boil this black coffin luck and create a brand new luck from the pot. For example, wealth luck, love luck, and so on. Giant Sun's self-luck true inheritance researched one's own luck and how to change one's luck. And Cooking Luck Pot was the pinnacle creation of this true inheritance. With it, one could boil any kind of luck and turn it into what they wanted. However, I have rank 8 cultivation level now. Cooking Luck Pot is only rank 6. It cannot affect my main body's luck. But my other clones only have rank 7 cultivation level at most. Most of them are mortals. For example, Cooking Luck Pot earlier, the effect should be immediate. After analyzing it for a while, Feng Yuan continued to cultivate and practice his Chi Path killer moves. Cooking Luck Pot naturally had to raise its rank, but Regret Goo was still in the Blue Dragon Whale's Paradise Earth Grotto Heaven. Feng Yuan could order the Hairy Man Goo Immortals to refine rank 6 Luck Path Immortal Goo, but he still lacked the conditions to refine them to rank 7. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Feng Yuan's clone, Zhan Budu, walked slowly. The surroundings were noisy, and the stream of people shuttled back and forth. This is the largest Goo master market in the city. Zhan Budu observed carefully. Right now, his cultivation was only at the first transformation, and he was still too young. Furthermore, he was short of money. He had only come here to gather information and deepen his understanding of the surroundings. Goo masters need resources to cultivate, but I am poor. The most important thing now is to make money. Zhan Budu looked young, but his heart was full of confidence. He was Feng Yuan's split soul. He had the vision of a Goo immortal. It was easy for him to find some mortal Goo masters' methods of making money. However, after carefully observing for a while, a faint layer of bitterness shrouded Zhan Budu's brows. The Goo masters here are called combat beast envoys. Although they also used Goo worms, these Goo worms were used to cultivate beasts, fusing with wild beasts and plants. There are no examples of Goo masters fighting alone. Feng Yuan walked around the market and found that there were very few Goo worms. Most of the shops were selling beast plants. That's true. This Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven is protected by the killer move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. It is very easy for Goo masters to fuse with beasts and plants. If this was the outside world, to achieve the same result, they would have to pay more than 10 times the price. Because fusing with beasts and plants is too easy and has too much of an advantage, orthodox Goo cultivators have already been buried. Of course, this is also related to Beast Calamity Immortal's intention. Beast Calamity Immortal died from his first myriad tribulation. This grotto heaven was managed meticulously by him in the past. He purposely created this situation to facilitate management. After all, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's human population was huge. If Zhan Budu wanted to conquer this place, he naturally could not use orthodox Goo cultivators. He had to do as the Romans do and become a combat beast envoy. Becoming a combat beast envoy was both easy and difficult. The Goo master needed to have a wild beast or plant to fuse with. This was the most basic requirement. Next, he had to go to the Combat Beast Guild and spend money to register as a member. In Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, the Combat Beast Guild was the largest and only super force. If Zhan Budu joined, he would become the lowest level Combat Beast Disciple. Above the Combat Beast Disciple was the core strength of the Combat Beast Guild, Combat Beast Envoys. Above Combat Beast Envoys were Combat Beast Warriors. They had to have Gu Immortal cultivation level and often held the position of City Lord. Above Combat Beast Warriors was the only Combat Beast King. The organizational structure was simple and crude. Jean Budu not only lacked the corresponding Gu worms, he also lacked combat beasts and combat plants. Especially the latter, they were expensive. Jean Budu had gathered enough information and had a plan in mind. According to my plan, I will have enough wealth to buy Gu worms in about a month. In another month, I will be able to purchase the lowest level combat beasts. I will buy the incisor rat first and use it for a period of time. This kind of wild beast is greatly underestimated by the world. It is truly a bargain. With strength, I will be able to join the Combat Beast Guild and use it as a platform to accept missions and rapidly expand my strength. Right at this time, Jean Budu heard a shout, "Watch out above you." He quickly looked up and saw a pitch-black object rapidly falling down from the sky. And higher up in the sky, an old man was controlling a giant bird to descend quickly, wanting to grab that pitch-black object, but it seemed that it was too late. "What is it? Run!" The surrounding people immediately scattered. Jean Budu also quickly moved, hiding under the roof of a shop. Boom! Almost at the next moment, the pitch-black object smashed on the stairs of this shop and shattered. The shattered fragments flew everywhere, causing the surrounding people to wail in pain. Jean Budu was the closest, but surprisingly, he was not injured at all. "This is an egg?" Jean Budu looked at the egg that was as tall as a person and understood. "This aura, it is clearly a desolate beast egg." Just as he was thinking, the eggshell cracked and a cute little eagle came out. The little eagle looked at Jean Budu and chirped, pouncing on Jean Budu and using its tender beak to touch Jean Budu's cheek. "How can this be?" The old man riding on the giant bird landed on the ground, looking at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. "Hello, old grandpa. I am Jean Budu." Jean Budu was knowledgeable and knew that the old man in front of him was a Gu Immortal. He did not dare to be negligent and immediately stood up to greet him. Before the old man spoke, the little eagle that was pushed aside by Jean Budu pounced on Jean Budu and lightly patted Jean Budu's back with its wings. The old man's gaze was extremely complex. He looked at this little eagle and sized up Jean Budu. "Sigh, my partner has been pregnant for over 30 years. She suddenly laid an egg today. This egg landed here coincidentally and hatched into a little arrowtail eagle. The first person that the little eagle saw was you. It treated you as its closest kin." Jean Budu was stunned. He quickly waved his hand. "Old grandpa, I am sorry. I did not do it on purpose." The old Gu Immortal chuckled. "You are Jean Budu? Then I will call you Little Duo Little Du. Don't be nervous. I am not blaming you. In fact, I even need to apologize to you. After all, I almost hit you earlier. It seems that this is all fate's arrangement. If my grandson is still alive, he would be as old as you. Oh, Little Du, are you willing to cultivate with me? You obtained the little arrowtail eagle's recognition. You might become a combat beast warrior in the future." Combat beast warrior? Jean Budu's eyes opened wide. They shined brightly. He had an innocent and excited expression. He clenched his fists. "My greatest dream is to become a combat beast warrior. Old grandpa, can I really do it? Can I really cultivate with you?" The old man laughed loudly. "Oh, Little Du, whether you can become a combat beast warrior or not will depend on your future efforts. But for now, let's go." "Okay, old grandpa." Jean Budu followed the old man and rode on the arrowtail eagle, flying away under everyone's gazes. Heavens, what did I just see? Isn't this young man's luck too good? That old man just now seems to be Mountain Cliff City's city lord. He is Mountain Cliff City's city lord? Oh, I heard that recently, Mountain Cliff City's city lord came to our city to discuss something important with our city lord. The surrounding crowd went into an uproar. Their discussions became louder and louder. Who is that young man? I think he's called Jean Budu. How can he be so lucky? Sigh, why wasn't it me just now? If I knew it would be like this, I would have squeezed him out. What the heck? Jean Budu's clothes are shabby. He is obviously a poor kid. I didn't expect him to be fancied by a combat beast warrior. This is like a salted fish rising to the sky in one go. He even got the little arrowtail eagle's approval. That is an immortal beast. An immortal beast. Yes, compared to an immortal beast, all the beasts and plants in the market are trash. They can't even compare to its bird poop. Some people were so angry that they stomped their feet. They were filled with regret. Why didn't they grab this rare opportunity just now? Some people's eyes were wide open. Their eyeballs were red. Some people were shouting, spittle flying everywhere. Profound literature grotto heaven. A poetry meeting was being held. The famous great scholar looked at the students sitting in the hall and smiled. Lu Town is indeed full of literature. I see that all the students in the hall are brimming with a scholarly aura. Looks like Brother Zhang's teaching is quite fruitful. Brother Shun is too kind. These students of mine are shallow. They are not worth mentioning. It's already their good fortune that they were able to watch our literary battle, Teacher Zhang of the private school said modestly. Great Scholar Shen pressed his hands together and said, Brother Zhang, we are evenly matched. We might as well stop here. Next, why don't you choose 3 students to present poems? Let me appreciate the literary talent of the younger generation. How about it? All right. Teacher Jiang thought for a while, then nodded in agreement. Instantly, the eyes of the students below the stage lit up. This was a rare opportunity, with 2 great scholars on the stage. No matter how good the poem was, as long as they appeared on the stage, their name would spread far and wide. The drums began to beat. Choose me, pass it over to me. Sigh. The drums have stopped. Who took the red flower? Please come up and present a poem. Great Scholar Shen opened his eyes and smiled. Chapter 1838. Student Li Xiaobai greets teachers. Li Xiaobai walked up the stage politely. Great Scholar Shen looked at him with a smile as he nodded. Meanwhile, Teacher Zhang asked, Xiaobai, do you have a poem? There was a trace of worry in Teacher Zhang's brows. This Li Xiaobai's intelligence was mediocre. I hope he had accumulated some knowledge. Otherwise, with his usual standard, he would be disappointing. It was fine if he was disappointing normally. But now, it was in front of Great Scholar Shen. Especially the first half of the literary battle, it was already brilliant. It would definitely be famous. If it lost its luster later on, even if the world knew of Teacher Zhang's talent, they would laugh at him for not being a wise teacher. Teacher, I do have a poem, Li Xiaobai answered with a confident expression. Then recite it for me. Mr. Zhang was slightly relieved. In this profound literature grotto heaven, it was not an ordinary place. The literary atmosphere was extremely flourishing. Because as long as one made a good poem, even if no one praised them, heaven and earth would reward them. Thus, the knowledge of writing poems was very important. It was related to people's livelihood, status, reputation, and future. Normally speaking, most scholars would accumulate some good words. Even if they could not form a poem, they would hide them at the bottom of their chests, waiting to be supplemented in the future. There were also many scholars who made good poems, but did not publicize them. It was to hide their strength and deal with the frequent literary battles. In such an environment, it was not surprising that Li Xiaobai hid poems. Li Xiaobai had already considered it. I have a lot of poems in my memory. There are many peerless poems that have spread far and wide on earth. After being polished by time, they have become even more dazzling. But it is not appropriate to use these peerless poems. This grotto heaven is an information path environment. It is best at gathering information, especially to observe literary aura and talent. Almost everyone knows such methods. It is just that there are differences in their abilities. I am lacking in literary aura and talent. Before my soul transmigrated, I was an ordinary student. If I rashly make a peerless poem, not only will it not convince people, it will also attract suspicion and investigation. Even if I explain that I did not write it, it would be too late. You will be labeled as dishonest, and in this world, you will be despised and even spurned. In order to attack profound literature's paradise, Fang Yuan had already deduced many plans to deal with various situations. Li Xiaobai's clone did not have enough scholarly aura and talent. It was not Fang Yuan's main body's talent. He only brought a little. However, in Li Xiaobai's memories, There were a large number of famous poems. Other than those from Earth, there were also Fang Yuan's works. Immediately, Li Xiaobai chose one of them and recited it. Teacher Jiang secretly let out a breath of turbid air. This poem was written neatly and had substance. It was barely enough for today's literary duel. What? He's not that great. I have been classmates with Li Xiaobai for 3 years. Today, he has outperformed himself. Haha. Isn't that perfect? With his poem as a foil, the next 2 lucky people will be blessed. The students below the stage became more and more lively. Li Xiaobai's poem was suitable for his identity, but among his classmates, there were many people who were more outstanding than him, especially some of the students who had stored many poems in their hearts. They had racked their brains and carved out these poems. It would be overkill to use them in other situations, but now it was suitable. When the drum sounded again, the red flower started to move. These elite students became restless, their eyes shining brightly. The drum stopped. Most of the students were disappointed. Why is it not me? Then, their eyes turned red. Why is it him again? The red flower was on Li Xiaobai's table. Li Xiaobai was also very surprised. Rules cannot be broken. Please come up again. Great scholar Shen shook his head and laughed. Teacher Jiang became worried again. With Li Xiaobai's attainments and foundation, he had already outperformed himself earlier, this time. But Li Xiaobai recited another poem. This poem was of the same level as the previous one. Teacher Jiang relaxed. He looked at Li Xiaobai with a gentler gaze. It seems that this student of mine, even though he is not talented, he is hard-working. That's why he accumulated 2 poems. These 2 poems should be his own creation. With his standard, it is not easy to create them. Li Xiaobai did not embarrass him. This made Teacher Jiang very happy. The last candidate. The first 2 chances were given to Li Xiaobai. Sigh. What a waste. If I go up, I will definitely impress the 2 of you. But I am not the one. The 3rd chance. I wonder who will get it? If it is not me, then I hope it won't be those few. The students could not sit still anymore. They had different thoughts in their minds. They were no longer calm. The drum started. The students looked at the red flower. Many of them had red eyes. Pass it to me. Pass it to me. Sigh. It's gone again. I hope that the drum can last longer, and it will be my turn. Dong. The drum stopped abruptly. Great scholar Shen opened his eyes and smiled. Who will it be this time? He was stunned. A strange expression appeared on his face as he pointed at the last lucky person. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why is it you again? Li Xiaobai took the flower and went up the stage with a bitter expression. He first bowed to the 2 gentlemen on the stage, then cupped his fists and apologized to the students below the stage. Fellow students, I am not trying to snatch it away. I have gone up the stage 3 times today. This is more of a shock than a pleasant surprise to me. I know that all of you are more talented than me, but I have recited poems 3 times. I am truly ashamed. Originally, his fellow students were shocked and angry, but after hearing Li Xiaobai's words and looking at his expression, the anger in their hearts dissipated. Not just that, a portion of them felt pity for this Li Xiaobai. After all, Li Xiaobai's talent and literary aura were inferior to theirs. Wouldn't he be suffering if he went up the stage? Your luck is really amazing. Forget it. Recite a poem. Teacher Jiang scolded with a smile. Li Xiaobai recited another poem. It was still mediocre, but the last line of the poem had a highlight. Even though this highlight was small, it raised the level of the entire poem. Not only did the great scholar Shen laugh and praise this line, even Teacher Jiang was a little surprised. The last line of your poem seems to have some new ideas. How did you conceive it? Li Xiaobai smiled bitterly. Teacher, I dare not hide anything from you. There were only 3 lines in this poem. The last line was just now. I thought of it in a moment of desperation. To think that it caught the eyes of the 2 sirs, I am truly surprised. Teacher Jiang was stunned before laughing loudly. Great scholar Shen shook his head. Li Xiaobai, you are quite honest? It turned out that he had secretly used a method to inspect Li Xiaobai's literary aura, talent aura, and many other information. He found that they were all mediocre. It is just a flash of inspiration. It is not rare to have some performance that exceeds one's standard. Great scholar Shen did not have any doubts. Teacher Jiang looked at Li Xiaobai in a new light. He looked at Li Xiaobai with a completely new gaze, thinking, even though Li Xiaobai's poems are average, I can see that he has been working hard. That is why he has 3 poems. He can still perform on the spot and have a flash of inspiration. It shows that he has potential. But what I admire the most is what he said on the 3rd stage. He apologized to his classmates. This shows that he is proficient in human relations. Proficient in human relations is an essay. This is not bad. Wait a minute. Teacher Zhang suddenly thought, this literary duel will definitely become famous in the world. I'm already famous in the world, so it is fine. But Li Xiaobai will also become famous because of this. It would be fine if there were 3 students, but all 3 opportunities helped him. This way, he will become everyone's target. This time, Brother Shin and I fought to a draw. No one will find me in a literary duel for the time being. But this does not stop some despicable people from finding my students to suppress me. But Li Xiaobai was just an ordinary student. Teacher Zhang frowned. He made up his mind on the spot. After I return, I must nurture Li Xiaobai, secretly give him special treatment. In this literary duel, everyone in the world will know that Li Xiaobai is my student. Even though I have many students, he is the only famous one. In the future, as long as Li Xiaobai is mentioned, he will definitely mention me. I'm bound to him now, so I have to nurture him well. Otherwise, Teacher Zhang felt immense pressure. He decided that no matter how much effort and price he had to spend, he had to carve Li Xiaobai up. Even if he was a piece of rotten wood, he had to carve him up to look like a piece of jade. Central Continent, Feihe Mountain. Gu Lu Ru stopped his killer move. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and let out a breath of air. It's done. I have already adjusted his immortal aperture's time to the limit. Calamities and tribulations will be very frequent. Thank you for your trouble. Qin Dingling smiled at the side. She looked at the unconscious Gu Yu Fangzheng and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What is it? Gu Lu Ru asked in confusion. Qin Dingling said, I am using a killer move to inspect luck. I found that after your killer move took effect, Fangzheng's luck suddenly changed again. His luck was originally like a mountain, lush and green. Fangzheng was upright, but now it has become, a strange shape that looks like a pot lid. Gu Lu Ru was even more confused. What kind of omen is this? Qin Dingling shook her head. She was also troubled. I can't figure it out in the short term. 2 months later, a piece of news made Fang Yuan's main body stop his secluded cultivation, which was rare. You finally found out the exact location of Dragon Palace? Chapter 1839. In the blue sea, waves surged. As the tides rose and fell, seagulls flew around. Plop. With a splash, a Gu immortal dived into the water, diving down. 1,000 feet, 1,000 feet, 100,000 feet. The sea here was extremely deep. There were many ferocious sea beasts here. After 100,000 feet, immemorial-level sea beasts started to appear. Of course, there were many precious treasures too. Eastern Sea's resources are truly the best in the 5 regions. The Gu immortal sighed as he dived deeper. After traveling more than 1,000,000 zhang, a gorgeous dreamscape appeared in the boundless dark sea. As the Gu immortal got closer, the dream realm expanded in his vision. By the time he arrived at the dream realm, it was already as big as a hill. Dragon Palace should be here. The Gu immortal had a heated gaze. He had a muscular body and a handsome face. He had a high-nosed bridge and firm lips. He had golden dragon scales on his body. He had a pair of amber dragon eyes and a pair of golden coral-like dragon horns on his forehead. It was Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone. Fang Yuan knew that Dragon Palace was in Eastern Sea, but he did not know its exact location in the previous life. In the previous life, when Duke Long brought Feng Kim Hong to try to subdue Dragon Palace, they were obstructed by the 4 dragon generals. Thus, a battle erupted, Dragon Palace flew into the sky and tore through the sky. Duke Long chased after it, causing a huge commotion. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals all came over. At this time, news spread throughout the 5 regions. Fang Yuan had just finished taking down Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. He was moved and went to Eastern Sea to join in the fun. In the end, he was discovered. He did not gain anything. But in the River of Time, a second stone lotus island appeared. Fang Yuan made a crucial decision. He gave up on Dragon Palace and chased after the second red lotus true inheritance on the stone lotus island. However, even though he ruined the celestial court's plans, Feng Jiuge used the winds of assimilation and destroyed the stone lotus island. This led to the celestial court obtaining the Dragon Palace and suppressing it in the hidden Dragon Cave. The Eastern Sigu immortals were unwilling to lose. This led to another crucial battle in the Central Continent Battle, Hidden Dragon Cave. Ever since Feng Yuan was reborn, the Dragon Palace had long been part of his plans. He had started making arrangements a long time ago, continuously gathering information and making deductions in this area. He had circled out a rough area. Next, he sent his subordinates to Eastern Sea to investigate secretly. Feng Yuan didn't know where the Dragon Palace was originally located, but his hard work paid off. He found the Dragon Palace in this period of time. The Dragon Man avatar checked the surroundings and discovered that there were no immemorial desolate beasts lingering around. Everything was safe. The Mortal Killer move, pure dream reality seeker transformation. He was very straightforward, immediately using a killer move to target this dream realm. His choice was the same as the previous life's Duke Long. He wanted to separate the dream realm and directly attack the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. And in the sky above the sea, Feng Yuan's main body was hidden in the clouds, protecting the Dragon Man avatar. On the other hand, he was letting the Dragon Man avatar probe first. If there were any accidents, Feng Yuan's main body would be able to quickly leave and retreat safely. After all, Feng Yuan was not too clear about the details of the Dragon Palace incident. This was different from when he planned the battle in the River of Time, or when he obtained Tao Zhu's true inheritance. What if the Celestial Court ambushed him? Even if there was no ambush, Dragon Palace itself was very dangerous. Because it had Dream Path offensive killer moves, Feng Yuan was very wary of this. Pure dream reality seeker physique bodies appeared from the dream realm one after another. The Dragon Man avatar's progress was quite smooth. But this dream realm was too huge. At this speed, it would take several days and nights to form. Not to mention anything else, just this dreamland alone is a huge fortune. In the previous life, when it fell into the hands of the Celestial Court could not make use of it. Now that it is in my hands, it is different. Feng Yuan's main body could clearly see the situation in the deep sea. A moment later, Feng Yuan raised his head to look above him. After activating his luck path method, he saw that cooking luck pot above his head. This pot was floating in the air above his head. It was slightly moving up and down, like it was floating in water. Feng Yuan could not observe his own luck, but he could observe the Dragon Man avatar's situation. He saw that beside cooking luck pot, the purple luck dragon that corresponded to the Dragon Man avatar was coiled in the air, not moving at all. It tried to open its mouth. It had an uneasy expression as it looked around vigilantly. Around it, wisps of black chi were rapidly condensing into balls of black clouds. This black cloud luck indicates the possibility of death. Looks like the Dragon Man avatar is in danger of dying. Feng Yuan frowned. He immediately started to calculate. In this life, according to the time, I should have discovered the Dragon Palace much earlier than the Celestial Court in the previous life, so I should have acted earlier. Now it seems that I was indeed the first to act. But this process is progressing slowly, but in the next few days, there will be a bad change. In just a short while, the black clouds became denser. They surrounded the purple dragon from all directions, as if they wanted to bury it and drown it. Feng Yuan immediately activated Cooking Luck Pot. The dragon carvings around Cooking Luck Pot started to move. It swallowed the black cloud luck into its stomach, then spat it back into the pot. The wok began to boil the black cloud fate energy, and then it boiled, turning it into beneficial fate energy. This luck was then swallowed by the dragon carvings, then spat out towards the purple dragon. With such help, the purple dragon became more spirited and full of fighting spirit. Even though the black clouds were still dense and did not change much, the purple dragon was eager to try it out. Feng Yuan saw this and gasped lightly, thinking, even though this Cooking Luck Pot is only rank 6, it is the peak crystallization of Giant Sun's self-luck true inheritance. It can control the luck of rank 6 Gu immortals. It can even affect rank 7 Gu immortals. Right now, My Dragoman avatar has rank 7 cultivation level after being nurtured by me. Thus, it is normal for it to affect the purple dragon. But this black cloud luck. Fang Yuan frowned slightly, saying, this black cloud luck is barely affected by me. It is at least a rank 8 level danger. But looking at the purple dragon's expression, this black cloud luck seems to have some sort of attraction to it. Dragons rise with wind and rain, and this black luck is in the form of clouds. It seems that this problem is not only dangerous for the Dragoman avatar, it also contains a huge fortuitous encounter. Of course, this was under the premise that Fang Yuan's main body did not move. Once Fang Yuan's main body moved, the luck would change drastically. Because Fang Yuan was not an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal, once he made a move, there would be a huge change in the situation. Sigh, it is a pity that I cannot observe my main body's luck. The self-luck true inheritance has the killer move luck inspection from rank 1 to rank 9. But my luck inspection immortal Gu is only rank 6. Even if I use it to form a killer move, I can only use the profundity of the killer move itself to barely observe the luck of a rank 7 Gu immortal. Fang Yuan already had cooking luck pot. He used luck inspection immortal Gu as the core and placed it inside. Thus, he did not need to use any luck inspection killer move. As long as he used cooking luck pot, he could observe the Dragonman avatar's luck. Cooking luck pot's rank is still too low. In the future, not only will I need to raise the rank of the immortal Gu, I will also need to infuse the profundity of the all living beings' luck true inheritance into it so that it can influence other people and objects. Fang Yuan planned to himself. Right now, even though Fang Yuan could use cooking luck pot to help his avatar, both the avatar and the main body were one person. Thus, he could only help himself. That was the range of the self-luck true inheritance. It did not extend to all living beings' luck. Fang Yuan sensed the danger that the Dragonman avatar was in. He did not move for now. On one hand, he monitored it. On the other hand, he continued to activate cooking luck pot. Even though it did not have much help to the purple dragon luck and had little effect on the black cloud luck, even if it was a drop in the bucket, it would accumulate and be worth looking forward to. There was a saying, having something was better than nothing. The Dragonman avatar naturally received the information from the main body. He continued to transform dream realms. Like this, after a day and a half, 4 Eastern Sea Gu immortals arrived. From the east was a young man in a white robe. He had a handsome face. He was Yang Zihe. From the west was an old woman with a hunched back. She had deep wrinkles on her face. The wrinkles were in a strange pattern. They formed into purple venomous python markings that extended from her face to her arms and her entire body. It was Granny Rome. From the north was a Gu immortal with a muscular body. His triangular eyes shined with cold light. It was Miao. From the south was a Gu immortal wearing a black robe. His face could not be seen. He was silent. He floated like a ghost. He was filled with Yin energy. His name was Zhang Yin. 4 rank 8 Gu immortals? It's them. Fang Yuan's main body did not move, because he saw some clues from the Dragonman avatar's luck. At this time, the little purple dragon's luck was completely surrounded by a thick and dense black cloud. It was impossible for it to break through. And within this black cloud luck, there was a slight change. From the east, there was the sound of surging water, as if there was a river hidden inside. From the west, a purple venomous python could be vaguely seen. The dark clouds in the north condensed into the shape of a mountain, while the dark clouds in the south were even more serene and serene, spinning into a black hole. There is something strange about these 4 rank 8 Gu immortals. Their luck is a portion of the black cloud. Did they form an alliance? Fang Yuan did not know that they were the 4 dragon generals of Dragon Palace, because in the previous life, Fang Yuan did not have any relevant information. But soon, he found out. These 4 rank 8 Gu immortals saw the Dragonman avatar. Their cold and solemn expressions softened. It is a Dragonman indeed. And you have rank 7 cultivation level. You are qualified to participate in the test. These dream realms are your test. Only by passing them can you obtain the Dragon Spirit's recognition and become the Dragon Palace Lord. Quickly return these dream realms. Explore the dream realms according to the rules and take the test. Otherwise, we, the 4 dragon generals, will make sure you suffer. The 4 Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals spoke one after another. As they spoke, they revealed their Dragonman identities. Chapter 1840. The Dragonman clone's action of plundering the Dream Realm attracted the 4 Dragon Generals. If it was a human Gu immortal, the 4 Dragon Generals would attack together, but Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone was a true Dragonman. Be it the body or the soul, they were both flawless. The 4 Dragon Generals thus revealed their identities. This secret made Fang Yuan secretly shocked. In his previous life, he only saw Bai Ningbing controlling Dragon Palace and Dizongxing at the final moment. He did not see the 4 Dragon Generals. So these 4 rank 8 Gu immortals were actually Dragon Palace's servants. They were subdued by Dragon Palace and became Dragon Generals. The situation here is quite complicated. Should I make a move personally? Thoughts moved rapidly in Fang Yuan's mind as he deduced. With his current strength, he had a high chance of dealing with these 4 rank 8 Gu immortals. Fang Yuan's strongest methods were Qi Path methods, ignoring everything else. Just the number of Qi Path Dao marks he had left these 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s in the dust. But they are rank 8 Gu immortals after all. I can win or even kill them, but there will be a huge commotion. I cannot win quickly. Referring to the battle between Duke Long and these 4 in my previous life, the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace has its own intelligence. It can fly away on its own. If I attack forcefully, I might end up in the same situation as Duke Long in my previous life. Fang Yuan immediately deduced the most likely scenario. He came here to secretly take Dragon Palace. If he caused such a huge commotion and exposed his rank 8 cultivation level and Qi Path strength, it would not fit with his original plan. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan looked at Cooking Luck Pot above him. The purple dragon luck around Cooking Luck Pot was completely covered by the black clouds, but it was grinning excitedly. It was about to move. Especially in this black cloud, there were traces of azure purple qi that could be vaguely seen. These wisps of azure purple fate energy are indescribably precious and wonderful. They represent the possibility of the Dragonman clone becoming the master of the Dragon Palace. The Dragonman clone only has rank 7 cultivation level. The 4 Dragon Generals are all rank 8. They did not discover me. There is little chance of them deceiving me. If the Dragonman clone follows the rules and explores the Dream Realm and passes the test, not only will he obtain Duke Long, he will also obtain the battle strength of these 4 rank 8 Gu immortals. It seems that this Dragon Palace is definitely an enslavement path immortal Gu house. To be able to enslave 4 rank 8 battle strengths at the same time, truly amazing. According to the information from my previous life, I still have plenty of time. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan decided that his main body would not move, and let his avatar try to explore the dream and participate in the test. This was undoubtedly a plan that maximized the benefits. Having received the main body's request, the Dragonman clone immediately returned the dreamscape. This action caused the expressions of the 4 great Dragon Generals to ease up considerably. Among them, Granny Ronk said, "To participate in Dragon Palace's test, your body and soul must enter the Dream Realm together. Only by having the courage to stake everything on this gamble will you be qualified to become the Dragon Palace Lord." The Dragonman clone's expression changed slightly, but considering that the main body was watching from above, he nodded and entered the Dream Realm. Once he entered the dream, he fell into deep darkness. Wu Shuai, wake up, wake up. Someone beside him pushed the Dragonman clone. The Dragonman clone opened his eyes and saw a young Dragonman girl. She was pure and cute. She had a helpless expression as she said, "Why did you fall asleep again? Everyone is waiting for you. Don't forget, today is the day we agreed to duel with Vice Chen and Zhang Shuang." "So I am Wu Shuai. I have rank 3 Gu Master Cultivation level." The Dragonman clone immediately inspected his own situation. Let's go, let's go." The young Dragonman girl could not wait any longer. Seeing that Fang Yuan opened his eyes, she immediately dragged him and ran. They sprinted along the way and arrived at a drill ground. There were already 2 groups of people in the drill ground. They were in the east and west direction. They were facing each other clearly. The group in the west were all human youngsters. There were both males and females. The 2 leaders had the arrogance of youngsters. The group in the east were all Dragonman youngsters. They were much fewer in number, and without a leader, they were being suppressed by the human youngsters. They were at a disadvantage. Seeing that Fang Yuan appeared, the Dragonman youngsters became excited. Some cheered while others blamed Fang Yuan for being late. Wu Shuai, you finally dared to show yourself? I thought you were too timid to participate in the duel. One of the two young men leading the group from the human tribe yelled. The young Dragonman girl who had been dragging Fang Yuan over immediately retorted. Vice Chun, don't be arrogant. Now that Wu Shuai is here, he will definitely beat the crap out of you. Enough nonsense, Wu Shuai. Make your move. This time, I, Zhang Shuang, will definitely wash away the humiliation of losing to you last time. The other young Gu master stood up. He was clearly an impatient person. He could not wait to challenge Wu Shuang. Wait. Fang Yuan waved his hand, delaying for time. Since it is a duel, what are the stakes? He said as he sized up the drill ground. The drill ground's layout was extraordinary. It was actually an immortal Gu formation. This meant that he was in a very important place. Since there was an immortal formation, he was definitely in the territory of a super force. And Fang Yuan's current location was also an important location of this super force. An immortal formation could be set up in a drill ground. This was not an ordinary level of importance. Looking at the attire of both sides, they were similar. They were clearly from the same sect. This duel seems to be a competition between youngsters. The youngsters here have at least rank 2 cultivation level. Looking at their appearances, they have probably just started cultivating. They are really talented. The one with the highest cultivation level is me. There are also the young human leaders Vice Qin and Zhang Shuang. They have rank 3 cultivation level. They are all young geniuses. Below them is the Dragonman girl who dragged me here. She has rank 2 peak stage cultivation level. Commander Wu, don't look down on me. I have already brought the stakes. Look, Vice Qian said as he solemnly took out a Gu worm from his pocket. Fang Yuan took a look. It was a rank 5 Gu. It was called Commander Gu. Commander Gu had the appearance of a sawtooth tree. It was a longhorn beetle. The longhorn beetle's body was long and cylindrical. Its back was slightly flat. There were 2 long feelers on its head. This Commander Gu was the same. Its body was like green jade. It had a pair of long feelers that were 10 times longer than its body. They were like 2 long red ropes. The Dragonman clone was slightly shocked. Fang Yuan had many immortal Gu. He did not care about mortal Gu. But this Commander Gu was different. Even though it was a mortal Gu, it was a human path Gu worm. It had enslavement path effects. It had appeared briefly in Central Continent before vanishing. According to the rumors, Commander Gu's effect was very good, and there were many other similar Gu worms that complemented it in a complete set. The Dragonman clone's attainment level was interlinked with Fang Yuan's main body. Fang Yuan's main body had Human Path Grandmaster and Enslavement Path Master attainment level. The Dragonman clone was the same. As long as one had Master attainment level, they would have the corresponding intuition. At this moment, the Dragonman clone had a feeling. As long as I pass this dream realm, I will be able to obtain Commander Gu's recipe. No wonder my luck little purple dragon is so eager. This enslavement path dream realm is truly my fortuitous encounter. Thinking of this, the Dragonman clone became even more excited. While running here earlier, he had already investigated how many Gu worms Wu Shuang had, what they were. He had some preparations regarding the methods he could use. But he did not know how to make the bet. Immediately, Fang Yuan smiled. In that case, come at me. I will let you go first. You can make the first move. Zhang Shuang was mocked like this. Anger appeared on his young face. All right, Wu Shuang, since you are so arrogant and look down on me, I will grant you your wish. He took out more than 10 yuan stones and scattered them on the ground of the drill ground. The drill ground was an immortal formation. When the yuan stones landed on the ground, it was like falling into water. They were immediately devoured by the ground. Next, ants started to crawl out of the ground. Zhang Shuang stared with wide-open eyes, using his method to enslave these ants. The Dragonman clone was shocked. These are not ordinary ants. There are natural markings on their backs. They form human characters. Are they army ants that are being transported? Dragonmen were not born naturally. They were a man-made variant human race. Army ants and dragonmen were similar in nature. They were not born naturally. They were created by Gu immortal great experts. These army ants were created by enslavement path Gu masters. To a large extent, they could alleviate the problem of feeding them. A small number of army ants could be used for daily training, while a large number of army ants could form an ant tide. They were also very powerful. Zhang Shuang had great strength. He soon enslaved more than 10 yellow ants. At this time, new ants crawled out of the ground. They were slightly larger than the previous ones. They were black in color. Zhang Shuang was overjoyed. He quickly shifted his attention and started to enslave these black ants. The yellow ants had natural words on them, worker. The black ants also had natural markings on them, soldier. Seeing this, the Dragon Man youngsters were anxious. The Dragon Man girl beside Fang Yuan shook Fang Yuan's arm. Brother Wu Shuang, quickly start. If you lose this duel, you'll have to lose your vital goo. The other party is shameless. He already has more than 10 worker ants and 3 soldier ants. All right. Fang Yuan smiled and sat cross-legged on the ground, concentrating on the ants on the ground. He activated a killer move that used his sight to enslave the ants. It was extremely effective. In a few breaths' time, dozens of ants on the ground gathered around Fang Yuan. Among them, there were worker ants and soldier ants. With this result, he immediately surpassed Zhang Shuang. The human youngsters gasped in shock. The Dragon Man youngsters were stunned before they cheered excitedly. Zhang Shuang looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. When he saw that there were more and more ants in front of Fang Yuan, there were several times his number. His face turned pale as paper. I lost, Zhang Shuang said straightforwardly. But what killer move did you use? The killer move was exquisite and powerful. Most importantly, Fang Yuan's soul foundation was very strong. It far surpassed mortal Gu masters, not to mention this youngster. Fang Yuan did not know either. He had just created it. He avoided the topic. Since you lost, what are the stakes? Zhang Shuang snorted coldly, handing command Gu to Fang Yuan before turning around and leaving. Chun Fu had a dark expression. He left behind some harsh words before leaving. Wu Shuai, to think that you are so insidious. You secretly refined a powerful enslavement path killer move. Don't be too pleased. We will get back at you sooner or later. Yay! We won, Wu Shuai. You are amazing. As expected of Wu Shuang. Haha, so funny. Zhang Shuang and Qin Fu's expressions were really unsightly earlier. Fang Yuan smiled. He was about to reply to the excited youngsters around him, but he saw that these youngsters' eyes were wide open. Their expressions and movements froze as they looked behind Fang Yuan. Father, they said in a soft voice. Fang Yuan turned around and saw Dragon Man Gu Immortal staring at him with a dark gaze. Chapter 1841. After taking a closer look, the Dragon Man clone realized. Even though the person in front of him was a Dragon Man Gu Immortal, he was not Duke Long. He only looked similar. Even so, this person is likely to have a close relationship with Duke Long. I wonder if he is the father of my identity? Fang Yuan was thinking when this Dragon Man Gu Immortal walked in front of him. Wu Shuai, you have guts. How many times have I told you not to cause trouble? Don't provoke them. But you actually beat them again this time. Do you know that Zhang Shuang and Chen Fu are the direct descendants of our sect's supreme elders? The Dragon Man Gu Immortal who resembled Duke Long had a solemn expression. His gaze was spewing fire. The Dragon Man youngsters who were laughing earlier were silent. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. They lowered their heads and looked at their feet. It could be seen that their father had high prestige in their hearts. He was very strict in disciplining them. Fang Yuan could not confirm the true identity of this Dragon Man Gu Immortal. He could only imitate the other Dragon Man youngsters, lowering his head in silence. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal was furious. He stretched out his hand and knocked on the back of Fang Yuan's head. He used so much force that Fang Yuan almost tumbled. Fang Yuan staggered. He took a step forward and stabilized his body. Wu Shuai, come with me. Come to my study room and kneel as punishment. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal snorted coldly, turning around and leaving. Fang Yuan turned around and looked at the Dragon Man youngsters. They were all looking at Fang Yuan with expressions of pity, guilt, and joy. It seems that I can only follow this Dragon Man Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He lowered his head and followed. After just a few steps, The world around him suddenly changed. At the next moment, Fang Yuan was in a study room. The study room was huge. There were beautiful and exquisite flower vases. The study table was 10 feet long. The table was wide. There were brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones on it. At the center was a half-written banner. There were only 3 words, Long Xing Tian. This Dragonman Gu immortal is called Long Xing Tian? No, judging from the length and the blank space at the back, there's obviously one more word. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Right at this moment, a stern reprimand resounded in his ears. Unfilial son, quickly kneel down for your father. Fang Yuan raised his head and saw that the Dragonman Gu immortal was standing behind the table, staring at him with a grim and cold expression. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and thought to himself, if you had said that earlier, I would have known about our relationship. Immediately, he knelt on the ground with a thud. The Dragonman Gu immortal was stunned for a moment before smiling coldly. Your attitude towards admitting your mistake has improved quite a bit. I wouldn't dare. Father's teachings are reasonable. I'm still young and ignorant, so I can't fully understand Father's painstaking efforts. I hope Father can forgive me. Fang Yuan immediately replied perfunctorily, but his expression was very appropriate, giving people a feeling of sincerity. The Dragonman Gu immortal was stunned again. He laughed even more coldly. He looks obedient on the surface, but he's arrogant on the inside. He actually dares to patronize his father. You deserve a beating. Saying so, he picked up the paperweight on the table and slammed it on Fang Yuan's back. This paperweight was made of metal. It was long and had straight edges. It was thick and heavy. It was originally placed on the 2 sides of the banner to make it flat. The large paperweight on the table was about the size of a normal door plaque. One could see the specifications of this paperweight. This paperweight hit Fang Yuan's back, causing intense pain. Fang Yuan's soul foundation fell by a huge amount. And Fang Yuan could not resist. In this dream realm, he was not the Dragonman Gu immortal's match. But Fang Yuan was also very crafty. Following the force of the hit, he fell to the ground with a plop, his forehead hitting the floor with a dull thud. He groaned as he straightened his upper body, gritting his teeth as the pain was unbearable, but he was trying his best to endure it. The Dragonman Gu immortal was his father after all. Seeing this, he could not help but feel some emotions. Did I hit him too hard earlier? Sigh. He heaved a long sigh as he sat on the chair, looking at his son who was kneeling on the ground. He said deeply, Wu Shuai, you are my most outstanding son. Your talent in enslavement path is extremely rare. I nurtured you and taught you. It was to make you a great person. But you threw all my teachings to the back of your head. How many times have I told you not to argue with those people? You are a genius. Your foresight far surpasses people of the same age. I have already told you about the current situation. The sex higher-ups are becoming increasingly dissatisfied with our Dragonman race's growth. Even though I am a supreme elder, I seem to be very powerful, but I am being ostracized all the time. Even though you won against Qin Fu and Zhang Shuang, you must have angered the Gu immortals behind them. These human Gu immortals will not give me a good attitude. They will be even harsher towards the Dragonman race. You won against them, but you harmed the benefits of the Dragonman race. You even intensified the conflict in the sect. You are too reckless. You never think of the consequences before doing anything. You have truly disappointed me. I hit you for your own good, for the Dragonman race, for the peace and stability of the sect. Do you understand my efforts? Fang Yuan was about to say I understand, but seeing the Dragonman Gu immortal's gaze, his heart shook. The Dragonman Gu immortal's gaze seemed gentle, but there was a trace of coldness hidden deep within. Only someone as experienced as Fang Yuan could see this clearly. At once, Fang Yuan became extremely vigilant. He thought rapidly as all sorts of clues flashed in his mind. In this dream realm exploration, even though his main body was protecting him, his soul and body were both inside the dream. There was no chance of failure. If he failed once, he would lose the qualifications to become the Dragon Palace Lord. In fact, he might even die. Of course, his main body would not ignore it. But if he made a move, he would end up in the same situation as Duke Long in his previous life. The commotion would be too huge. For the greatest benefits, Fang Yuan was willing to take this risk, He had to be even more careful. This question seems ordinary, but it might be the key to this dream realm. If I answer wrongly, I will fail. My analysis should not be wrong. Let's do this. Thinking of this, a sharp light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He raised his head and looked at the Dragon Man Gu Immortal. His expression changed as he snickered. Father, I am grateful for your consideration, but for the sake of the big picture, you are willing to endure it. I cannot agree with that. Unfilial son, you are still so stubborn. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal was furious. He stood up and grabbed the paperweight on the table. Fang Yuan quickly said, Father, if you want to hit me, even if you kill me on the spot, I will not hold any grudges against you. But father, asking for help like this is not good for the big picture. You are harming the entire Dragon Man race. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal's eyes were spewing fire. He pointed at Fang Yuan with the paperweight in his hand, shouting, Such guts! You dare to criticize me. All right, I will give you a chance. Tell me, where did I go wrong? Fang Yuan was even more certain. He said slowly, Father, do we dragon men have to be inferior to humans? We have talent. We have talent. We are born with enslavement path Dalmarks. What do they have? We do not need goo worms. With just our bodies, we have strong stamina, strength, and recovery speed. Our bodies are hard. Our claws and teeth are sharp. While the human race is extremely fragile, look at lifespan. Our lifespan is 10 times, or even 100 times that of humans. We are still alive, but the humans of our age have already died of old age. We do not even need to deal with them. They will die of old age themselves. We dragon men are born with such outstanding talents. What is even more precious is that we are united and acknowledge each other. We are not like humans who fight and scheme against each other. Father, your contributions to the sect are obvious to all. I won the bet this time, so should I lose on purpose? Why do these humans look down on us and treat us so harshly? We dragon men should have a higher status. In fact, these mortals are the ones who should be inferior to us dragon men. Impudent. You are too impudent. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal was furious. He quickly walked around the table and raised the paperweight in his hand, about to hit Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan suddenly stood up. He had tears in his eyes as he shouted at the Dragon Man Gu Immortal. Father, I cannot accept this. I cannot accept this. Even if you beat me to death, I will not accept this. I will not accept this. Wu Shuai. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal walked towards Fang Yuan, looking down at the youngster with bloodshot eyes, but he did not hit the paperweight in his hand. Fang Yuan had no fear. He stared at the Dragon Man Gu Immortal. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire. He was spewing out the unwillingness and hatred in his heart. The father and son stared at each other for a long time. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal seemed to have confirmed something. He suddenly threw the paperweight on the ground. He grabbed Fang Yuan's shoulders. He shook Fang Yuan as he laughed loudly. Wu Shuai, you are truly my good son. I was not wrong about you. Father? You. Fang Yuan was stunned. His expression was filled with doubt and shock. It was extremely natural. I will tell you the truth. I have the same thoughts as you. It is just that I have been probing you, and did not dare to tell you the truth. I have my own difficulties. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal sighed deeply. What do you mean? Father, are you thinking? Fang Yuan seemed to have reacted. His eyes shined with joy and surprise. It was as if he had just accepted it. He also had a trace of disbelief. His expression was perfect and flawless. But deep in his heart, he was sighing. As expected, my analysis was correct. In the sect, the conflict between the dragon men and humans has intensified. It can be seen from the fights between the youngsters. That drill ground earlier was an important immortal formation. The higher-ups of the sect must have sensed it. If the Dragon Man Gu Immortal really endured it, how could he not know? Why did he not stop it? Look at the decorations of this study room. The furniture is huge. The layout is grand. It shows the ambitions of the Dragon Man Gu Immortal. In front of the Dragon Man youngsters, he called me Wu Shuai, but in the study room, he called me unfilial son. He was saving my face and prestige. He wants to nurture me into his assistant and successor. Chapter 1842. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan's main body, who was hidden in the clouds, had a change in expression. My clone's luck changed again. Fang Yuan looked over. There was a huge lump of thick black cloud luck beside cooking luck pot. Within the black cloud luck, there were 4 phenomena. They represented 4 rank 8 Gu immortals. They were guarding this black cloud luck. The small purple dragon luck that represented Fang Yuan's clone was surrounded by the black cloud luck. It was growling inside. The small dragon was even more excited than before. Traces of azure purple luck were being converted from the black cloud luck into the small purple dragon's body. With this support, the small purple dragon's body seemed to have expanded slightly. Its claws and teeth also seemed to have become sharper. The most obvious change was that this small dragon was originally coiled on the spot, but now it stretched its body and took the initiative to move around, probing the black cloud luck. Moving from stillness to activity, high morale. It seems that the clone had a breakthrough in the dream realm. He grasped the meridian. That is why he is taking the initiative. This is a good thing. It is a pity that I cannot use luck path methods to help the clone anymore. If the Dragon Man clone went in with his soul and left his body outside, Fang Yuan's main body could barely inject luck into him. But now, the Dragon Man clone's soul and body had entered the dream realm. It was completely enveloped by the dream realm. Any luck path methods could not be used. Fang Yuan's main body was also helpless, unless he took away a portion of the dream realm and exposed the Dragon Man clone. Or in the distant future, when his research on Dream Path had some results, Fang Yuan could mix his luck path research results with Dream Path. That way, he would be able to block the dream realm. The dream realm continued. The Dragon Man clone thought about it carefully. He analyzed and understood the situation. After a conversation, he expressed his intentions and obtained his father's approval. He also passed the second stage of the Dream Realms test. However, he still needed to gather more information. In the study room, Fang Yuan said, "Father, since we are of one mind, what can we do to make our Dragon Man race prosper? I believe Father already has a plan. Please teach me." The Dragon Man Gu Immortal smiled. "I did indeed have a plan. To tell you the truth, not just you and me, there are also many knowledgeable Dragon Man experts. It's just that it's not appropriate for you to know the identities of these people yet. This is to protect them, and also to protect you. When it comes to great things, the most important thing is secrecy. It's easy to do things in the dark, but it's hard to do things in the open." "I understand." Fang Yuan nodded. "But as long as it's a big plan, there must be a plan. This is the Constitution." The Dragon Man Gu Immortal laughed loudly. He took out a pen and wrote the final word on a piece of paper on the table. Descend. When combined with the previous 3 words, it became dragon roaming the world. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal blew out a breath of air. This breath was sharp like a blade. It cut the paper. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal took a small portion of the paper and handed it to Fang Yuan. There was only one word on it. Descend. As for the remaining half of the dragon roaming heaven, the Dragon Man Gu Immortal waved his sleeves. The paper ignited and turned into ashes. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal looked at the ashes on the table and sighed. "One day, our Dragon Man race will soar high in the sky. The entire world will be beneath our feet. But now, the human race was extremely powerful, and they were fully deserving of the title of Overlord. Looking at the overall situation, we Dragonmen are alone. We do not have a reliable variant human force to ally with, and internally, we are vassals of humans. To soar high in the sky, there is a process, from bottom to top. Right now, we need to submit to humans. We need to accumulate our foundation silently. Our Dragon Man race has just been formed. Our foundation is too weak. Thankfully, we came from humans. We have the closest relationship with them. Especially in Central Continent, we have people of the same race in the 10 great ancient sections. We need to keep learning and accumulating to catch up to humans." Fang Yuan asked, "Then what should I do?" The Dragon Man Gu Immortal smiled. "You have already started. When you were still a child, I discovered your talent. I nurtured you to become an enslavement path Gu master. Now that your enslavement path attainment has reached a higher level, I have already made arrangements for you to participate in Green Ant Ascetic's disciple recruitment ceremony." Green antiseptic? Fang Yuan pretended not to understand, but he realized internally he thought of a title, Jui Immortal Couple. These two were husband and wife. They were famous lone immortal great experts in Central Continent's history. The man was called Green Antiseptic. The woman was Wine Fairy. They were childhood sweethearts. They had nothing to do with each other. They were mortals, but they had their own immortal destinies. Because of a disaster, they were separated when they were young. They missed each other and thought that the other was dead. After becoming a Gu immortal, the man and woman did not marry. Heaven was on their side. They met each other by chance. They were filled with disbelief and joy. They felt like they were in a dream. After both of them shared their feelings, the woman smiled and said to the man, "I still remember when you were a child. You liked to play with mud and fight ants." The man also smiled. "When I was young, your family opened a tavern. Your family was better off than mine. When you were young, you carried a pole and went around the streets to sell wine. I have always been with you. I really want to stay with you until we grow old." Thus, the man called himself Green Antiseptic. The woman also changed her name to Wine Fairy. Both of them were talented and had excellent moral character. After cultivating together, they were in harmony with the zither and the zither and the zither. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal continued. Green Antiseptic had once lost a bet with Hong Zhan of the 10 great ancient sects. He agreed to take in a disciple and pass on his legacy. Now, according to the agreement, it is time to take in a disciple. But the 10 great ancient sects have not decided on a suitable candidate, because the Gu Immortal involved, Hong Zhan, had already died from tribulation. Green Antiseptic is a human great expert, but he is a lone cultivator. If my son can become his only disciple, not only will he be able to learn his enslavement path methods, he will also have a relationship with Jui Immortal Couple. In the future, if the Dragon Man race faces any difficulties, these two rank 8 great experts will be of great help. So that's it, I understand. Fang Yuan paused before continuing. I will do my best to become Green Antiseptic's disciple. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal nodded. Good. The disciple recruitment ceremony will be at the beginning of next month. You will go into closed cultivation during this period. I will invite many teachers to help you train. The second stage of the dream realm faded. The third stage arrived. Tall mountains stood tall. Clouds and mist shrouded them. In a green bamboo forest, in front of a thatched hut, there was a small empty space. But the young generation of the 10 great ancient sects were squeezed together. These people were all young geniuses with great talent. They were all here to compete for the position of Green Antiseptic's disciple. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment. He looked around and found that he was among the youngsters. But most of the human youngsters subconsciously distanced themselves from him. He only had 2 Dragon Man tribesmen with him. At the center of the empty space, 2 young Gu masters were fighting. Fang Yuan immediately recognized one of them. He thought, "Isn't that Zhang Shuang?" Right now, Zhang Shuang was at a disadvantage. His opponent was a girl with yellow eyebrows and hair. She had a beautiful appearance. Her eyes were shining brightly. Fang Yuan had just arrived at the 3rd stage of the dream realm. He did not understand the situation. He immediately asked, "Who do you think will win?" The 2 Dragon Man youths from his tribe heard this. The one on the left had green scales. He said, "Wu Shuai, you are looking down on us too much. Even though we were both eliminated and only you advanced, the situation is clear now." But the situation is clear. In another 10 rounds, Zhang Shuang will lose without a doubt. The green-scaled Dragon Man youngster was more arrogant. His tone was cold. The yellow-scaled youngster was much gentler. He consoled. "Qing Swan, why are you like this? A win is a win. A loss is a loss. You lost. Why are you still bickering? Brother Wu Shuai is not asking this to find trouble with you." The green-scaled youngster, Qing Swan, was indignant. He gritted his teeth. "That is because of the humans' craftiness. They saw that I was strong and arranged for those 3 humans to fight me one after another, causing my strength to fall so that Tai Qin could easily defeat me. Huang Wei, can't you tell?" The yellow-scaled youngster sighed. "How can I not know? Both of us were obstructed, but that was because we were not strong enough. If we were as strong as Brother Wu Shuai, so what if we were obstructed? Brother Wu Shuai still made it to the finals." Fang Yuan listened quietly, thinking. The green-scaled youngster is called Qing Swan. The yellow-scaled youngster is called Huang Wei, but I have already made it to the finals. At this time, Huang Wei said, Brother Wu Shuai, I admire your enslavement path attainment. However, your next enemy is not to be underestimated. Lady Tai Qin is also very strong, on par with Brother Wu Shuai. But Brother Wu Shuai fought relentlessly. You won the blood battles step by step and advanced. Meanwhile, your opponent was protected the entire time. Only in this battle did you meet a strong opponent like Zhang Shuang. Fang Yuan understood now. The yellow-browed double-pupil young Lady Tai Qin was his next opponent. He had a heavy mood, because after observing for a while, he had a lot of estimations. This Tai Qin is clearly an enslavement path master. Most of the time, she deploys her troops without thinking. Following her instincts, it is usually very effective. She is a strong opponent. Fang Yuan's enslavement path was only at master level. This made him slightly regretful. If he knew this would happen, his main body would have made preparations and raised his enslavement path realm. But who could have predicted that such a situation would occur? I lost. A moment later, Zhang Shuang cupped his fists with a pale face. His body was shaking. Thanks for letting me win. The young Lady Tai and returned the greeting with an indifferent expression. She then turned to stare at Fang Yuan. Finally, it was the final battle. Fang Yuan walked up. He brushed past Zhang Shuang. Zhang Shuang had a complicated expression. He wanted to encourage Fang Yuan as they were from the same sect after all, but thinking about Fang Yuan's Dragonman identity, he only opened his mouth but did not say anything. After resting for a while, the double Fangjing style started. The youngsters formed a tight circle, paying close attention to the battle. Chapter 1843. Fang Yuan immediately used all his strength to enslave these ants. Tai Qin did the same. These ants were invented by Green Ant Ascetic. His disciple selection test was naturally to see who was better at controlling ants. Fang Yuan controlled 38 worker ants and 6 soldier ants. With a thought, he controlled his army and charged towards Tai Qin. Tai Qin also had over 30 worker ants and 5 soldier ants. Her tactic was different from Fang Yuan. She used worker ants to build an ant nest and soldier ants to protect them. Fang Yuan had a slight advantage in terms of military strength. His tactic was also very radical, causing the youths to exclaim in shock. Tai Qin frowned and panicked. Why does this Dragonman youth Wu Shuai seem to have changed into a different person? So radical. She quickly mobilized her troops, first sending out worker ants from the ant nest, followed by the soldier ants that were outside to defend. They were prepared to rely on the unfinished fortifications to defend to the death. Soon, the two armies clashed. An intense battle ensued. I did not expect such a situation to occur at the start. Wu Shuai's tactic is completely different from before. This is too risky. That's right. As long as Tai Qin can defend against this wave of attacks, she will have a huge advantage. Wu Shuai did not build an ant nest, but Tai Qin did. This is the difference between them. Now, it will depend on their ant manipulation techniques. Because this is the early stage, 1 or 2 ants will tilt the scales of victory. Even though Wu Shuai is strong, Tai Qin has deep attainments. They are evenly matched. In my opinion, Tai Qin has a high chance of winning. How can Wu Shuai be so rash? However, moments later, the victor was decided. Tai Qin suffered more losses. She slowly retreated while Fang Yuan's side pressed forward. How is this possible? Wu Shuai is actually superior to Tai Qin. Did Tai Qin make a mistake? She did not. Tai Qin is performing normally, but Wu Shuai has exceeded it. Did he use some enslavement path method, or is he at this level to begin with? No wonder he has the confidence to charge forward. Tai Qin's expression was solemn. As she retreated, Fang Yuan took the chance to kill more ants. When she retreated into the incomplete ant nest, she only had 12 ants left. It was a pitiful sight. Of course, Fang Yuan was only slightly better. There were only a few tunnels to the ant nest, and Tai Qin naturally knew her own ant nest like the back of her hand. She deployed her troops at the important areas, and at the same time, she split her attention to enslave the ants outside. Fang Yuan thought for a while, but he was not in a hurry to attack. Now that he had trapped the enemy was like a turtle in a jar. Fang Yuan did not understand the layout of the ant nest. If he attacked rashly, It would not be good if he only had a few troops. Thus, he split his troops to guard the entrances, surrounding the ant nest and activating enslavement path killer moves to enslave the ants outside. Ants kept emerging from the ground. At first, there were worker ants, then soldier ants, and now arrow ants. The arrow ants could shoot out sharp thorns from their mouthparts. After shooting out the 3 spikes, the arrow ant would be extremely weak, and it wouldn't even be able to defeat the worker ants. Even so, the arrow ants were still an extremely powerful unit, and they could often defeat many with fewer troops. If they reached a certain scale and shot arrows together in battle, they would be even more threatening. The arrow ants are something that both sides will fight for. That's right. If Tai Chin had the arrow ants, she could have killed all of the ants at the entrance. That way, the troops inside and outside would be able to fight back. Even though Wu Shuai has the upper hand, it is not stable. He can easily turn the situation around. It is a pity. If there were armor ants instead of arrow ants, Wu Shuai would be able to use the armor ants to attack the enemy and destroy the ant nest. The youngsters discussed as they whispered to each other. The competition between the two was the most popular ant manipulation game currently. At the start of the ant manipulation game, worker ants and soldier ants would appear, but after that, ant species would appear randomly. These new ants not only tested the enslavement attainment of both sides, they also tested the Gu Master's understanding of ants and the overall situation of the battle. Fang Yuan and Tai Chin fought with all their might, but Fang Yuan still had the upper hand. The youngsters were all shocked. They could not believe it. This place has a Gu formation. Both sides are facing each other. The closer the ant is, the easier it is to enslave it. Tai Chin enslaved the ants around her, while Wu Shuai is far away. How could he have the upper hand? Is this Wu Shuai's true strength? How strong is he? We worked together to weaken him earlier. To think that he had such strength. Doesn't he feel tired? If it was the real Wu Shuai, he might feel tired, but Fang Yuan did not. Fang Yuan had just entered this dream realm. He was in a good state. Especially his soul. It was formed from the main body's split soul. After that, even though he turned into a dragon man soul and did not cultivate, his foundation was deep and extraordinary. The foundation of the soul directly affected the effect of enslavement path. For example, before the ambush in southern border, Fang Yuan's main body could not enslave many immemorial year beasts, but now, he could easily enslave over 20. In the battle of arrow ants, Tai Chin lost. The arrow ants that she enslaved while she was distracted were all destroyed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan not only had arrow ants, he also had worker ants and soldier ants to cooperate with his arrow ants. Tai Chin was at a disadvantage in terms of military strength. She was in a very passive situation. But fortunately, arrow ants were not outstanding in offense, especially in an ant nest with many tunnels. Even though I have accumulated an advantage, it is not a big one, especially during this period of time. Tai Chin will definitely use the worker ants to build the nest. Fang Yuan looked like he was being aggressive, but he was actually trying to win steadily. All tactics were built on the foundation of knowing oneself and the enemy. Next, as long as armor ants appear, I will be able to attack and destroy the nest. Even if it is not armor ants and other species appear, as long as it is not cannon ants, I can use my military strength to win. Fang Yuan had a good plan. His chances of winning were very high. Even though the youths were not willing to see it, they had to admit the truth. Dragon Man Wu Shuai is about to succeed. I did not expect the finals to end like this. I did not expect Wu Shuai to have hidden so much strength. He is indeed amazing. Sigh. Such a pity, the great green ant ascetics enslavement path inheritance is actually going to a dragon man. Tai Chin's expression was extremely grim. She stared at the battlefield without blinking. She also realized that she was on the verge of defeat, but she did not want to give up. She gritted her teeth. An intense thought lingered in her mind. If I lose to a dragon man like Wu Shuai, I might as well have lost to Zhang Shuang in the previous round. I cannot lose. I do not want to lose. Right at this moment, traces of clouds suddenly appeared in the sky above the battlefield. The clouds quickly gathered and turned into lumps of green clouds. A few breaths later, acid rain started to fall from the green clouds. Fang Yuan's gaze turned cold. The youths were in an uproar. The change this time is actually not the appearance of ants, but the battlefield. If there was an earthquake, Tai Qin would be finished without Wu Shuai's attack. If there were other changes, it would only maintain the situation. But the acid rain. That's right, Tai Qin's ants are all in the nest, while Wu Shuai's army is exposed outside, being corroded by the acid rain. Wu Shuai is starting to create an ant nest. It is too late. This acid rain allowed Tai Qin to turn the situation around. Wu Shuai's advantage that he took a risk to create is gone. With the help of the acid rain, Tai Qin was finally able to turn the situation around. Fang Yuan had to pull back his troops and create an ant nest to avoid the acid rain. After the acid rain, armor ants appeared, but no matter how many enslaved Fang Yuan managed to get, he missed the best opportunity. But after a few rounds, Fang Yuan used his soul foundation to suppress Tai Qin. After a few small victories, the accumulated advantage forced Tai Qin to the brink of defeat again. In a huge battle, Tai Qin gathered her remaining troops and resisted stubbornly, but suddenly, an ant queen emerged from the ground. To subdue a wild ant queen, not only did the Gu master need to use enslavement path methods, he also needed to use troops to beat the ant queen until it lost its temper. The ant queen appeared at the center of Tai Qin's troops. Fang Yuan immediately attacked, but no matter how many troops he had, he could not break through Tai Qin's few remaining defenses. Tai Qin used all her strength. Using methods that would harm herself, she finally subdued the ant queen. Even though the ant queen was half crippled, it had a special ability. The ants on its side moved faster, had thicker defenses, and had stronger attacks. Their overall strength rose by a huge margin. Fang Yuan's ants did not receive any amplification. Even though he had a lot of them, they were just cannon fodder. After attacking for a long time without success, Fang Yuan chose to retreat. He left behind a group of troops to fight against Tai Qin again. Since the ant queen appeared, it would not be just one. Sure enough, new ant kings soon appeared in the field and were obtained by both parties. As such, the battle entered a stalemate again. Both sides controlled more and more ants. They created ant nests and occupied the battlefield while controlling their troops to attack each other. Tai Qin's expression was pale. Fang Yuan was not much better either. But with his rich experience, he slowly gained the upper hand. Rumble. Just as Fang Yuan was about to launch a decisive attack, an earthquake occurred on the battlefield. Fang Yuan suffered heavy losses. 80 to 90% of his ant nests were destroyed. Even though Tai Qin suffered the same, she did not have many ant nests to begin with. Her losses were much lighter than Fang Yuan's. Both sides returned to the same level. The youths were in an uproar. It's like this again. Whenever she is at a disadvantage, something will happen to help Tai Qin. Isn't Tai Qin's luck a little too good? It has already happened 3 times in a row. Could it be that someone is cheating? How is that possible? This battlefield was personally created by Green Anesthetic. If Tai Qin could cheat, she would have defeated Wu Shuai long ago. Fang Yuan's gaze became even colder. I'm in trouble, he thought. According to his luck, even if he lost contact with his main body, he would not be so unlucky. The biggest possibility is that the dream realm manifests, forcing me to fail and not be able to defeat Tai Qin. That is why, whenever I am about to win, the dream realm will change, causing me to lose the chance of victory. In that case, should I purposely hold back and accept defeat? If it was during normal times, he would be able to probe like this. But now, the Dragon Man clone only had one chance. If he guessed wrongly, it would be the same as him giving up. If that happened, the Dragon Man clone would be trapped in the dream realm, and his main body would have to take action. The main body and the 4 great dragon generals would fight intensely, and the situation would go out of control, causing the Dragon Palace to fly away. Fang Yuan's previous plan would also fail. What should he do? Chapter 1844. Celestial Court. Qin Ding Ling floated in the sky. Her expression was extremely solemn. She had prepared this killer move for 3 days and 3 nights. Go. At the next moment, she finally erupted. A grand golden light shot out. The golden light was like a 5-tailed peacock. It chirped lightly and spread its wings to fly. When this golden light flew to a certain place in the sky, it suddenly exploded, turning into countless specks of light. Among the specks of light, a huge tunnel could be vaguely seen. Fairy Myrtle, who was beside Qin Ding Ling, turned pale. There really is such a tunnel. Qin Ding Ling's 7 orifices were bleeding. Her body was swaying and her expression was pale. She retreated to rest. Thank you for your hard work. Duke Long was also present. He was moved. Qin Ding Ling took in a few breaths, sighing. That was close. If I had not soul-searched Zhao Lianyun and obtained some information about Giant Sun, all life luck true inheritance, with my own attainment, I would not have been able to discover Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements here. Duke Long snorted coldly. This Giant Sun Immortal is scheming against us. He pretended to visit Celestial Court back then, but he actually set up this trap. This luck path true inheritance is truly profound. The huge Celestial Court actually did not discover it. But providence still belongs to our Celestial Court. At the crucial moment, Fairy Qin woke up and saw through Giant Sun Immortal's scheme. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply. According to this arrangement, Giant Sun Immortal opened up a path in Celestial Court. Once he activates it, Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals might directly attack Celestial Court. Yes, this is the style of Northern Plains barbarians, Duke Long said. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with bright light. But since we discovered this, we can make arrangements against it. We can even play along and ambush Northern Plains. This will be of great help to the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention in a few years. Qin Ding Ling had made a great contribution, but her expression was still gloomy. She sighed and said, the Giant Sun Immortal has 3 true inheritances of self-fate, all beings' fate, and heaven and earth fate. In order to deal with him, I focused on cultivating the fate of all living beings and cultivated bitterly for so many years. I originally thought that I was on par with him. In the end, it made me realize just how big of a gap there is between us. Fairy Myrtle advised, the venerables of the past cannot be judged with common sense. Senior, it is the fortune of the Celestial Court that you have such attainments in luck path. It is made up for the historical regret of the Celestial Court. From now on, the Celestial Court will also have a luck Dao true inheritance that they can take out. Qin Ding Ling said, in order to prevent any accidents, I have already sent my luck path true inheritance into the immortal treasury. However, it would be best to obtain the true inheritance of the Giant Sun Immortal. It is a pity that even though Zhao Lianyun saw the all beings' fate true inheritance in Imperial Court blessed land, his knowledge was limited and he could only see bits and pieces of it. That Ma Hongyun is possessed by fortune, he definitely knows more. It is a pity that he was captured by Feng Yuan. Mentioning Feng Yuan, Fairy Myrtle frowned. Speaking of which, Feng Yuan has not shown himself for some time. We have already made strict arrangements in the River of Time, but Feng Yuan has not shown himself. He has myriad year flying warship, but he does not seem to have much enthusiasm for Red Lotus true inheritance. Is it because we cannot find his traces, or is he? Mentioning Red Lotus true inheritance, Duke Long also frowned. He said solemnly, then prepare for the worst. Assume that Feng Yuan has obtained Red Lotus true inheritance. To subdue Feng Yuan, in my opinion, the focus is still on Gu Fengzhi. Qin Ding Ling smiled. Different from the previous life, Gu Fengzhi received the greatest attention. He had already entered the eyes of Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle. With the arrangements of the Celestial Court and a large amount of resources, Gu Fengzhi's strength was also rapidly rising. Immortal Killer Move. Blood turns cold. The 3 desolate beasts' movements became slower and slower. They eventually froze and fell to the ground, moaning. The victor, Gu Fengzhi, floated in the air, looking down at the 3 desolate beasts lying on the ground. He was dressed in a gray robe. He was completely unharmed. Blood path killer moves are truly amazing. Zhao Lianyun was standing beside him. Fengzhi cupped his fists. It is all thanks to Fairy Spirit Affinity's help. Otherwise, I would not have so many opportunities to fight. Zhao Lianyun smiled. We have the same goal. We should work together, right? Similar to the previous life, this time, Zhao Lianyun took the initiative to befriend Fengzhi. Zhao Lianyun loved Ma Hongyun, but Ma Hongyun was killed by Feng Yuan. Even though the latter was dead, his soul still existed. There was a chance of revival. The celestial court worships providence. They do not want Hong Yun to revive. If he revives, wouldn't that be going against fate? Even though I became the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, the celestial court still treats me as a chess piece. They keep using me. Earlier, that female immortal Qin Ding Ling wantonly soul-searched me. That is the best proof. In this aspect, I am in the same situation as Fangjing. We are both chess pieces. It is just that the celestial court values Fangjing more. So, if I want to revive Hong Yun, I can only rely on myself and find an opportunity. Zhao Lianyun had his own plans. Zhao Lianyun knew his situation. Fangjing was no longer naive. He had experienced a lot. He also understood his own situation. He understood why Zhao Lianyun befriended him. Fangjing did not dislike Zhao Lianyun. They were in the same situation. He could empathize with him. As the two spoke, Guyue Fangjing kept the 3 desolate beasts into his immortal aperture. The 3 desolate beasts did not die. After he grasped control of the killer move Blood Turns Cold, it became the best method to capture enemies alive. Fangjing had put in a lot of effort into this killer move. Originally, Fairy Myrtle's plan to nurture Guyue Fangjing was to let him cultivate in seclusion. But after Qin Ding Ling woke up, she persuaded Fairy Myrtle to change her plan. This time, Guyue Fangjing had accepted the sex mission to suppress the 3 desolate beasts. Now that the mission was completed, Fangjing planned to clean up the battlefield before returning to Feihe Mountain. But he did not expect to find a secret passage in the desolate beasts' nests. To prevent any young desolate beasts from being left in the depths of the passage, Fangjing and Zhao Lianyun discussed for a while before flying into the passage. The result surprised the two. This passage was far deeper than they had imagined. The two continued to fly downwards. The passage became wider. It could contain mountains and seas. This should be an earth trench. The 3 desolate beasts on the surface should not be related to this earth trench. Zhao Lianyun analyzed. Fangjing nodded, but he still had some doubts. I guess so too. But this earth trench is quite strange. Logically speaking, it should be filled with life, beasts and plants. But we have been flying down for so long, but we have not seen any living beings. There is definitely something strange about this earth trench. Let's take a look. Zhao Lianyun had wanted to return, but hearing Fangjing's insistence, he continued to descend with him. There is a blessed land here? Not long after, Fangjing discovered a strange phenomenon. Immediately, Zhao Lianyun also discovered it. He exclaimed, "This blessed land is undergoing tribulation. It caused the blessed land to be damaged and form a hole. That is why it is appearing. Our timing is too coincidental. If we had passed this time, the blessed land would have closed its entrance and left it in the void. We would not have been able to discover it even if it was right under our noses." "Let's go in and take a look," Fangjing said excitedly. Since there was a blessed land, there would likely be a Gu immortal inheritance. After all, blessed lands were formed from the Gu immortal's immortal aperture. The two easily entered the blessed land. The blessed land was currently in a state of calamity. It was in an abyss of suffering. Strange. The humans here seem to be in strange shapes. Are they the extinct beastmen? Looking at the current situation, there should not be any Gu immortals here. Fangjing and Zhao Lianyun discussed for a while before helping. Even though their cultivation level was low, they were not ordinary Gu immortals. Their methods were exquisite. They immediately quelled the calamity. The lucky survivors in the blessed land knelt down and thanked the two immortals. Fangjing asked and found that the residents of these blessed lands were not humans. They were dragonmen. Dragonmen? Which variant human race are they? Why have I not heard of them before? Fangjing was surprised. As the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, Zhao Lianyun had been around for quite some time. She immediately frowned. The Dragonman is indeed one of the variant humans. We are in trouble now. She knew that she and Fangjing were pawns of the Celestial Court. They seemed to be moving around freely, but they were definitely being monitored by the Celestial Court. Sure enough, after a while, Gu immortals arrived. They were two female immortals. Fangjing and Zhao Lianyun recognized them. One was Fairy Myrtle, the other was Qin Ding Ling. Fangjing still felt it was strange. This blessed land is ordinary and unremarkable. Why would the two ladies of the celestial court come here? Qin Dingling and Fairy Myrtle, however, were in a good mood. This could be seen from their expressions. Fangjing, you have made another contribution. You have done well. You two can leave now. Qin Dingling nodded with a smile, sending Fangjing and Zhao Lianyun away with one sentence. Fangjing and Zhao Lianyun had no choice but to obey. They obediently flew away and returned to their respective sections. A moment later, Fairy Myrtle gathered the information. This blessed land originated from Duke Long's grandson, Wu Shuai. No wonder it could be hidden for so long and even deceived Lord Duke Long. The dragonmen in this blessed land are all Wu Shuai's descendants. There are pure dragonmen and also dragonman and human hybrids. These dragonmen are not important, but there is a clue hidden deep in the blessed land that leads to the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Senior Qin, you are right. Fangjing is truly our lucky general. Fairy Myrtle said happily. Because one of the main creators of Dragon Palace was Wu Shuai. The Celestial Court had been searching for Dragon Palace, but their progress had been very slow. Now that they had this crucial clue, as long as they deciphered it and combined with the Celestial Court's hard work, they should be able to deduce Dragon Palace's location. There is no time to lose. Qin Dingling had a solemn expression. Fangjing was arranged by Providence to suppress Fangyuan. He found this blessed land and lured out Dragon Palace. This means that Fangyuan is likely to be secretly plotting to seize Dragon Palace. Chapter 1845. In the depths of Eastern Sea, another scene appeared in Dragon Palace's dream realm. The Dragonman clone controlled the ant army as it advanced. The black mass of ants numbered in the thousands, and the formation was tight. Among them, the armor ants opened up the path, holding the front, followed by the arrow ants, and in the middle was the king ant. At the back of the army were the cannon ants. They were fat and moved slowly. In front of the Dragonman clone, Tai Qin was also controlling an ant army. Senior brother, I am here. The yellow-eyebrowed girl shouted. The army charged towards Fang Yuan's troops. Fang Yuan quickly willed and stabilized the formation, using the armor ants to defend while the cannon ants attacked. Tai Qin's ant army was mainly made up of spear ants and sprint ants. They were very aggressive. Fang Yuan laughed internally. Ever since Green Ant Ascetic's disciple recruitment ceremony, Tai Qin was defeated by me. She seems to have been stimulated and changed her cautious and stable fighting style, becoming more aggressive and aggressive. At this time, two groups of sprint ants surrounded them from the left and right. Tai Qin's tactic was obvious. She wanted to use the speed of the sprint ants to quickly attack the cannon ants behind Fang Yuan. The cannon ants were strong at long range. They had a high firing range. One cannon shot would kill the spear ants at the front, but they were slow and had weak defenses. If these two groups of sprint ants got close, they would die without a complete corpse. It's a very correct tactic. However, how could I not have considered the weakness of this formation when I set it up like this? Junior sister. Fang Yuan smiled at the girl in front of him. Then come, senior brother. The yellow-eyebrowed girl shouted. Her eyes shined with bright light. She was using her full strength. The sprinting ants encircled them, while Fang Yuan's ant army retreated and surrounded the cannon ants behind them. The entire process was smooth like flowing water. Tai Qin saw this and stared with wide eyes. She exclaimed with a cute expression, "So amazing! Senior brother, you can actually control all of the ants at the same time. Have you grasped the ant thought killer move that Master taught you us?" Fang Yuan smiled and nodded. Tai Qin gritted her teeth. Even so, I will not give up easily. Senior apprentice brother, I'll take your vanguard. It turned out that in order to retreat, Fang Yuan had left the armor ants at the front lines to block Tai Qin's spear ants. Fang Yuan's ant colony retreated successfully, but it was also separated from the armored ant legion at the front line. The armor ants didn't last long before they were drowned by an even larger number of spear ants. The spear ants were like a tide, pouring over. Fang Yuan had long since prepared the arrow ants. They lined up at the outermost perimeter and continuously shot out ant arrows. At the same time, the ant cannon flew high up in the sky and smashed into the spear ant army, blowing up groups of spear ants. Under Fang Yuan's crazy attacks, Tai Chin could not hold on any longer, and the ant army was quickly destroyed. Phew, I lost again. Senior brother, you're still the best. The yellow-browed girl heaved a sigh of relief, and there was a hint of light in her eyes as she looked at Fang Yuan. There was also a faint blush on her cheeks. Fang Yuan understood what was going on. Ever since Green Ant Ascetic's disciple recruitment ceremony, 3 scenes had passed in the dream realm. Thinking about it, Fang Yuan still felt some lingering fear. In the disciple recruitment ceremony, no matter how much of an advantage he had, all sorts of accidents would happen and erase his advantage. But Fang Yuan did not admit defeat. After thinking about it, he chose to hold back and fight to the death with the yellow-browed girl. Eventually, the two fought to a draw. They had reached the limits of Gu Masters. Green Ant Ascetic appeared and stopped them, taking them in as his disciples. It turned out that Green Ant Ascetic's disciple selection criteria was to control ants on the surface, but there was another reason. It was to test the Gu Master's temperament and how persevering they could be. If Fang Yuan admitted defeat, he would not fit the criteria, and the dream realm exploration would fail. Thus, to pass the disciple selection ceremony, one had to either win or lose. It had to be a draw. After passing this hurdle, the next few scenes were all about Green Ant Ascetic imparting the Tao. Fang Yuan gained a large number of Gu worms. His main opponent was Tai Chin, who had become his junior sister. This yellow-browed girl, Tai Chin, had never won against Fang Yuan ever since she sparred with him. At the start, she was unconvinced, but gradually, she was beaten into submission. There was even a trace of affection that she did not know herself. Great. It seems that the clone has made great progress in the dream realm. Fang Yuan's main body observed the Dragon Man clone's luck. This purple dragon's luck had expanded by several times. The surrounding black clouds had shrunk by 30%. At the same time, the greenish-purple chi that came out of the black chi became denser. It was much more obvious than before. But at this time, a lump of blood-red light flew over from the west. This blood-red light was huge. It floated above the purple dragon's head. It did not fuse with the black clouds. Within the blood-red light, there were faint images of golden phoenixes and divine dragons. Their might was shocking. What is going on? What happened? Fang Yuan's main body's heart sank. He quickly made deductions. This blood-red light luck is more than 10 times larger than the first one. And it came from the west. West of Eastern Sea is Central Continent and Western Desert. The blood-red light luck is still in the air. It is not time to activate yet. And it is so huge, it is likely to be Central Continent's celestial court. How did the people of the heavenly court detect this place? In the previous life, they did not discover this place at this time. Is it because of the ink effect after my rebirth? Fang Yuan lacked information, but he deduced many possibilities. He was not flustered. In fact, he had already made arrangements for this. Because Celestial Court had always been his greatest enemy. Celestial Court. Central Great Hall. Fairy Myrtle stopped her technique as joy appeared on her face. I deduced it after all. She knew the exact location of Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. This was because Celestial Court had been sending people to investigate the 5 regions in secret, searching for Dragon Palace's location. Although the progress was slow, after so many years of accumulation, they were close to success. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Celestial Court found Dragon Palace by itself. In this life, after obtaining a crucial clue, this accumulated result erupted in advance. Fairy Myrtle quickly informed Duke Long and Qin Dingling of this news. Dragon Palace must be retrieved. This is my karma. Let me make a trip there personally. Duke Long took the initiative to handle this matter. Fairy Myrtle immediately relaxed. With Lord Duke Long taking action, it will definitely be a piece of cake. Right at this time, Fairy Myrtle's expression changed as she received a battle report. Oh no, Myriad Year Flying Warship has appeared in the River of Time again. Fang Yuan is taking action again. At this time? Qin Dingling frowned. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Allow me to take a look at their luck. Fairy Myrtle and Duke Long were fine with it. Qin Dingling first looked at Duke Long. She saw that Duke Long's luck was in the shape of a dragon. It also resembled a burning cloud. The old dragon lowered its head and coiled its body, seemingly about to fall asleep. This indicated that Duke Long did not have long to live. Qin Dingling grunted. She looked carefully and found that the old dragon's scales were blood red. The dragon's head had wrinkles that formed an inverted mountain character. This was the sign of defeat. Qin Dingling was shocked. There is still someone in this world who can defeat Duke Long? Thinking of this, her vision suddenly turned blood red. The luck inspection killer move stopped. The backlash caused Qin Dingling to spit out a mouthful of blood. Senior Qin. Fairy Myrtle quickly supported Qin Dingling. After Qin Dingling stabilized herself, her eyes were still bleeding unstoppably. She could not see for the moment. She smiled bitterly. Senior Duke Long has incredible attainment. He has a huge number of Dao marks. Even when I use luck inspection, I can only take a look. Even though Qin Dingling had luck inspection methods that were at rank 8 level, when she used them, the results varied from person to person. For example, Duke Long's Dao marks far surpassed peak rank 8. He also had dragon marks on his body that formed defensive killer moves that were in effect at all times. You suffered? Duke Long asked. What was the result? Qin Dingling shook her head. She had a worried expression. Not good. Senior Duke Long will definitely face an intense battle this time. He might even fail. How is that possible? Fairy Myrtle was shocked. Nothing is impossible. Duke Long shook his head. The world is still vast. The river of time flows endlessly. Humans are just a drop in the ocean. This is interesting. I am curious what could cause me to fail. Qin Dingling continued. Luck is a variable. This only indicates that Senior Duke Long's trip has a chance of failure. But it is fine. I cultivate all living beings' luck. I can use luck path methods to increase Senior Duke Long's luck. But I need a few days. Chapter 1846. Inside the Dream Realm. Senior Brother, was the food I made yesterday delicious? After Green Ant Ascetics lesson ended, Junior Sister Tai Qin caught up to Feng Yuan as she asked with anticipation. Feng Yuan laughed. It's really not bad. I didn't expect Junior Sister to be so dexterous. You will definitely be a virtuous wife in the future. I wonder who will have the good fortune to marry you in the future? Senior Brother, you are teasing me again. Tai Qin's face flushed red as she said in a soft voice. Senior Brother, if you like it, I can make more for you. Sure, then I, your senior brother, will be in luck. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. At this time, a dragon man Gu Immortal walked towards them. My son? Father, why are you here? Feng Yuan was slightly surprised. Ah, greetings, Uncle Wu. Tai Qin hurriedly bowed. The dragon man Gu Immortal nodded at the young girl as he smiled. You are Tai Qin, right? My son's letters often mention you. This is a small gift from me. Accept it. Ah, how can I? Tai Qin wanted to reject it, but Feng Yuan received it for her and placed it in her hands. Just accept it. My father must have some important matters to attend to, so today's sparring after class can't be carried out. Feng Yuan apologized. Ah, it's fine, it's fine. Tai Qin quickly waved her hand and thanked him before leaving politely. A pure and innocent girl. Is my son moved? Seeing that Tai Qin disappeared around the corner, the dragon man Gu Immortal teased. Feng Yuan smiled as he thought. The dream realm changed again as expected, he said cautiously. Father, how can you not understand me? Ha ha ha. The dragon man Gu Immortal laughed loudly as he patted Feng Yuan's shoulder. I have something important to ask you to come here. Calligraphy Pavilion Lord's daughter, Shu Juling. She is 16 years old and is looking for a spouse. Any young genius can participate. My father wants you to participate. Oh? Feng Yuan was slightly surprised. He didn't know about Shu Juling. In the previous dream, Tai Qin had talked about this matter while chatting with him. Shu Juling was in love with Gu Immortal Fanji. She was pregnant with his child. But Fanji did not want to marry her. He kept rejecting her. When Shu Juling saw Fanji's face, she was in so much pain that she wanted to die. In the end, she was placed under house arrest by her mother, the Calligraphy Pavilion Master. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady had rank 8 cultivation level and had the Immortal Gu House Calligraphy Pavilion. She was the leader of Central Continent's lone cultivators. As a mother, seeing her daughter in such a miserable state, she was naturally furious. She wanted to get even with the heartless Fanji. But Fanji was the closed-door disciple of Black Sky Temple's Supreme Grand Elder Kong Yi-hin. Kong Yi-hin was also a rank 8 Gu immortal. He did not have any children and had many disciples, but he doted on his youngest disciple, Fanji, the most. The calligraphy pavilion master couldn't do as she pleased, so she could only look for Ling Hin Kong and ask for an explanation. Kong Yi-hin brought his beloved disciple Fanji to the calligraphy pavilion to negotiate. For some reason, not only did the two sides fail to reach an agreement, they even started fighting. Kong Yi-hin and calligraphy pavilion lady tested each other a few times before stopping. Fanji and Shu Juling completely fell out. In her anger, Shu Juling threatened Fanji. "Don't regret it, even if you don't want me. Someone else in the world wants me." Fanji smiled coldly. "I came here to negotiate with you, but you are pushing your luck. I'd like to see who has the guts to step into this muddy water. I want to see who is so magnanimous to not even care about the child in your womb." Shu Juling fainted from anger. As a mother, the calligraphy pavilion lady had to support her daughter, Shu Juling. After Shu Juling woke up, she insisted on holding a marriage contest. Calligraphy pavilion lady could not convince her daughter. She felt that someone else might be able to give her happiness. Even if her daughter did not like him, holding a marriage contest would divert her attention. She would not be depressed and think of suicide. When Tai Chin said that, she had an expression of watching a show. She was overjoyed, treating it as a joke. Fang Yuan had laughed back then, but he could not laugh now. He thought, "The Dragon Man race wants to be independent and rise. They are very ambitious. This is a good chance." Firstly, calligraphy pavilion lady is a rank 8 lone immortal. She is also opposing Black Heaven Temple. If I can become calligraphy pavilion lady's son-in-law, I can use this relationship to pull her into the Dragon Man race's war chariot. As for Shu Juling's appearance, character, and the child in her womb, it was not a problem. Fang Yuan did not care. Compared to the ambition in his heart, what was this little sacrifice? Only by enduring what others could not endure could one create achievements that others could not. Junior sister Tai Chin's feelings for me are growing deeper. If I do this, I will be letting her down. The little girl will definitely be very sad. Fang Yuan felt a sense of guilt, but soon, he felt a chill as he woke up. Wait, what's wrong with me? This is clearly a dream realm. I am Fang Yuan, not Wu Shuai. Why would I feel guilt? What a powerful dream. It actually managed to evoke the emotions in my heart. The recent scenes of the dream realm seemed to be very stable, but it was actually a subtle influence. My emotions were actually triggered. So close. If there was cold sweat, Fang Yuan's forehead would definitely be covered in a layer of cold sweat. Unfortunately, this was a dream realm. In the past, when Fang Yuan explored dream realms, his body was outside while his soul went in. He often came out. Thus, the difference between reality and dream realms was very clear. But now, Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone's body and soul were inside the dream realm. He was exploring it day and night, immersed in it. Even though Fang Yuan could still differentiate between dream realm and reality, his emotions were unknowingly triggered. This was a very dangerous decision. When exploring dream realms, one was afraid of being immersed in the dream realm, unable to extricate themselves. Emotions were the best support. Once he was troubled by emotions and got entangled in all sorts of emotions, Fang Yuan would sink deeper and deeper until he was devoured by this dream realm. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal carefully observed Fang Yuan's expression. After a while, he nodded in satisfaction. My son is indeed not troubled by emotions. I will go and meet Green Antiseptic now. I will tell him about this and ask for a long leave for you. I will listen to father's arrangements. Fang Yuan quickly said. River of time. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the thunderous roar, waves of water surged and sprayed. Swoosh. A flying ship suddenly flew out of this surging wave. It was like a silver rainbow. It was Myriad Year Flying Warship. And behind Myriad Year Flying Warship, there were 5 Immortal Gu houses chasing after it. Inside Myriad Year Flying Warship, Bai Ningbing and the rest performed their duties. They fought with tense bodies and minds. This celestial court is truly rich. They built present and past pavilion and eternal yacht again. Not just that. They also have 3 autumn yellow crane platform, shark flow lever, and that mysterious immortal goo house. Celestial Court is indeed the #1 force. Their foundation is terrifying. Bai Ningbing and the rest did not recognize Celestial Court's moment stage. In order to build this time path immortal goo house, Fairy Myrtle even took out the core immortal goo of Million Heavenly King Gallery from Celestial Court. Forget about the other 4 immortal goo houses. The crucial thing was that moment stage was also a rank 8 immortal goo house. There was also rank 8 time path goo immortal goo Lu Ru inside moment stage. Myriad Year Flying Warship could fight against moment stage, but the other 4 rank 7 immortal goo houses were not useless either. Thus, the situation changed. Bai Ningbing's side could only fight back and forth. No problem, we have the advantage of luck path. We can use the complicated environment of the River of Time to harm Celestial Court. That's right, we can weaken them and find a chance to counterattack. A few days later, Celestial Court. Duke Long was about to set off. Qin Dingling, who had a pale expression, and Fairy Myrtle sent him off. Qin Dingling's condition was very poor. In order to help Duke Long improve his luck, she could not travel with Duke Long, nor could she go to the River of Time to defend it. She could only stay in Celestial Court to recuperate. Fairy Myrtle had to stay in Celestial Court to prevent Northern Plains Longevity Heaven from attacking. The battle of the immortal goo houses in the River of Time has already gone on for several days. Feng Yuan has not shown up yet. But with Feng Zhouge's Dao Guardian luck, we can completely offset our weakness in luck. Thus, we, Feng have the upper hand. But Feng Yuan cannot be underestimated. Ziwei, you need to pay attention to him, Duke Long said in a meaningful and heartfelt tone. Yes. Fairy Myrtle had a solemn expression. Feng Jing is also prepared. He is currently controlling Pine Crane Pavilion at Crane Gate. He is already on Lord Duke Long's way. Very good. Duke Long nodded. He turned into a purple dragon-shaped chi and disappeared at lightning speed. Feng Yuan observed the clone's luck again. The Dragon Man clone's purple dragon was several times bigger. It was energetic and full of energy as it galloped in the black clouds. The black clouds were already mostly purple in color. This meant that Feng Yuan's clone had a higher chance of becoming the Dragon Palace Lord. But, in the sky above this black luck, a huge blood light luck was already pressing down. It was extremely close. Within the blood light luck, the golden phoenix silhouette had already vanished. Only the purple dragon silhouette was left, but it was getting larger and more ferocious. Compared to this blood light luck, the black cloud luck and the purple dragon were very small and weak. It seems that only my main body can stop this variable. Feng Yuan had already made up his mind. It's here. At the next moment, his eyes shined with lightning. He saw that in immemorial white heaven, an immortal goo house was flying over. It was Crane Gate's Pine Crane Pavilion. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply as he activated his battlefield killer move. He had prepared this chi path battlefield long ago. He was waiting here to stop any changes. What? Inside Pine Crane Pavilion, Feng Jing was shocked. The world changed at once. He was trapped like a fish in a barrel. There is an enemy ambush. But I have Pine Crane Pavilion. Thankfully, ugh. Feng Jing showed fear on his face. Endless air currents shot toward the pavilion of pines and cranes like spears and arrows. The terrifying might made Feng Jing's heart skip a beat. Rank 8 killer move. Feng Jing's expression turned pale. Pine Crane Pavilion was only a rank 6 immortal goo house. How could it block such a killer move? At the crucial moment, a figure appeared. Who else could it be but Duke Long? It turned out that Duke Long did not meet up with Feng Jing. He only followed him secretly and instructed Feng Jing to move Pine Crane Pavilion to Eastern Sea alone. This was also Qin Dingling's suggestion. She wanted to give Feng Jing some freedom so that it would be easier for Feng Yuan to act against him. But Feng Jing's journey had been peaceful until now, when he encountered a strong enemy. Without Duke Long's help, Feng Jing would have died for sure. Duke Long pushed with his palms. The surrounding chi currents broke apart. Who? Come out! Duke Long shouted. Chapter 1847. It is Lord Duke Long. Feng Jing saw Duke Long and was surprised and joyful. He knew Duke Long's identity. In fact, he had met Duke Long before. If not for Lord Duke Long's appearance, I would be dead already. With Lord Dukelong here, I should be safe. Fang Zheng was no longer fearful. He felt a sense of security. He knew what kind of person Dukelong was. He was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master. Fang Zheng focused his gaze on the person who almost killed him, Qi ancestor. This old man was dressed in a white robe, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. His long white beard extended all the way to his feet. His expression was solemn, and his aura was vast and mighty. Clouds floated around him, giving him a sense of immortality. Fang Zheng could not tell that this was Fang Yuan's disguise. He was curious about this old man's identity. This old man has rank 8 cultivation level, but he is not a rank 8 great expert in Eastern Sea. Who is he? Not only was he curious, Dukelong was also curious. But Eastern Sea was vast and had the most resources in the 5 regions. It was normal for a rank 8 expert to be hiding here. Immediately, Dukelong smiled. Qi ancestor, as a rank 8, you can call yourself an ancestor. But in front of me, you call yourself Qi. You are truly arrogant. Fang Zheng heard this and had a thought. That's right. Lord Dukelong cultivates Qi path before transformation path. He is a rare dual extreme cultivator. This Eastern Sea rank 8 old man also cultivates Qi path, but he offended Lord Dukelong He. Fang Zheng felt a moment of silence for Qi ancestor. At this time, he heard Dukelong's deep voice as he shouted, "Speak! You purposely waited here and ambushed us with malicious intent. What is your motive? What's your relationship with that Fang Yuan?" Fang Yuan was slightly surprised and thought to himself, how did he connect my identity to my real identity? On the surface, Fang Yuan smiled coldly. I am a secluded cultivator of the Eastern Sea. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. However, your celestial court is extremely ambitious and intends to annex the 5 regions and unify the world. In the future, you will find trouble with this old man and get rid of me as soon as possible. Dukelong frowned and retorted, Qi ancestor, you must have been incited by that demon Fang Yuan. There's no enmity between us, and this is the first time we've met. Why would I make things difficult for you? Demon Fang Yuan is cunning by nature. He's trying to sow discord. You can't ignore it. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. I didn't believe it at first, but Fang Yuan told me many of my secrets and provided conclusive evidence. He was reborn from the future. If I don't believe him, should I believe you? Dukelong's frown deepened. Fang Yuan's accusation was a little shameless. If he accused the Celestial Court of their past and present actions, Dukelong could still provide evidence. But accusing the Celestial Court of their future actions, Dukelong could not refute it. Even he himself was not sure. In fact, even Dukelong had some thoughts in his mind. How can a rank 8 Gu immortal be deceived so easily? Since Fang Yuan persuaded this Qi ancestor to deal with the Celestial Court, at some point in the future, the Celestial Court might really attack Qi ancestor. Since that's the case, words of persuasion are useless. Dukelong sighed internally, thinking about how he came to find Dukelong but was obstructed here. Qi ancestor was clearly here to stop him. With this deduction, Fang Yuan was likely to attack Dragon Palace. It seems that I need to end this battle quickly. Determination flashed in Dukelong's eyes. He was deceived by Fang Yuan in the end. This was not only because Fang Yuan modified familiar face and complemented it with Qi path methods. The main reason was that Qi ancestor was truly displaying rank 8 cultivation level now. Dukelong had always thought that Fang Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal. Not just Dukelong, Wisdom Path Great Expert Fairy Myrtle, the entire Celestial Court, even the whole world was the same. Different from the previous life, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's secret was not exposed in this life. Fang Yuan was very good at this. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Claw Strike. Dukelong made up his mind. He attacked without hesitation. This was a transformation path killer move. Immediately, a claw mark appeared in the air. Fang Zheng, who was inside Pine Crane Pavilion, gasped. He did not expect Dukelong to attack first, and it was a sneak attack at that. But Qi ancestor's body turned into mist and dissipated even though he was hit. Fang Yuan was already on guard against Dukelong, and because this was his immortal battlefield, he dodged easily. Duke Long's expression did not change. This move was just a probe. Now, he found out that this was a chi path battlefield. Transformation path's power was greatly suppressed. In that case, he would change his methods. Duke Long did not turn around. He pointed behind him. Air currents surged, forming a layer of bubbles around Pine Crane Pavilion, wrapping it inside. "Thank you, Lord Duke Long." Fang Zheng did not dare to be slow. He quickly thanked. Duke Long ignored him. He used another killer move. After preparing for a while, he pushed with his palms, sending out several chi dragons. The translucent chi dragons roamed around. Once they found Fang Yuan, they would attack. Lord Duke Long is not an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal after all. Fang Zheng saw that these chi dragons were over 100 feet long. They were majestic and powerful. They were agile and agile, he praised internally. But right at this time, Duke Long raised his head. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. What is that sound? Fang Zheng also heard the loud sound. He quickly raised his head. At the next moment, his mouth opened wide. His pupils shrunk. He saw a majestic blade chi that was over 100 feet long. It was thick and broad. It was like the saber of a god. It slashed down as if it was going to split this world in half. The saber chi was majestic and mighty, stirring up countless winds and lightning. Fang Zheng was horrified. Under the massive saber chi, he was as tiny as an ant. The mighty aura dragons from before were instantly reduced to earthworms and tiny snakes. At the moment of danger, Duke Long roared, activating his killer move. Chi Wall. Chi Wall was the most common defensive killer move of Chi Path, but Duke Long's method was not simple. He used consecutive moves, activating the Chi Wall 3 times. The Chi Wall first had 1 layer. Before expanding twice, it was thicker and tougher. It was like 3 Chi Walls had fused together. Boom! The blade Chi landed on the Chi Wall, emitting a deafening explosion. Even inside Pine Crane Pavilion, Fang Zheng's vision turned dark. He felt dizzy and his ears were bleeding. The Chi Wall collapsed. Most of the blade chi dissipated. Only some remnant waves were left. They were at the end of their tether. The pavilion of pines and cranes was like a small dinghy, rocking violently in the aftermath. Fang Zheng stabilized the immortal Gu house with much difficulty. His face was pale as he breathed roughly. He was in a pathetic state. How can this Eastern Sea Gu immortal be so strong? Fang Zheng was still shocked. The sense of security he felt earlier was gone. Duke Long was unharmed, but his expression was solemn. He was no longer as relaxed as before. He raised his head to look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was in the sky. They were far apart. That blade chi move earlier naturally exposed Fang Yuan's location. Duke Long slowly flew into the sky, saying to Fang Yuan, "What a good blade chi move. Even though it is not exquisite, it is majestic. However, how many times can you activate such a move?" Fang Yuan smiled. He was calm and collected. That killer move earlier, because it was too powerful, Duke Long thought that Fang Yuan had stored his strength for a long time before using it. This was a good understanding, but Fang Yuan was an exception among exceptions. "Oh, you were talking about this. I just did it casually." Saying so, Fang Yuan stretched out his index finger, pointing at Pine Crane Pavilion. Boom! Just like before, the boundless saber chi gathered and slashed down heavily. Fang Yuan pointed with his index finger again. Boom! Another blade chi, grand and majestic, like it was about to split heaven and earth, followed the previous one. Fang Yuan pointed with his index finger again. Boom! The third saber chi's weight did not decrease at all. In fact, it even increased slightly. Fang Zheng's body froze. He was stunned on the spot. Duke Long was also shocked. The other party used the blade chi killer move so easily. It was as simple as drinking water. But how was this possible? Nothing was impossible. Fang Yuan had a huge number of Chi Path Dao marks. It had surpassed 1,000,000. With the amplification of the Chi Path battlefield here, it was reasonable for him to reach this stage. Duke Long had Chi Path Dao marks too, but it was only 30% of Fang Yuan's. Thus, he had to use 3 Chi walls to barely block Fang Yuan's blade Chi. The other party is so strong. Eastern Sea actually had such a person. Interesting. Duke Long's eyes shined with fierce light. His fighting spirit was ignited. He raised his head and saw that the 3 streaks of saber chi were so overwhelming that they were already closing in. It has been a long time since I had such a challenging battle. Duke Long took a deep breath. At the next moment, his overwhelming aura burst out. With a dragon roar, he pounced at the blade chi. Fang Yuan and Duke Long fought intensely, but in the underwater dream realm, it was warm and peaceful. Junior sister, be careful. I have been preparing for this move for a long time. The Dragon Man clone smiled. The yellow eyebrows girl, Tai Chin, smiled. Senior brother, come at me. I am already prepared. That's good. The Dragon Man clone waved his hand. The ant swarm flew up, forming a golden river that charged at Tai Chin. Tai Chin also waved her hand. A group of flying ants flew out from the ground, forming a river that charged at Tai Chin. The 2 ant swarm clashed in midair, but they did not fight. Instead, they fused together. There was no damage. The ant swarm converged in midair, becoming one. There was no difference between them. Under the dazzling golden light, Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone stared at Tai Chin with a burning gaze. Tai Chin stared back bravely. Her cheeks flushed red. Her eyes were also filled with unconcealable affection. Junior sister. Senior brother. The 2 walked towards each other and hugged each other. The ant swarm flew around them happily. After a moment of warmth, it was time to bid farewell. Junior sister, I have to go. Sigh, I want to be with you forever. But I cannot disobey my father's orders. I already have a family. It has been hard on you all these years. The Dragon Man clone kissed Tai Chin. Tai Chin shook her head. It has not been hard on me, senior brother. You had no choice but to do this. I did it willingly. I have always been here. You can come anytime. I will be here. By the time the Dragon Man clone returned to Calligraphy Pavilion, it was already midnight. The moon was bright. He looked at the pavilion at the peak of the mountain as he felt a sense of melancholy. Right at this time, in a shadow, a Dragon Man Gu immortal flew out and met with the Dragon Man clone. Brother, when you were not around, your wife met with that Fanji secretly again. The Dragon Man Gu immortal reported with an unhappy expression. Chapter 1848. Wait, this is just a dream realm. I am not the real Wu Shuai. What is there to be angry about? The Dragon Man clone was shocked as he woke up. He blinked as he subconsciously touched his forehead. Unfortunately, he did not feel cold sweat. Instead, he felt a pair of warm coral-like dragon horns. This made him feel a chill in his heart. Brother, what do we do now? The Dragon Man Gu immortal who reported them asked again. Fang Yuan looked at him. This Dragon Man Gu immortal's youthful appearance could be vaguely seen. It was Huang Wei. He had once competed with Wu Shuai to become Green Ant Ascetic's disciple, but he did not succeed. However, this person was talented. In addition, the dragon human race was very diligent, so they were more united than the human race. There were very few internal conflicts, so the talents in the race were almost never buried, especially a genius like Huang Wei, who was heavily nurtured. Fang Yuan, who was acting as Wu Shuai, knew of his talent and purposely befriended him, saving his life by chance. They became sworn brothers. Several dream realms had passed. The time span was huge. Fang Yuan's identity in these dream realms was already a Gu immortal. Fang Yuan thought about it before snorting coldly. Impatience will spoil great plans. We will act like before. We will act like we don't know anything. This Xu Juling was once pregnant with Fanji's child. She was abandoned by him. In a fit of anger, she went to find a husband. Wu Shuai obeyed his father's orders. He wanted to get close to Central Continent's rank 8 lone immortal, Calligraphy Pavilion Lady. He became Xu Juling's husband. Honestly speaking, Calligraphy Pavilion Lady helped Wu Shuai a lot in becoming a Gu immortal. She provided him with a lot of resources. But Xu Juling was infatuated. After giving birth to her son, she still could not forget about Fanji. After some time, Fanji also remembered Xu Juling's kindness. He took the initiative to get close to her. Xu Juling could not control herself. She connected with Fanji again. They got closer and closer. It was almost an open secret. Originally, Wu Shuai's success in finding a husband made him the laughingstock of Central Continent's Gu immortal world. It was even more so now. If it were ordinary Gu immortals, it would be fine if they were timid and weak, but Wu Shuai was a heroic and talented person. It was not easy for such a person to endure this. It seems like the higher my cultivation, the easier it is for me to fall into a dream. After staying in this dream for so long, I almost think that I'm Wu Shuai. Maybe this is the real purpose of the Dragon Palace's test? Fang Yuan's clone suddenly had a flash of inspiration, realizing the truth. As a test for the successor of the Dragon Palace, this dreamland wasn't just a test of the successor's temperament. This was because the choices made in a dream could go against the source and be falsified. The dream was not only a test, but it was also a way to create a successor. Even if they did not meet the requirements, as long as they passed the dream realm, after going through such a long series of modifications, the Gu immortals that came out would hate the celestial court. They would favor the Dragon Man race. They might even be like Wu Shuai. They would take it upon themselves to revitalize the Dragon Man race. The 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s from before were likely to have explored this dream realm, but they did not succeed. However, during this process, his temperament changed, and he became a dragon general. What do? I am already immersed in it now. It is not easy for me to extricate myself. If I continue to explore, the situation will only get worse. If I fail, I might become a dragon general as well. If I succeed, I will accept the modification and become the Dragon Palace Lord. My main body might even have to take a secondary position. I will focus on revitalizing the Dragon Man race. The more Fang Yuan's doppelganger thought about it, the colder his heart became. No matter if he succeeded or failed, he didn't want either outcome. More terrifyingly, he could not leave even if he wanted to. His main body did not know about this. He could not send any information out of the dream realm. I was actually tricked by an immortal Gu house called Dragon Palace. Realizing this, Fang Yuan's doppelganger did not know whether to laugh or cry. He suddenly thought of his previous life. Wait, why was Bai Ning being able to manipulate Dragon Palace and become its Dragon Palace Lord? Fang Yuan had not been able to deduce this secret. In my previous life, Dragon Palace was forcefully taken by Duke Long. Duke Long did not pass the Dream Realm's test. But later, it became Bai Ning Bing's possession in an unimaginable manner. This means that Duke Long did not truly subdue Dragon Palace, he forcefully suppressed it. But even if he forcefully suppressed it, how could Duke Long not know about it? If he knew, why would he place Dragon Palace in Hidden Dragon Cave instead of keeping it in the depths of Celestial Court? Dragon Palace is an enslavement path immortal Gu house. According to the battle in my previous life, Di Zongxing also participated in the battle. He was likely enslaved by Dragon Palace. So, Duke Long wanted to use Dragon Palace to subdue Di Zongxing? In the end, Dragon Palace subdued Di Zongxing, but betrayed Celestial Court. Bai Ning Bing should not have time to explore the Dream Realm, even if she had time. How could she have the ability to do so? But it is also possible that the Dream Realm was taken away by Celestial Court, so Bai Ning Bing took advantage of it. The Dragon Man clone shook his head. Thinking about it made his head swell. There was too little information. He could not deduce the truth. Sigh. The only thing I can do now is to stall for time until my main body realizes something is amiss and comes to save me. The Dragon Man clone did not know the situation outside. Fang Yuan's main body was already fighting with Duke Long. With his current situation, if he actively explored the Dream Realm, he would definitely be modified by the Dream Realm. He would sink into it and be unable to free himself. If he failed, he would become a Dragon General. If he succeeded, he would become the Dragon Palace Lord, but he would betray his main body. His personality, values, and life goals would all change. However, neither of them was what he wanted. Immemorial White Heaven. Chi Path Battlefield. Boom. A huge explosion occurred, creating huge air currents. Air currents surged and surged. Pine Crane Pavilion was like a paper boat, moving up and down in the tsunami. It seemed like it would break apart at any moment. Fang Zheng was feeling dizzy inside. His face was pale without a trace of blood. I am already a Gu immortal, but I do not even have the qualifications to watch the battle here. If not for Lord Duke Long's protection, I would have died long ago. Looking at Duke Long's figure, Fang Jing's heart was filled with gratitude and respect. Duke Long was in high spirits after the long battle. He stood tall and straight. His dragon scales were shining with radiance, but his dragon eyes were filled with anger. Qi Si ancestor, you are such an amazing person. You actually attack the weak? You have no bearing at all. Fang Yuan smiled. Attacking the enemy to save the enemy is the correct path of war. This is my style. Moreover, I am very curious, who is hiding in this immortal goo house, to be able to make you, Duke Long, protect them time and time again? Fang Jing did not know that Qi Si ancestor was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan also did not know that the one hiding in Pine Crane Pavilion was his younger brother, Gue Fang Jing. Even though the two brothers met, they did not know each other's identities. But similar to the battle of the immortal goo houses in the previous life, Fang Yuan acutely sensed that there was an existence in Pine Crane Pavilion that was disadvantageous to him. Fang Yuan attacked time and time again, covering Pine Crane Pavilion within his attack range. Furthermore, this was Fang Yuan's territory. The fog was everywhere, concealing his true body and allowing him to use killer moves easily. Duke Long was very passive. He defended more than he attacked. Fang Yuan suppressed him. However, right at this moment, a series of dragon roars suddenly rang out from the dense fog and clouds. What's going on? Fang Yuan was surprised. Along with the dragon's roar, waves of clouds condensed, forming a huge dragon's qi flow. Spiraling qi currents surged like undercurrents at the bottom of the sea, cutting apart the entire battlefield. Large amounts of fog were swept up by these qi currents, entering these qi currents and strengthening them. This is a method for dismantling moves, such an exquisite killer move. Without the concealment of the fog, Fang Yuan's true body could be seen as he praised. There were 4 main techniques to activate killer moves. Dismantling was one of them. Back in the Battle of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, when many people fought for Ma Hongyun, old ancestor Shui who had used this dismantling technique, displaying great battle strength. Right now, Duke Long was using this technique. It was completely different. When Fang Yuan fought him, he thought that it was just some minor moves, but to think that they were all part of this Qi Path killer move. When Duke Long unleashed all of them, they immediately formed a terrifying might. What is the name of this move? Fang Yuan looked at these Qi currents inside. He found that he could not deal with these Qi currents in a short period of time. Duke Long laughed heartily. His anger from before was completely gone. It was just an act. He was purposely stalling for time. In a battle between experts, words and expressions were weapons. Duke Long had much more battle experience than Fang Yuan. He was very familiar with these moves. Even Fang Yuan was shaken by them. This move is called Reverse Worm Dragon. I cultivated it for 10 years before succeeding. You were right not to attack them rashly. Once you attack, your Qi Path methods will instead boost their power, turning them from worms to dragons. Their power will increase by 100 times. They will be unstoppable and will shock the world. Duke Long explained plainly. He was not casually explaining. He was trying to make Fang Yuan feel more apprehensive. At the same time, he started to prepare his killer move. A huge aura surged from his body. Fang Yuan thought rapidly in his mind. He had never seen Duke Long use this reverse worm dragon move in his previous life. Speaking of which, even when Dragon Palace went on a rampage in the previous life, it had never used expressions or words to deceive its opponents. Evidently, Duke Long treated Qi Si ancestor as a true enemy. He treated him seriously. The profundity of Mother Qi Insect Dragon was not inferior to unlimited Qi Si. Fang Yuan did not forget that Duke Long still had a Qi Path killer move, Triple Qi Retraction. This reverse worm dragon seems to be created to counter battlefield killer moves. It is already so troublesome to deal with as a worm. If it turns into a dragon, it will be even more terrifying. But, so what? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smiled proudly and attacked. Blade Qi surged and slashed again. Duke Long was stunned. He clearly saw through the profundity of this move. He should have dodged it. Attacking like this, is he trying to stop me and disrupt my tempo to continue suppressing me? Activating killer moves required timing. Fang Yuan did not give Duke Long the chance. But Duke Long was not discouraged. He dispersed his killer move and retreated with Pine Crane Pavilion. You want to suppress me, but you are helping reverse Worm Dragon's power. helping it to ascend from a worm to a dragon. You are also giving me a chance. Duke Long's battle intent burned like fire in his heart. He became even more eager. As expected, when the blade chi landed on the spiraling chi currents, a lot of them were absorbed by the chi currents. The chi currents expanded rapidly before exploding. More than 10 chi currents fused into one and turned into a towering divine dragon. Its body was huge and majestic. It almost filled this chi path battlefield. Compared to it, Pine Crane Pavilion was like a mosquito beside an elephant. Such a powerful killer move, Lord Duke Long is finally retaliating. Fang Jing saw this and was overjoyed. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan spoke with a calm voice. This is the transformation from worm to dragon, good power. But it is still not enough. Saying so, he activated his killer move. Chi Path Killer Move. Yin Yang Great Killer Move. Rumble. Amidst the sound of air explosions, two huge hands, one black and one white, appeared from the left and right. The two huge hands could cover the sky. They moved in a mystical path and grabbed the Chi Dragon's neck and tail. The huge dragon wailed and struggled with all its might, but the huge hands were like iron hooks. It did not budge at all. Fang Yuan used his hands to control it and pulled with all his might. Boom! The huge dragon was directly torn apart by him. It could not resist at all. Fang Jing's mouth was wide open. He could not close it. Fang Yuan moved his fingers as he looked down at Duke Long, saying plainly, "All right, the warm-up is over." Duke Long had a solemn expression. His dragon eyes shot out intense light as he stared at Fang Yuan. Chapter 1849. Dream Realm. This is Censure Peak? The Dragon Man clone looked at the floating mountain in the sky with a strange expression. This is not a real mountain. It is like a phantom image. Yes, brother. The first time I saw it, I was shocked too. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal Huang Wei was beside him. Right now, two scenes had passed in the Dream Realm. Right now, it was Gu Immortal when Xiu's Grotto Heaven. Because the disaster was too severe, it was damaged and connected to the outside world. It was discovered. When Xiu was an extraordinary woman, she was an information path great expert. She had died long ago. She was a lone cultivator and lacked resources. Rumors said that she could cultivate to rank 8 because she had control of a mystical place, Censure Peak. A central continent. Gu Immortal looked at it and exclaimed. When Xiu is truly amazing, this Censure Peak was created by a person. It contains abundant information path Dao marks. It is almost half a secluded domain of heaven and earth. There were other central continent Gu Immortals with Fang Yuan's clone. There were quite a number of them. The Immortals looked at Censure Peak. Undeniably, this was the essence of this Grotto Heaven. It was also the most valuable resource. Everyone wanted to obtain it. Huang Wei transmitted secretly. Brother, when the fight starts, please use your full strength. I will protect you and stall for time. Okay. Fang Yuan clone replied, but suddenly, the surrounding Gu Immortals attacked him. He who strikes first has the advantage. Wu Shuai is the strongest here. If we fight him alone, none of us are his match. How can the great Censure Peak fall into the hands of a dragon man? As it turned out, when Huang Wei and Fang Yuan clone were discussing, the surrounding human Gu Immortals had also come to an agreement. In an instant, Fang Yuan clone and Huang Wei fell into the encirclement. Killer moves came from all directions. Such guts! Fang Yuan clone shouted. His Dragon Man body erupted with a towering aura. A vast number of ants flew around, forming a golden river that protected Fang Yuan and Huang Wei. Boom, boom, boom. The human Gu Immortals attacked heavily. Soon, Fang Yuan's meticulously nurtured army ants suffered great losses. Fang Yuan brazenly counterattacked. His methods were superb and exquisite, and he quickly reversed the disadvantageous situation. After a few rounds, he broke out of the encirclement and was in a stalemate with the Immortals. After more than 10 rounds, the surrounding Gu Immortals were suppressed by him. Enslavement Path Gu Immortals could fight many alone. Fang Yuan's Dragon Man Gu Immortal Wu Shuai was even more talented. He eventually forced the central continent Gu Immortals to retreat. Of course, Fang Yuan's doppelganger also paid a heavy price, and Huang Wei's injuries were even more severe. What a bitter victory. Fortunately, we obtained the Cinture Peak. Huang Wei smiled bitterly. However, just as Fang Yuan's clone was about to take control of this place, an obstacle appeared. What happened? The two of them quickly found the reason. Someone had taken advantage of the situation while they were fighting and had taken over the Cinture Peak for themselves. And this person was none other than Fanji, who had an affair with Wu Shuai's wife, Xu Juling. Fanji was unconscious. With his soul foundation, it was too difficult for him to refine the Cinture Peak. This fellow, the Dragon Man clone, gritted his teeth. He was furious. He almost wanted to kill him. You can't kill him. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal Huang Wei shouted. Why not? Fang Yuan's clone turned around. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was filled with killing intent. Huang Wei said earnestly, Elder brother, I understand your pain, but you know this person's identity better than anyone else. If you kill him, his grandfather will definitely come out. His grandfather is a member of the Celestial Court now. It is just that he lives in seclusion. Now that his grandson was killed, he will definitely investigate the truth and take revenge on you. Fang Yuan's clone was stunned. He had a ruthless expression. His gaze was extremely dark. After a long while, he sighed deeply. Brother, you're right. We cannot kill this person. If we kill him, I will be implicated. What I'm more worried about is that there will be a lot of people who will use this matter to make an issue out of it and harm our dragon human race. How can I, Wu Shuai, harm the entire Dragon Man race because of my personal feelings? At the same time, in immemorial white heaven, it should be here. Shun Tsungsheng frowned. After looking around the empty sky for a while, his brows relaxed as he said with certainty. Standing beside him was Song Chi Yuan, who smiled when he heard this. I really admire Brother Shin's investigative methods. In that case, let's attack together. Shin Tsungsheng nodded. Of course. I want to see why this Pine Crane Pavilion of Central Continent's Crane Gate came to Eastern Sea sneakily and disappeared here. These two were not ordinary Gu immortals. One was Shin Clan's first Supreme Elder, the other was Song Clan's first Supreme Elder. They had rank 8 cultivation level. The two were supposed to investigate something, but they found Pine Crane Pavilion by chance. Back then, Fangjing had driven this immortal Gu house to Eastern Sea. The two Gu immortals had high status and were knowledgeable. They immediately recognized Pine Crane Pavilion. They were curious. An immortal Gu house of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. What is it doing in Eastern Sea? Shin Tsungsheng also found that there seemed to be a Gu immortal expert hiding around Pine Crane Pavilion. The two Gu immortals followed them from afar. Using Shan Tsungsheng's investigative methods, they did not deviate from their path. But because they were afraid of alerting the enemy, they were too far away. When Fang Yuan's ambush succeeded and devoured Duke Long and Pine Crane Pavilion, they did not see it. By the time they arrived, Fang Yuan had already succeeded and devoured Duke Long and Pine Crane Pavilion into the Chi Path battlefield. But Shun Tsungsheng had unique methods. After investigating for a while, he found many clues and deduced that there was an immortal path battlefield here. The two Gu immortals immediately attacked. What's going on? Shin Tsungsheng and Song Chi Yuan were actually attracted here? Did they make some agreement with the Celestial Court? Fang Yuan's heart sank. With the two Eastern Sea immortals attacking, he immediately fell into a predicament of being attacked from both inside and outside. Against Duke Long, he had to be extremely vigilant. He could not relax for even a moment. Now, he had to split his attention to deal with Shan Tsungsheng and Song Chi Yuan's problem. Most importantly, this problem was not easy to deal with. Fang Yuan could not free himself from it. Rumble. The Chi Path battlefield buzzed and shook. Duke Long saw this and was overjoyed. What's going on? Someone is attacking this Chi Path battlefield from the outside? This is a good chance. Duke Long shouted. His attacks were even fiercer than before. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He used the Chi Path battlefield to dodge the attacks while attacking Pine Crane Pavilion. As the saying goes, the enemy must be attacked. Duke Long's weakness was grasped by Fang Yuan. He could only defend while enduring the attacks. But good times did not last long. The Chi Path battlefield started to show signs of weakness. More and more flaws appeared. Duke Long had been looking for an opportunity. He finally laughed. Chi Si ancestor, you are really unlucky. You ambushed me but ended up encountering outsiders. You have been attacking my weakness, but you do not know that your chi path battlefield is also your weakness. Break it. Saying so, Duke Long used his killer move. The Chi Dragon soared to the sky, piercing through heaven and earth and rampaging through the universe. Fang Yuan quickly tried to stop it, but the Chi Dragon was agile. It directly targeted the Chi Path battlefield's flaw. Fang Yuan could not block it. He sighed as a huge hole appeared in the Chi Path battlefield. Next, the hole expanded and the battlefield collapsed. Fang Yuan gave a muffled groan as the backlash assaulted him. Duke Long did not attack him. He slammed his palm on Pine Crane Pavilion. Go! A dragon-shaped chi wrapped around Pine Crane Pavilion as it brought Fangjing away, attempting to leave the battlefield. After the battlefield was destroyed, Duke Long returned to Eastern Sea, but found that the ones who destroyed the Chi Path battlefield were Shen Songxing and Song Chi Yuan. These two were Eastern Sea rank 8s. They were different from him, but Chi Sea Ancestors' Eastern Sea aura was the real deal. Thus, Duke Long attacked Fangjing first, sending him away so that he would not have any worries. What's going on? When Song Chi Yuan and Shen Songsheng saw this, they were both stunned. Duke Long. They immediately recognized Duke Long's identity. Their hearts shook. Duke Long was famous. He was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master. He had high seniority. Song Chi Yuan and Shen Songsheng did not expect to see Duke Long in this situation. What was even more unexpected was that Duke Long seemed to be ambushed, and this person seemed to be a rank 8 Gu immortal native to Eastern Sea. Heavens! When did Eastern Sea have such an expert? He actually dared to ambush Duke Long. Song Chi Yuan and Shen Songsheng looked at each other in disbelief. At the same time, they had the same thought. This is bad. Our attack this time seems to have spoiled this Eastern Ocean Celestial Friends plan and helped Central Continent, Heavenly Court instead. Friend, we? Song Chi Yuan wanted to explain, but Fang Yuan shouted as he chased after Pine Crane Pavilion like lightning. Duke Long saw this and was furious. This person looked elegant and was an experienced expert, but he was still chasing after Pine Crane Pavilion. Thus, he chased after him. Duke Long was extremely fast. He soon caught up to Fang Yuan. The two engaged in an intense battle again. Song Chi Yuan and Shen Songsheng only took a few glances before they broke out in cold sweat. These two are monsters. Since when did Eastern Sea have such an expert, able to fight against Duke Long? Let's not talk about this for now. Such a powerful person obviously wants to attack the Pavilion of Pines and Cranes. What exactly is inside the Pavilion of Pines and Cranes? Even if there is nothing, we ruined his plans. We can take down this immortal Gu house to express our sincerity. Song Chi Yuan and Shen Songsheng moved. They quickly left the battlefield and took down Pine Crane Pavilion in the distance. You cannot kill me. I am a reserve member of Celestial Court. I am fully protected by Duke Long. I am Guyue Fangjing, Fang Yuan's younger brother. At the moment of life and death, Fangjing had experienced many things. He threw away his pride and shouted. Saving his life was the priority. Song Chi Yuan and Shen Songsheng stopped in time. They looked at this tiny rank 6 Gu immortal in shock. Fangjing barely calmed down as he gulped. Celestial Court wants to use me as a weapon against Fang Yuan. They value me greatly. Seniors, you can use me as a hostage to ask for resources or even immortal Gu from Celestial Court. I believe Celestial Court will give you a satisfactory ransom. Shen Songsheng waved his hand and knocked out Fangjing. He looked at Song Chi Yuan. Brother Song, what do you think? Song Chi Yuan frowned deeply. It seems that we cannot kill this person for now. This situation is out of my expectations. Let's go back and observe the situation. All right. The two returned to the battlefield. They saw that Duke Long had the upper hand and was attacking fiercely. But that Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal was defending for too long. He exposed a flaw. Duke Long lost the burden of Fangjing. He immediately grabbed this flaw and attacked fiercely. Fang Yuan was in a dilemma. Oh no, that Eastern Sea Gu immortal is in danger. What do we do? Go and reinforce him? Song Chi Yuan and Shen Songsheng hesitated. These two had unexpectedly interfered in this matter. They were still filled with doubts. Unlike in the previous life, they did not know what was happening now. But at this time, The two of them gasped at the same time. It turned out that Fang Yuan was acting out of character. He turned around and approached Duke Long. Duke Long, you fell for it. Have a taste of this one. Immortal killer move. Steal life? Duke Long was stunned. He was hit by the killer move Steal Life. It turned out that Fang Yuan had pretended to be heavily injured and purposely exposed a flaw. It was to create this opportunity. Song Chi Yuan and Shun Songsheng looked at each other. They could feel the shock in each other's eyes. Because after Duke Long was hit by this move, he was not in the right state. He floated in the air without moving. Chapter 1850. Duke Long was hit by the killer move Steal Life. But Fang Yuan's expression was grim, because Duke Long had no change. Earlier, when Fang Yuan ambushed Thunder Ghost True Monarch in Langya Blessed Land, Steal Life had an immediate effect. In the previous life, Land Spirit of Langya used Steal Life Immortal Goo to heavily injure Fairy Myrtle, Chen Yi, and Feng Joga, and kill Thunder Ghost True Monarch. But this time, the killer move Steal Life that Fang Yuan had high hopes for against Duke Long had no effect. This was out of his expectations. But soon, he recovered and said with a calm expression, "This is naturally Fang Yuan's gift, but it seems to be useless against you. Why is that?" Duke Long smiled lightly. "I had once used the killer move Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. My lifespan would continue to decrease, and my strength would continue to rise. This is like a Goo immortal who has overused other lifespan extension methods. Lifespan Goo would be useless against them. Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand also makes all other lifespan extension methods useless. And Steal Life Killer move also affects the corresponding Dao marks that represent lifespan. This might be the reason why it failed." "So that's it." Fang Yuan nodded. He suddenly smiled. "This trick is useless against you, Duke Long, but it should be effective against the other Celestial Court immortals. I will keep it for the future." Duke Long's expression sank. He was worried about this. Steal Life was useless against him, but it was still effective against most of the other Celestial Court members. Right now, Fang Yuan's ambush of Duke Long had failed because of Shun Songsheng and Song Chi Yuan's interference. Duke Long knew this was probably because of Qin Dingling's luck change, as well as Fang Jing's guidance. However, it was extremely difficult for Duke Long to destroy Steal Life and the Immortal Goo. Because he had already fought with Fang Yuan many times, he knew that this Qi Si ancestor had incredible strength. He could not be treated as an ordinary peak rank 8 Goo immortal. It was possible for him to defeat him, but it would not be easy to kill him this time. Because there was no time to set up an immortal battlefield, Qi Si ancestor could not be restrained. At the same time, at the edge of the battlefield, there were 2 Eastern C rank 8s. Thus, after Duke Long was hit by Steal Life Killer move, he did not attack again. He said to Fang Yuan in an amiable manner, "Qi Si ancestor, you and I cannot become friends without fighting. You can't do anything to me, and I can't do anything to you either. Actually, there's no need for us to fight to the death." Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Does Duke Long want a truce? His wisdom path attainment was very deep. He thought about it and understood Duke Long's intention. He felt some admiration towards him. This Duke Long was ambushed by me. In the earlier fight, he was also beaten up. He has such seniority and strength. He has a high status and authority, but he has no arrogance. He is calm and pays attention to the big picture. Once he understands that a truce is more beneficial, he will stop. This mentality is truly terrifying. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan said, "Isn't this because the Celestial Court provoked me for no reason? I have no conflicts in the world. I cultivate wholeheartedly, but your Celestial Court has wild ambitions. You want to annex the 5 regions and unify the world. An existence like me is naturally your greatest obstacle. You had to scheme against me and gather so many rank 8s to besiege me." Duke Long heard this and felt slightly depressed. This made him feel very wronged, because in the past, Celestial Court had never done such a thing. This was the first time he was seeing Qi Si ancestor, but he couldn't refute it, because it was very likely that Celestial Court would do this in the future. "Let's not talk about whether Fang Yuan made this up." Duke Long nodded. "Even if this is true, that was in the previous life, in the River of Time. It is in the lower reaches. It has not happened yet. Since we already know about it, why can't we change it? Fang Yuan laughed mockingly. Haha, did I hear wrongly? Isn't your celestial court the righteous path's protector of providence, trying all ways to restore fate? You actually want to change the future, aren't you trying to change the trajectory of fate? Fang Yuan pretended not to know. This was a crafty move. Duke Long smiled. Celestial court is indeed protecting the heavenly Tao and restoring fate. But this heavenly Tao is the heavenly Tao of human path. This fate is the fate goo that protects humanity. Qi ancestor, there is no conflict between us. We can coexist peacefully. I represent Celestial Court to form an alliance with you. We will not invade each other. Duke Long was serious and full of sincerity. At the edge of the battlefield, the two Eastern Sea Rank 8 Gu Immortals' expressions changed. Shin Tsungsheng cursed internally. Song Qi Yuan's expression was also unsightly. Originally, they saw that Eastern Sea had a person like Qi ancestor who could fight against Duke Long without losing. They were very happy. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea had the richest resources, but its Gu Immortals were not united. They had varying levels of battle strength. Right now, the earth veins were moving, new earth trenches were forming. The regional walls of the 5 regions were shrinking. The 5 regions were merging into one. It was no secret. Once the 5 regions truly merged, the 4 regions would face the threat of Central Continent. Song Qiyuan and Shan Tsungsheng were both first Supreme Elders. They were rank 8 Gu Immortals. They had been in high positions for many years. They could see the dangers of the future. In this situation, if Qi Ancestor and Celestial Court did not fight, it would be very beneficial to Eastern Sea's super forces. Firstly, Qi Ancestor had incredible battle strength. He was on par with Duke Long. When Celestial Court invades Eastern Sea in the future, they would have to be wary. Secondly, Qi Ancestor was a secluded cultivator. He had not shown himself for so many years. It showed that he had no ambitions. He was alone. He could coexist peacefully with Eastern Sea's local super forces. Finally, Qi Ancestor cultivated Qi Path. Qi Path had been declining for many years. Why would Eastern Sea's super forces cultivate Qi Path? Thus, there was no conflict in terms of cultivation resources. Ally with Celestial Court? Fang Yuan pretended to be dazed. He stopped attacking and suppressed his aura. Duke Long was energized. That's right. Qi, the conflict between us can be resolved. As for your future losses, my Celestial Court can compensate you. Duke Long was a person who did great things. He had a straightforward attitude and a broad mind. He was very capable. No. Shin Tsungsheng could not help but shout as he flew over. Song Qiyuan followed closely behind, saying, Celestial Court is a huge force. The so-called compensation is nothing to Celestial Court. But Celestial Court has wild ambitions. They are only trying to stabilize the situation. Senior cannot ignore it. That's right, Senior. Earlier, we were rash and ruined Senior's plans. We are filled with regret now. Shun Tsungsheng added. Furthermore, the so-called alliance agreement is bullshit. Any alliance agreement can be violated as long as enough time is given and the price is paid. Senior is Qi Path. You are not skilled in Information Path, but Celestial Court is not like that. The Heavenly Court can't be trusted, Senior. Song Qiyuan also added. The two of them considered themselves juniors because they saw Fang Yuan's incredible strength. How could Fang Yuan agree to this? He was only doing this to stall for time. But the two Eastern Sea Immortals were even more anxious than him. Fang Yuan smiled inwardly, with just a thought. He understood these two's thoughts. Duke Long nodded. Indeed, at our level, the alliance agreement cannot restrict us. But, Qi, don't you still have Steel Life? You should know the value of this. With Steel Life Killer move, you will be able to hold Heavenly Court's weakness in your hands. This is the foundation of our alliance. With this, how can we easily violate the alliance agreement? Once he said this, Fang Yuan sized up Duke Long deeply. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had experienced Duke Long's terrifying battle strength. To think that he was so astute and eloquent, he was not inferior to ordinary Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. According to Duke Long's knowledge, Steel Life Immortal Gu and the Killer Move were given to Qi Ancestor by Fang Yuan to deal with him. But now, These things were used by Duke Long to persuade Qi ancestor. Fang Yuan was silent. He knew Duke Long's plan. Duke Long definitely felt that Qi ancestor was not an otherworldly demon. As long as Fate Gu was repaired, such a person would not pose any threat. He could even be recruited and become a subordinate of Celestial Court. This was the superiority of a sect. How could a clan force do the same? In fact, ordinary super sects could not recruit Qi ancestor. At Qi ancestor's level, he was about the same as Duke Long. Only the number one human path force like Celestial Court had the confidence to recruit him. The two Eastern Sea immortals were anxious. They immediately spoke about fate, pointing out, if Fate Gu was repaired, under the influence of Providence, Celestial Court would be invincible. The Heavenly Court's plans are huge and ambitious. Senior, you can't be deceived when you go. These two Eastern Sea rank 8s were not easy to get along with. Fang Yuan smiled internally. These two Gu immortals saved him a lot of trouble. He did not say a word. He looked at Duke Long. Duke Long looked at the two Eastern Sea immortals coldly, exerting pressure. Shin Songsheng and Song Qi Yuan had no fear. They looked at him directly. Even though they knew they were not Duke Long's match in the previous life, they dared to fight for Dragon Palace. In this life, they dared to do the same. This had nothing to do with courage. It was about benefits. Qi Ju ancestors' position had huge implications. They had to stand up. The two Eastern Sea immortals did not cower. Shin Songsheng smiled coldly. What, Lord Duke Long? You don't allow us to speak. Did we say something that hurt you? Song Qi Yuan continued. Senior, look, this is Celestial Court style. It is so domineering. Duke Long scoffed. If not for Celestial Court, how could humanity exist today? Even if Providence is affected, how much can it affect? Do you think we can send you to your death? If Providence had such ability, Celestial Court would have unified the 5 regions long ago. Why would we wait until now? Since you said this, I might as well take it a step further. Qi, why don't you join Celestial Court? You have cultivated alone for so many years. You have such strength. It is indeed due to your talent. But you should know the pain of lone cultivators. Let's not talk about other things, just the tribulations. How many people in this world can help you? In Eastern Sea, who can match you? Do you expect these people to help you? In fact, these two were the ones who ruined your Qi Path battlefield. Chapter 1851. Duke Long made such a huge offer, but no one felt it was strange. Fang Yuan's strength was right there. His attitude would greatly influence Eastern Sea and Central Continent. This was his value. In the world of Gu cultivation, strength was everything. Song Qi Yuan was getting more and more anxious. He sneered, Lord Duke Long, you are truly shameless. You were fighting with Senior Qi earlier. Now you want to recruit him. Who will believe your words? Duke Long smiled calmly. Whether you believe me or not depends on the person. You do not believe me because you are afraid that Celestial Court will take over your benefits. You all have your own clans and sea areas to protect your own forces. But immortal friend Qi is alone. He is different from all of you. Laughable. Senior Qi is an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. He wants to join Central Continent's Celestial Court? It would be strange if he is not ostracized by you. Shin Songsheng said. Ostracized? Duke Long looked at Shin Songsheng in disdain. With such a mindset, no wonder Shin clan has not improved even after so many years. The sect system is one that accepts all talents. Only those who are capable are worthy. Furthermore, Central Continent and Eastern Sea? When the 5 regions merge, all Gu immortals in the world will belong to the same place. Duke Long was very eloquent. Song Qi Yuan and Shin Songsheng were speechless at once. However, even if Duke Long was right, how could Fang Yuan join Celestial Court? If Duke Long knew that the Qi ancestor he was persuading was Fang Yuan himself, who knew what expression he would have? Shin Songsheng opened his mouth. He did not want to give up. Duke Long snorted coldly. Ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Your tiny Shin clan wants to take over the world? Ambition is matched with ability. If heaven does not give you retribution, it is not time yet. If you can't wait, I will also punish on behalf of heaven and give your Shin family some retribution now. Shin Tsongsheng was shocked and angered by Duke Long's direct threat, but he kept his mouth shut for the time being. He came to persuade Qi Si ancestor this time. He did not want Shin clan to be implicated and become a thorn in the side of the celestial court. In the future Five Regions chaotic war, the Shin family would become the vanguard cannon fodder. That was something he did not want to see. Song Qiyuan knew that he could not show weakness at this moment. He clapped. Good attitude, Duke Long. You are a Central Continent Gu immortal. You are threatening 3 Eastern Sea rank 8s in Eastern Sea. Are you trying to bully us Eastern Sea Gu immortals because of our good temper? Fang Yuan snorted coldly and said with an ugly expression, this old man is also very familiar with this tone. In the future, when your Central Continent Celestial Court's Gu immortals attack me, you will use this tone, thinking that your Celestial Court is the King of Heaven, #1 in the world. Everyone should submit to you. Once he said this, Shin Tsongxing and Song Qi Yuan's spirits rose. They straightened their backs. But they did not know that Fang Yuan saw that they were intimidated by Duke Long's aura. He purposely spoke up to support them. The current situation was strange. Earlier, it was Duke Long and Fang Yuan fighting. But now, it was the 2 Eastern Sea Immortals and Duke Long fighting for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was happy to see this. He stood in the middle and watched the 2 sides fight. If one side was at a disadvantage, he would help the weaker side. This is a rare opportunity. Who knows? With this, your Shun clan and Song clan might become the enemies of Celestial Court. Fang Yuan decided to sow discord. He used this chance to intensify the conflict between the 2 sides and influence the whole of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Duke Long saw Qi Si ancestor's ugly expression and felt annoyed internally. But the target of his anger was not Qi Si ancestor, it was Fang Yuan. This demon has ulterior motives. He is most skilled at scheming and scheming. He is trying to persuade Qi Si ancestor to help. He is definitely exaggerating things. Qi Si. Duke Long thought about it and said, if we work together, we will both benefit. But if we are divided, we will both suffer losses. Many people are trying to sow discord. They want to use you as a tool. His tone was soft but firm. He was not just trying to tempt them. He faintly displayed the power of Celestial Court. On the other side, the 2 Eastern Sea rank 8s saw that Qi Si ancestor was protecting them. They quickly thanked him and started to speak ill of Celestial Court. They were even more daring than before. Fang Yuan sat in the center, sowing discord. He watched as both sides criticized and undermined each other. In just a while, both sides' anger rose. Their tones became sharper. Fang Yuan observed their expressions and saw that Duke Long was getting more and more impatient. He knew that going too far was as bad as not going far enough. He smiled with deep meaning. How can I not know about that Fang Yuan scheme? But that junior is quite interesting. He promised me many things. He is even willing to give me a venerable true inheritance. Even though I cultivate Qi Path, I have descendants who are reproducing in my immortal aperture. It's good to leave another path for our descendants. Fang Yuan spoke shamelessly. These true inheritances were already in his hands. It was not an exaggeration to say anything. Duke Long heard this. Fang Yuan was also trying to recruit Qi Si ancestor? He quickly thought, that's right. Such a person was a peerless expert. As long as an immortal venerable did not appear, the whole world would have to listen to him. If he were to fight him, he would also be on par with him. The difference between them was about the same. Even though his killer moves were not exquisite and he did not have many Qi Path rank 8 immortal Gu, his Dao marks were of a terrifying scale and vast. Who knew how he cultivated them? Duke Long did not know that he was deceived by Fang Yuan again. He laughed loudly. Fang Yuan is just an upstart. He is a pawn of a venerable. The venerable used him in his scheme. Thus he gave him some benefits and let him work for his life. In terms of foundation, how can he compare to my Celestial Court? Qi Si, if you join Celestial Court, you do not need to give up your immortal aperture. You can keep it. Forget it. Let's not talk about you joining Celestial Court. I am just expressing my sincerity. In the future, if you're interested, I, Duke Long, will definitely welcome you with open arms. Let's talk about reconciliation first. Since you cultivate Qi Path, my Celestial Court is willing to provide a batch of Qi Path rank 8 resources. These are all extinct in the outside world. As well as Qi Path inheritances, they are all excellent and can be used as reference. Duke Long decided to take things step by step. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly when he heard the few chi path resources he mentioned. They were truly unique in the world. Only a force like Celestial Court, which had existed since the remote antiquity era, would have such a collection. The other powers couldn't compare to the Heavenly Court at all, so they wouldn't have such a collection. Shen Songsheng and Song Qiyuan saw that Fang Yuan was moved. They quickly said, "Senior Qi Si, you might not know, but Duke Long secretly came to Eastern Sea this time for the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. We captured Gu Fangjing earlier and Soul searched him. We obtained a lot of information." That's right, Duke Long wants to calm Senior down and take this crucial immortal Gu House first. Once he succeeds, it is hard to say what his attitude will be. Song Qiyuan added fuel to the fire. Fang Yuan was secretly happy. This immortal Gu House Dragon Palace was rank 8. Shen Songsheng and Song Qiyuan were very moved. They were even more anxious than me. They wanted to stop Duke Long by all means. On the surface, Fang Yuan had a solemn expression as he said, "I know a thing or two about Dragon Palace. I have also obtained a venerable true inheritance and reached an agreement with Fang Yuan." Duke Long, just stop. Since you want to show your sincerity, this is the best way. I will let bygones be bygones in the future. Furthermore, we might have a chance to stop fighting peacefully. Otherwise, even if I cannot beat you, I can go to Central Continent to take a look. Duke Long snorted coldly, cursing internally. This Chi-Si ancestor might look like an immortal on the outside, but he is actually very shameless. Fang Yuan said that he would go to Central Continent to take a look. It was naturally not as simple as just taking a look. Duke Long did not doubt that Chi-Si ancestor would really do such a thing. Because earlier, Fang Yuan had been attacking Pine Crane Pavilion, Duke Long was forced into a passive state and suffered many blows. Just like how the two Eastern Sea immortals had their own businesses, they were worried about the threat of Central Continent's Celestial Court. Central Continent's Celestial Court was much larger than Shin Clan and Song Clan. They were even more wary of people like Chi-Si ancestor coming to cause trouble. Chi-Si ancestor was a lone cultivator. He was alone and did not have any territory to restrict him. He could come and go as he pleased. Most importantly, he was strong. The Celestial Court did not have any methods to deal with him. Other demonic path, lone immortals, and even Fang Yuan, Celestial Court always thought that Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level. Duke Long was not on guard against them. Because they were not strong, even if most of them gathered together, they might not be Duke Long's match. But Chi-Si ancestor was different. After the fight, Duke Long was wary of him. He had his killer move Triple Chi Retraction, but did Chi-Si ancestor not have one? He definitely had one. Frankly speaking, it was extremely rare for a lone immortal to reach Chi-Si ancestor's level. Such a person had a huge influence on all forces, even if he cultivated in seclusion. He was a huge obstacle to the Celestial Court's grand plan. According to Duke Long's opinion, such a person had to be eliminated, because the threat to the restoration of Fate Gu was too huge. Thus, when Fang Yuan lied to him that he would be besieged by the Celestial Court in the future, Duke Long believed it from the bottom of his heart. But now that Fang Yuan had revived and ruined the plan, Chi-Si ancestor became vigilant. But Duke Long did not want to give up on the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. What should he do? Duke Long felt a headache. He thought, clashing with Chi-Si ancestor would be something that Fang Yuan would like to see. This might even be Fang Yuan's scheme. But if he did not clash with Chi-Si ancestor, would he really have to give up on Dragon Palace? Impossible. Chi-Si, those things earlier were only compensation from the Celestial Court. Duke Long said, "Next, we can talk about the transaction with Dragon Palace. That demon Fang Yuan is very crafty. He paid a huge sum of money to get you to stop us. It is truly a good plan. But he is a mere rank 7 Gu immortal. He thinks he can toy with us rank 8s. It is truly laughable." Saying so, Duke Long said solemnly, "No matter how many resources he paid, my Celestial Court paid more than him. Furthermore, I do not need you to take action. You just need to watch from the sidelines." "Oh, are you serious?" Fang Yuan was slightly dazed. "Of course," Duke Long said straightforwardly. "Senior Chi-Si." The two Eastern Sea immortals wanted to stop him, but Fang Yuan raised his hand and stopped them. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.